فوكس. تمام. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. سعادة رئيس جامعة المجمع الأستاذ الدكتور صالح بن عبد الله المزعل، أصحاب السعادة، حضورنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أحييكم في صرح التعليم العالي وتمكينه. هنا حجر زاوية أساس لاستثمار يبني مجتمعاً مزدهر. قيادة رشيدة رسمت لنا رؤية طموحة جاعلة البحث العلمي أحد أهم أدوات تنفيذ الرؤية، والتي تحمل فرصاً غير مسبوقة لتطوير مسيرة البحث العلمي. هنا روابط علمية لدعم مستقبل الرياضة والطب، مستقبل مستهدفه إحالتها إلى صناعة ودعم الناتج المحلي. وتماشياً مع ذلك كله، أقامت جامعة المجمع العلمية المؤتمر الدولي للتأهيل الطبي الرياضي وإصابات العظام، لتمضي في السير قدماً نحو تعزيز فرص البحث والتدريب والتطوير في كافة المجالات. أصحاب السعادة، أيها الحفل الكريم، خير ما نبدأ به آيات من الذكر الحكيم.
ومن آياته أن خلقكم من تراب ثم إذا أنتم بشر تنتشرون. ومن آياته أن خلق لكم من أنفسكم أزواجاً لتسكنوا إليها وجعل بينكم مودة ورحمة، إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يتفكرون.
أصحاب السعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، جامعة المجمع ذات 14 عاماً مرت بمراحل تاريخية وإنجازات وقفزات غير مسبوقة في مسيرتها. فيلم يحكي قصة هذه الرحلة وما وصلت إليه.
إن التعليم وسيلة الأساسية تحقق بها طرف الله المعارش وأمتنا الإسلامية نحو التقدم والازدهار والتنمية ورفع الحضارة المعارف والعلوم النافعة.
أمة بلا علم، أمة بلا حياة. ومن هذا المنظور الاستراتيجي، وعلى مدى 14 عاماً وهي تضيء بسراجها المنير طريق أبناء وبنات الوطن بنور العلم والمعرفة. جامعة المجمع، هذا الصرح التعليمي الشامخ، شكل نقلة نوعية وعلامة فارقة في مسيرة التعليم العالي في محافظة المجمع والمملكة، في ظل النهضة المذهلة اللافتة وغير المسبوقة التي حظي بها التعليم منذ عهد المؤسس الملك عبد العزيز طيب الله ثراه، وحتى العهد الزاخر، عهد خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز وسمو ولي العهد صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان أيدهما الله. فاليوم 3 من شهر رمضان لعام 1430 للهجرة كان مولدها البهيج، لتساهم مع نظيراتها من جامعات المملكة في تحقيق واستمرار الريادة للتعليم العالي محلياً وعالمياً. وكانت البداية الشامخة للجامعة بضم 9 كليات في 6 محافظات شكلت النواة الحقيقية لبدء مرحلة اكتمال منظومة التعليم فيها. وتتابع إنشاء الكليات والمرافق بالجامعة لتمتلك اليوم 30 مبنى على مساحة تتجاوز 7 ملايين متر مربع، و11 كلية، و3 وكالات للجامعة، و5 عمادات مساندة. وواصلت التوسع من خلال إنشاء 5 مدن جامعية، والتوسع في أقسام الكليات المتخصصة إلى 47 قسماً في شتى العلوم، والوصول ببرامج الدراسات العليا إلى 27 برنامجاً، وأكثر من 1300 عضو هيئة تدريس يمنحون ضياء العلم والمعرفة ل20,000 طالب وطالبة، لتسجل بذلك قفزة نوعية في عدد الدارسين والدارسات في الجامعة مقارنة بعامها الأول الذي بدأ بقبول أكثر من 2000 طالب وطالبة، والاحتفاء بتخريج أكثر من 41,000 خريج وخريجة ليشاركوا زملائهم في ميادين العمل، مواصلة تنمية الإنسان والمكان. ليس إلى هنا فحسب، بل امتد لزيادة أعداد المبتعثين والمبتعثات من 86 مبتعثاً ومبتعثة إلى أكثر من 1000 مبتعث ومبتعثة داخلياً وخارجياً. ونجحت الجامعة في توفير مناخ مميز وبيئة علمية محفزة للابتكار والاختراع جعلها تتفرد وتحقق 15 براءة اختراع نوعي تنافس به محلياً وعالمياً. وبرؤية منهجية علمية حققت الجامعة نمواً متسارعاً في نشر الأبحاث العلمية في عدد من المجلات العالمية والمحلية منذ عام 2015 وحتى نهاية العام 2023، وتحقيق الإنجازات العالمية بحصولها على 4 ميداليات عالمية تضاف إلى سجلات التميز والريادة. مسيرة مشرقة ومضيئة لهذه المنظومة التعليمية المتكاملة تواصل رحلة النجاحات والتطوير واستمرار الريادة للتعليم العالي في وطن طموحات قيادته وشعبه تعانق عنان السماء.
أيها الحفل الكريم، معالي وزير التعليم راعي هذا المؤتمر الأستاذ يوسف بن عبد الله البنيان له كلمة يلقيها سعادة رئيس الجامعة الأستاذ الدكتور صالح بن عبد الله المزعل.
أصحاب السعادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يطيب لي الترحيب بالمشاركين في المؤتمر الدولي للتأهيل الطبي والرياضي وإصابات العظام الذي تستضيفه جامعة المجمعة برعاية كريمة من معالي وزير التعليم الأستاذ يوسف بن عبد الله البنيان، وذلك في إطار الجهود المتواصلة للجامعة في المجالات الأكاديمية والبحث العلمي وخدمة المجتمع. إن اجتماع هذه النخبة من المتخصصين في مجال الطب الرياضي وإصابات العظام في جامعة المجمعة يؤكد مدى الاهتمام بدور الجامعات في المساهمة في تحقيق التطلعات الوطنية بأن تكون المملكة رائدة في مجال التعليم والتطوير الطبي المهني في تخصصاته المختلفة، كما يعكس مدى الرعاية التي تحظى بها الجامعات والدعم الكبير الذي تلقاه من الحكومة الرشيدة لمساعدتها على القيام بدورها العلمي والاجتماعي. كما يعكس مدى التي تحظى به الجامعات والدعم الكبير الذي تلقاه من حكومتنا الرشيدة لمساعدتها على القيام بدورها العلمي والاجتماعي. وسوف يتناول المؤتمر مستقبلا التأهيل الطبي ضمن رؤية المملكة 2030 وآخر المستجدات وآخر المستجدات في التخصصات الطبية المرتبطة بالتأهيل الطبي الرياضي مهنيا وأكاديميا. وخلال المؤتمر سوف يعرض تطورات التشخيص وعلاج إصابات العظام والتكنولوجيا المتقدمة المرتبطة بالتأهيل وعلاجه. وننتظر أن يقدم المشاركون في المؤتمر خططا ومقترحات تستهدف تعزيز الصحة للمجتمع بشكل عام والرياضيين بشكل خاص. ختاما، نؤكد في جامعة المجمع على استمرارنا الدائم بإذن الله في خدمة المجتمع والمساهمة الفاعلة في دعم البحث العلمي والتعليم، تماشيا مع رؤية المملكة ورغبتها المستمرة بأن تكون الجامعات السعودية رائدة وداعمة للكفاءات العلمية ومساهمة بشكل فعال في تطوير العلوم بكافة أنواعها. ولا يفوتني بهذه المناسبة تقديم جزيل الشكر والتقدير لمنسوبي الجامعة القائمين على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر وجميع الجهات المساندة والداعمة لهم من داخل الجامعة وخارجها، متمنيا للجميع التوفيق والنجاح. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا سعادة الرئيس. ضيوفنا الأكارم، هذا المؤتمر الذي نعيش لحظاته الآن يأتي في إطار اهتمام الجامعة بتقديم أرقى خدمات العلاج الطبيعي والتأهيل الطبي. خبراء دوليون وأخصائيون يطلعون في هذا المؤتمر ويشاركون في آخر الأساليب والمستجدات محطات هذا الاهتمام.
العلاج الطبيعي هو مهنة طبية وأحد فروع الطب المهمة، والتي من خلالها يقوم المتخصصون المدربون بتقييم وعلاج اختلال الوظيفة الجسدية المرتبطة بإصابة أو إعاقة أو مرض، حيث يهتم العلاج الطبيعي باستعادة وتحسين قدرات الفرد الجسدية. وفي لفتة إنسانية وحكيمة من ولاة أمر هذه البلاد حفظهم الله، كفل النظام الأساسي للحكم بالمملكة العربية السعودية العلاج والرعاية الصحية المجانية للمواطنين. كما قامت الدولة بإنشاء العديد من مراكز التأهيل الطبي على أعلى المعايير لعلاج وتأهيل المصابين وذوي الإعاقة المؤقتة والدائمة. ونتيجة لهذا الاهتمام، فقد سعت جامعة المجمع منذ إنشائها عام 2009 إلى المساهمة في هذا الجانب، حيث أنشأت قسم العلاج الطبيعي والتأهيل الصحي في كلية العلوم الطبية التطبيقية لتغطية الحاجة المستمرة إلى أخصائي العلاج الطبيعي على مستوى المملكة، والذي يقدم 3 برامج تخصصية في التأهيل، وهي: برنامج بكالوريوس العلاج الطبيعي والتأهيل الصحي، برنامج دكتور العلاج الطبيعي، برنامج ماجستير العلوم في العلاج الطبيعي ب5 مسارات تخصصية. كما حصل برنامج بكالوريوس العلاج الطبيعي والتأهيل الصحي على الاعتماد البرامجي الكامل من هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب للفترة من مايو 2021 وحتى إبريل 2028، وهو أول برنامج بالجامعة يحصل على الاعتماد الأكاديمي الكامل. وامتداداً لهذا الاهتمام، جاء مشروع مركز جامعة المجمع الدولي لتقنيات التأهيل والأطراف الاصطناعية، والذي يهدف إلى تقديم خدمات العلاج الطبيعي والتأهيل الطبي وصناعة الأطراف الاصطناعية والأجهزة التعويضية، حيث تم إنشاؤه عام 2017. وتهدف الجامعة في هذا المؤتمر إلى تبادل الخبرات والمهارات العلمية والعملية بين الكوادر والخبراء الدوليين في مجالات العلاج الطبيعي المختلفة، وتنمية المهارات العملية لدى الأخصائيين، المبنية على أسس علمية من خلال الاطلاع ومناقشة أفضل الأبحاث والمستجدات على مستوى العالم. حفظ الله بلادنا وولاة أمرنا، وأدام علينا نعمة الصحة والعافية.
تضافرت الجهود من أجل هذا المؤتمر، لذلك وجب أن يكرم كل جهد في هذا الجانب. أدعو سعادة رئيس الجامعة أستاذ الدكتور صالح، تفضل دكتور. سعادة رئيس اللجنة العليا المنظمة، أستأذنكم بدعوة المكرمين. نبدأها بوزارة الصحة، كريم عايش الحربي. كذلك جامعة المجمعة سعادة الدكتور بدر الشهري. مركز ريتروفيريا للتأهيل والعافية الشمولية، المدير الطبي سعادة الدكتورة نادرة العمري. المركز الوطني للطب البديل والتكميلي، مستشار المدير التنفيذي الدكتور عبد الله بن عبيد العنزي. الاتحاد السعودي للطب الرياضي سعادة المدير التنفيذي الأستاذ دكتور ماهر بن بشير الفرحان. الجمعية السعودية للعلاج الطبيعي رئيس الجمعية الدكتور عبد الفتاح بن سعيد القحطاني. مركز التأهيل الشامل بالمجمعة سعادة نائب المدير عبد الرحمن بن محمد المطيري. مستشفى الملك خالد بالمجمعة الأستاذ عبد الله المطيري. نادي الفيحاء الأستاذ عبد الرحمن بن إبراهيم الحيدب. هيئة الهلال الأحمر السعودي بالمجمعة الأستاذ غازي بن محمد العتيبي. مركز جامعة المجمعة للتأهيل الطبي والأطراف الاصطناعية الأستاذ تركي الحميداني. النادي الفيصلي بحرمة الرئيس التنفيذي سلمان بن ناصر الضاوي. كلية العلوم التطبيقية سعادة الدكتور صالح العيوني. كلية الطب سعادة الدكتور عبد الرحمن الحربي. كلية التمريض سعادة الدكتورة أشواق عسيري. كلية طب الأسنان المشرف على الشؤون المالية والإدارية. مركز ريتروفيا للتأهيل والعافية الشمولية المدير الطبي دكتورة نادرة العمري. شكرا سعادة الرئيس، شكرا، يعطيكم العافية. مبارك لمن كرم، مبارك لكل هذه الجهود. استأذنكم بأن نبدأ الجلسات العلمية لهذا المؤتمر. شكرا لضيوفنا الكرام. نبدأ أولى جلسات المؤتمر في يومه الأول في الجلسات العلمية. أبدأها بدعوة رئيس الجلسة دكتور نايف الرشيدي. دكتور تفضل. دكتور نايف الرشيدي الأستاذ المساعد بقسم العلاج الطبيعي، رئيس مركز بحوث الكليات الصحية بجامعة المجمعة. أدعو كذلك المتحدث الأول الدكتور محمد سراج الدين. تفضل دكتور. المتحدث الثاني الدكتور فهد القرني. المتحدث الثالث الدكتورة أسماء العنزي. بسم الله وعلى بركة الله. تفضل دكتور نايف.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to our first session. It's my pleasure that I will chair our first session in this conference. Our session title gonna be Rehabilitation Future and Challenges. We have three great speakers. How this session gonna work? First, I will introduce our speakers, and each speaker gonna start their presentation. And once they finish, they will come back and sit And at the end of the session, we will allow time for question and answer. Each presentation hopefully will take 15 minutes. So we have the first speaker is Dr. Muhammad Sirajuddin. And Dr. Muhammad Sirajuddin is a physical therapy consultant and associate professor in the Department of Physical Therapy and Health Rehabilitation here at Majma University. Dr. Muhammad has more than 20 years of experience in teaching and research. Dr. Sirajuddin is a guest speaker who presented several papers at international conferences that held in Germany, Singapore, and India. Dr. Sirajuddin is the first researcher in the Gulf region who studied the prevalence of hypermobility among children. As far as science services, Dr. Sirajuddin is an editorial board member in several journals, including our journal here at Majma University, Journal of Health Science. Our second speaker is Dr. Fahad Al-Garni, and Dr. Fahad Al-Garni is the Dean of Al-Gad University, Al-Gad International College for Applied Medical Science, and an associate professor and chairman of curriculum and study plans at King Saud University. Dr. Al-Garni holds a master's degree from Dalhousie University and a PhD degree from the University of Alberta, Canada. Dr. Al-Garni is currently a rehabilitation and physical therapy consultant and a program director of musculoskeletal therapy residency program at King Saud Medical City. And also, Dr. Al-Garni is a curriculum expert and certified external reviewer for higher education here in Saudi Arabia. As far as research interest, Dr. Al-Garni is interested in work-related injuries and disabilities. Our last speaker in this session is Dr. Asma Al-Unizi. She is an associate professor and physical therapy consultant specialized in pediatric rehabilitation here at Majma University. Dr. Al-Unizi is graduated from with a bachelor degree in physical therapy from King Saud University and completed her master's degree and as well as her doctoral degree from Loma Linda University, California, United States. Dr. Al-Unizi has published several papers in peer-reviewed journals in the field of physical therapy and healthcare profession education. We will start with our first speaker, Dr. Muhammad Sirajuddin, and his presentation will talk about emerging technologies for rehabilitation. Please welcome Dr. Muhammad. Dr. Muhammad, please go ahead and start your presentation.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Dr. Naif, for this introduction. So my topic of today's presentation is emerging technology in rehabilitation. So I will be
I think, Dr. Muhammad, you have to point it there. Yeah.
Okay. So I will be covering these content in this presentation today. First one is artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, robotics and exoskeleton, and the bionic prosthesis. So nowadays it's can say it's an artificial intelligence era. So we will see what is the artificial intelligence in a nutshell. Okay. So it is as simple as making a machine, let it be a computer or a robot, how to think like a human, how to behave like a human. So this is about artificial intelligence in the nutshell. So there are some related terminologies like machine learning and deep learning. So this is about how a robot get adopted in the exact environment like agriculture. It has to be adapted to the light settings, it has to adapt to the terrain and different measurement variants. And it should have the capacity to critically reason the solutions. And about machine learning, it's how data fed into the system using some statistical method, getting out the useful information. This is a subset of artificial intelligence. And again, as a subset of machine learning, we have got a deep learning. This is how the human brain think. Similarly, this is made to be think by the equipment, how an equipment can think like a human being using the neural networks. So in the subsequent presentations, we discuss about virtual reality, augmented reality, bionics, all these technologies, the basic is artificial intelligence. So the next one is immersive technology. We all know, we all use in the form of virtual reality and the augmented reality. So next is the visual reality. It is immersing the individual in a digital world that is not real. And we have so this is a technique of tracing the object to improve the coordination. This is one application. The second application is almost like a coordination exercise. Usually this will be like a Frankel's exercise replication. This is about the controlled movement for re-educating the muscle after the injuries. So this is about the spinal range of motion activities. And this is about the reaction time, how quick an individual react to a given stimulus. This is also a similar exercise. And this is about the even weight bearing between the left and the right lower extremity. And this is about the weight shifting, navigating a user like skiing. And this is how to balance with the help of weight distribution and weight shifting. So these are some of the interactive games that promote the actual intended activity. So this is a dual task. This is advanced technique. The person has to balance himself and at the same time he has to catch it. So this is the augmented reality. So it's the, you can see in this picture. It's a real-time video and it gives the navigation. So this technology is used in mapping. It's very useful, lively. If a person crosses, immediately it gives a signal a person is crossing, slow down. And this technology is again used in the departmental store. Imagine we enter into a store, we get all the information just in a look. Very impressive technology. And before going into the actual application of augmented reality inside the mirror. So when a person uses the left extremity, the brain assumes the person is using the affected extremity, and there are some neural plasticity changes which improve the activity in the affected extremity. We'll see. He should look into the glass. He should look into the mirror. The same technique is incorporated in the AugmentX. So this is the only application. So you can see the left extremity is folded, and when the individual move the right extremity, he will get the illusion of moving the affected extremity. You can see the right side, it is real. The left side is a mirror image. The same mirror box therapy is incorporated in the AugmentX. And the next one is the traditional gait training. You can see how many individuals are working there. It's a very laborious task. The same gait training is incorporated in by using a robot. So we can get a useful information in that. And the next one is the exoskeleton. So this is actually, this technology is used in the ergonomics to reduce the load of the workers. It tries to bring down the work-related musculoskeletal disorders. So even the heaviest task, most of the task, the load is taken by the exoskeleton. And the same technology is incorporated for the spinal cord injured patients. So by using this technique, the person can able to stand, the person can able to walk. So this is a dream comes true for the individuals who wish to walk with the disability. It's really a great technology. But we need a good amount of upper limb power to hold on the crutches. Now, the latest technology, they are incorporating the EEG waves. So the brain thinks I have to turn left and right. This exoskeleton modifies the direction. It's a very good technique for outdoor activities. The upright standing promotes a lot of physiological changes in the spinal cord injured patients. Otherwise, it is a very, very difficult task. Usually, they go and spend a lot of time in wheelchair. So the product name is Rewalk, and all the controls are from the wrist watch, which is a smartphone-based app. And the next is the upper limb prosthesis. So when it was designed for the first time, it was just an extension of the lost amputated part. And during that time, it was a dream whether a person can build an upper limb prosthesis which can move like an actual hand. The precision, the sensation, the texture, whether it is possible or not. Now that dream is true. We have the bionic prosthesis in the market, which has got even a strength of performing an arm wrestling. We will see the entire video. Even it has got a capacity to go for arm wrestling without any dislocation. It can able to do very fine movement with precision. Even a glass of water is almost full. It is very difficult to take a water with a full. The person can able to perceive the vibration with the hammering. Even with the visual feedback is blocked, a person can able to manipulate. The functional activities, even the person can able to feel the texture of the water. So this is about the latest technologies which we discussed. And the take home message, it is very simple, it is nothing new. The technology is used to incorporate the technique. We know the technique, but we should know the technology. One of the important aspects is virtual reality. There are got lot of applications about virtual reality, but augmented reality, there is only one application, Augmentex. So that takes only the mirror box therapy and incorporate in their system. So my point of view is, I wish to emphasize all these techniques were first introduced in a conference of gathering of like a scientist. Now we have artificial intelligence. The Augmentex was founded by MD qualified person. Similarly, if we technique
5 minutes left.
I'll try to complete inshallah. And we know the rehabilitation techniques. If we have the basic idea about the technology like artificial intelligence, it will be great that the transition will be very fast. So we have here the policy makers, and if it's the time for revision of the curriculum. My humble opinion is there is a high chance for us to include a component of artificial intelligence in our curriculum for the rehabilitation. So today's dream is tomorrow's reality. Maybe we do not know, in the future there may be a master of physical therapy, artificial intelligence in rehabilitation sciences. Once again, I thank the organizing committee to who gave me the opportunity to deliver few words. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sirajuddin, for this great presentation and the things that we learned about advancement in technology. Our second speaker is Dr. Fahad Al-Garni, and his talk going to be about work-related musculoskeletal disorders. Please welcome Dr. Fahad.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. It will be difficult to move, but it's okay. In this presentation, I will talk about some important issues related to the work disability and return to work after work-related musculoskeletal disorders. Here are the outlines that I'm going to cover in this presentation. Next. Yeah. Al-Weasel and Anima in their recent book regarding work disability asserted that work is central in people's lives and well-being and positively impacts the physical, mental, financial, and social health of individuals and communities. Indeed, the occupation of work encompasses more of one's lifespan than any other activity. And work also offers many advantages such as financial security, development of friendships, provision of the physical and intellectual stimulation, and life satisfaction. Several studies have reported that experiencing worklessness among workers may lead to long-term disability. Okay. Musculoskeletal disorders affect the ability of injured employees to work. Due to the positive impact of employment on well-being, such disabilities may also affect workers' health, self-respect, and financial incomes and community connections. In a previous study published in Australia, reported that 87% of all serious workers' compensation claims resulted from musculoskeletal disorders. Musculoskeletal injuries require the most expensive occupational health services, as reported by the study. Next. Work-related disorders regularly cause temporary or permanent work or even permanent work disability. Our research team did an investigation for a sample with 1,750 workers, and we found that the prevalence of musculoskeletal pain in our cohort was 77%, and the majority of this sample who were experiencing musculoskeletal pain believed that this pain was related to their work duties. Also, we found that 87% of those workers with musculoskeletal pain had sick leaves during the last 12 months in comparison to only 12% of those without musculoskeletal pain. The consequences of musculoskeletal disorders may affect body functions and structures, leading to restrictions in participations in activities, and the injured worker may ultimately lose the ability to work. Musculoskeletal disorders are considered one of the main reasons for functional loss and activity limitations, as well as long or short-term disability. Such disorders, okay, if it's working, give it to me. Such disorders have impacts on workers, and they may create challenges for the employers, healthcare system, and compensation systems. After such disorders, workers may experience obstacles when returning to work, and some workers may undergo longer periods of work disability. Next. In the next slides, we are gonna highlight some important issues related to the rehabilitation programs and the studies that are investigating in the same area. Next. First, the number or increasing numbers of workers are abandoning the workforce due to disability. Among workers aged 16 to 64 in Sweden, the proportion of employees who were granted disability pensions has increased. It has been reported that older workers are more likely to experience permanent work-related disabilities when compared to younger workers. A previous study also reported that work disability represents the most common reason for retirement before the age of 60, which is the age of retirement. Such studies indicate that employers who neglect the disability management demands of their workers may lose the most important segments of their seniors workers who had a long time of training. Next. According to the last report published by the General Organization for Social Security or Social Insurance, GUSI 2022, there was an increase in the occupational the number of beneficiaries or injured workers due to the occupational injuries by 47% when we compare it with 2021 as a partial occupational disabilities, and by 71% in the total occupational disabilities. However, the number is not too big. It's about 29,000, which raise a flag about the way how the reports of work-related injuries and disabilities were reported in our health system. Next. Also, we have another concern about the age categories of injured workers because it's not consistent with the literature, as we found that in Saudi Arabia it's between 25 and 44 for the most of our injured workers in Saudi Arabia. So this is also highlight another flag about the way of reporting of the work-related injuries and disabilities in our system. Next. Although injured workers may experience an improvement in their condition, some of them may continue to suffering the pain and move to the long-term or maybe short-term work disability. Again, please, back. After the occurrence of work-related injury or disease, there are several factors may affect the return to work process and work disability. Such factors should be considered under the umbrella of biopsychosocial model. And it's important here to highlight that the development of chronic work disability may go through 3 stages. Next. The first stage is the acute stage. No, back. Yeah, no. Yes. The first stage is the acute stage. It starts from the time of the injury up to the 4 weeks. Then the subacute start from the 4 to 12 weeks. Then the chronic exceeds the 12 weeks. Each stage of work disability has its own factors and has its own characteristics, and it needs special rehabilitation programs to be tailored on the workers in that stage. The prognostic factors for return to work or work disability may vary from one stage to another, as we just mentioned, due to the significant expenses included or involved in work disabilities. Time comprises a critical concern for the rehabilitation programs and healthcare. Next, please. Return to work. Return to work represents the target outcome for injured workers, employees, compensation system, health systems, and other stakeholders. Return to work provides a meaningful measurement of workers' function after injuries and the efficacy of our health system and rehab programs. Return to work involves actually 4 phases: work absence, work reintegration, work maintenance, and job advancement. Successful return to work programs also requires appropriate planning and effective communication between 4 sides or 4 groups: workers, employers, health systems, and insurance companies. Although several studies, back please. although several studies have investigated return to work, there is no consensus on the definition of return to work, and each stakeholder has its own definition and operationalization of the way and mechanism of return to work and work disability. Next. Several strategies may assist return to work case managers in facilitating successful return to work, including workplace evaluation, ergonomic intervention, and clinical interviews and analysis problem solving, and social environmental coordination. In developing these strategies, case managers must consider that every injured worker has unique reasons for return to work. These reasons arise from several characteristics, and based on the literature, the most common reasons for return to work involve either financial security, medical ability to work, and other factors such as the desire to just fill the day. Next. Regarding the factors influencing work disability and return to work, the experts in the work disability reported that the prevention of disability was focused on the treatment of the disorders that cause the absence of the work, and this may be attributed to the fact that healthcare providers and medical specialists may need more training to be able to evaluate and assess the functional limitations and work disability determinants. The triggering health conditions does not explain the process of work disability because there are other factors such as the psychological, social, and environmental factors. Next. And to summarize here, the golden stage to avoid the moving to the chronic work disability is the subacute stage between 4 to 6 weeks. If all rehabilitation programs, health providers, and our systems work to focus on this stage and prevent the movement of our injured workers to the chronic stage in order to avoid the cost and the disability and losing our workers. Next. 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 And next. Next. The take-home message here. The intervention should be tailored and taking care of our injured workers who are at a higher risk to develop the work or the chronic work disability, and we need to tailor our rehabilitation programs and healthcare according to the characteristics of those injured workers who are more susceptible to develop the chronic work disability. In order to achieve these objectives, clinicians and researchers should work to determine the reasons, find a triage system that can differentiate between our injured workers who are more likely to be classified as or be more susceptible to develop the chronic work disability. Thank you so much, and this is the end.
Thank you, Dr. Fahad, for this great presentation. And our last speaker in this session is Dr. Asma. And Dr. Asma will be talking about the impact of COVID-19 on the rehabilitation services. Please welcome Dr. Asma.
السلام عليكم. الصوت واضح؟ ممتاز واضح. My topic today about the impact of COVID pandemic on rehabilitation services. Here are my objectives. As you know, during COVID pandemic caused by novel virus, coronavirus, has significantly impacted several sectors, including rehabilitation services and healthcare. The rapid spread of virus led to unpredictable challenges that lead to innovation, solution, and adaptation. Rehabilitation services including physical and mental health, support provided by professional specialized in physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, and other multidisciplinary therapies. These services rely on what? Rely on equipment, tools, and aid to help patients in their recovery after the pandemic. Due to the pandemic, we face in rehabilitation services many challenges. These challenges include services delivery issues, reduced face-to-face intervention or sessions, suspensions of elective procedure, small procedure, surgeries, increase of demand for services. Due to the pandemic, there was no enough resources. We faced technical issue and challenge. There was psychological impact due to isolation and no physical contact, and also we faced long-term effect of COVID. Also, we face not only the challenge, we face opportunity. We have opportunity after COVID. This opportunity أعتقد إنه يمشي بسرعة أو إني أضغط بالغلط. Sorry. This opportunity, we produce tele-rehabilitation, remote rehabilitation. We have innovation in technology, also interdisciplinary collaboration between therapies, patient empowerment to engage in rehabilitation and treatment, patient adaptation and also healthcare provider adaptation to changes, increase awareness of the importance of rehabilitation at home or take-home exercise. Also, the opportunity we face, enhance training and education for both healthcare provider and patient. We create policy and infrastructure improvement to improve the patient care during and after the pandemic. How did COVID actually impacted rehabilitation services? Let's take example of stroke rehabilitation. This is a study done by Lucas. They face challenging, for example, visitation to rehabilitation suspended. What they face the patient could not engage in rehabilitation or home services due to aphasia. Also, patients mostly excluded from these engagement or group exercise due to communication impairment. Let's take an example in Saudi Arabia. As you can see in the figure, there is a drop in the schedule. There was a drop in the schedule appointment for session more than session per week. The percent of pediatric participants attend session more than 3 sessions per week were dropped about 32%. And for the session attending were dropped about 17% for pediatric sessions. Furthermore, a study in the eastern region of Saudi Arabia, the number of patients in rehabilitation clinic during COVID was decreased. As you can see, the most affected month was, was the May. They compare between the year 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2021. They reported that the most affected month of decrease the number of patients attending the clinic was on May 2020 because of the complete lockdown. Another example, this study investigated the impact of COVID in residency program in North and South America. Let's take the US as example. We can see that board exams license were postponed compared to other countries where the license exam change were only changed. They changed the date. Some countries, the residency duration was postponed, which means it may affect the job market later on and the effect of specialty and rehabilitation services. Shift to telerehabilitation or virtual rehabilitation. The shifting help us in remote therapy accessibility. Patient rehabilitation services were innovatively extended through virtual platform. Second, we have technology integration of digital monitoring tools and telemedicine software enable real-time patient monitoring. And the last, patient engagement challenge. Engage patients in virtual therapy and ensure their active participation and progress tracking posed new challenge for healthcare providers. Is telerehabilitation cost effective? This is one of the systematic review meta-analysis study. They investigate the cost effective of telerehabilitation. As you can see here in the scatter plot. Let's take one example, physical function joint replacement. The first item, joint replacement. As you can see in 2004, the joint replacement of the knee, the scatter plot was near to the zero. And other example, the knee in 2000, the knee in 2019 was also to the positive, and the total was in favor to the telerehabilitation. Most of studies were favoring telerehab as it showed that tele most effective in saving patient money and reducing travel time. At the same study, they use example of how telehealth is useful. We can see application interaction between therapist and patient, considering all the musculoskeletal disorder together.
5 minutes left.
This study conducted by me, a systematic review in 2021. This is the study which is focused on telerehabilitation, in pediatric population appear to be a suitable and convenient strategy to offer remote services to children who need but cannot visit in person during COVID. We don't want to forget that the impact not only affected the patient, but also affect healthcare professional, healthcare provider. The impact, it was limited physical contact, emotional distress, operational constraint. Also, the isolated emotional distress affect mental health implication for the patient and healthcare provider. They face psycho-emotional or psychological distress, burnout of the healthcare provider, innovative mental health support that the patient and healthcare provider need support. What the strategy for adapting rehabilitation services during the pandemic? There was a lot of learning and during and after the pandemic. Flexible scheduling and protocol modification, modify the protocol to suit the patient and the healthcare provider. What the future consideration we should consider, like adaptation of hybrid approaches, focus and resilience building, enhance telemedicine integration between therapies. And the last, therefore, in conclusion, the key takeaway of my presentation, we should ask ourselves how or what COVID teach us. Global intercountless, importance of public health, resilience and adaptability, healthcare inequalities, we should address this, role of science and research and rehabilitation services, digital or innovation of digital research tools and fighter. And in the last, evolving care delivery. Thank you very much, and sorry for the technical issue.
Thank you, Dr. Asma, for this great presentation. Now we have 5 to 8 minutes for questions or comments. Please, if you have questions, please tell us your name so we know who you are, and then ask your questions and point who among of our speakers you want to ask your question to. There is a mic. Please give a mic to Dr. Faisal in the front row. We need help over here, please. Or if we have other mic that we can use. Do we have another mic, please? Perfect, thank you. It's not working again, please. If you, yeah, I will repeat the questions so the other people, yeah, go ahead and ask it. Perfect. Let me repeat the question, Dr. Mohammed, before you start. So Dr. Faisal is basically asking if we are using this advanced technology rehabilitation, is this gonna be a financial burden on the patients? Meaning that is there extra cost when we treat patients with technologies?
So this is a very delicate question, but it is hard truth. When there is an investment, there should be some returns. It depends upon who is providing the service. If it is government, it will be mostly like a service oriented. If it is a private, we cannot expect any sort of discount. So very simple. When I explain about the Augmentex, I showed the technique. It is actually simple mirror box therapy, which is costing around maybe 10 riyal. Get a mirror, you can do it. But the same thing when it comes to Augmentex, it may be in maybe around 100,000 riyal or 200,000 riyal just for that gadget. We do not know. There should be clinical trials conducted to find out is there any real difference in the effect between the mirror box therapy and Augmentex therapy. Only then we will be able to find out. So, and mostly when there is equipment, cost is also involved, inshallah.
Okay, perfect. We have another question. Yeah, please go ahead.
My name is Ali Shami. Thank you everyone for this nice presentations. My question to Dr. Fahad. I know work-related musculoskeletal disorder is very common problem, and in the country it's growing. I wonder if there is any initiative to do a national study looking after the.
Yeah, can you? You are looking for about any initiative for studying?
For a national, yes, national-wide study about this topic.
Yeah, according to the best of my knowledge, all the studies that have been done were done by our colleagues who are caring about this area. And also we actually take our information from the reports that usually published by the GUZI. Otherwise, I have no idea if there is any initiative on the national level. We submitted a proposal for GUZI, but was not successful earlier, 3 years ago or 4 years ago. And yeah, actually, I would like to say that we need someone to open the door to do some studies on this area, because I doubt all the results that we have, all the statistics that were published by GUZI. The problem is not in GUZI. The problem is about the ways of translating or moving the statistics from the hospitals, from the health providers, and from the companies to the GUZI, because some companies, unfortunately, they don't declare all the right statistics and injuries that happened in the field, in the site, but we don't have evidence to say that. But when I compared our results on the reports, or actually all the reports of GUZI, don't match with the international level at all, don't match the trend of all statistics according to even for the older injured workers or the younger injured workers. Also, GUZI itself don't have accurate statistics about the type of injuries, what kind of injuries, and the time of disability. There is no a clear definition of the short-term and long-term work disability. We don't have a clear definition of return to work and the return to work process. Actually, they have only just clear cut. The return to work is not a clear cut. Actually, it's a spectrum, and yeah, unfortunately, we don't have.
Any other questions? Yes, Dr. Ali, please hand him the perfect.
Assalamu alaikum, ya'atikum al-afiyah. This is Ali from Kuwait. Thank you for Dr. Asma. Your experience from your presentation. In the future, can we shift some of the cases totally to telehealth? We rely in the future on telehealth, tele-sessions for some doable society?
So maybe I will repeat the questions. Dr. Ali is asking, can we in the future rely on telehealth compared to in-person sessions? Perfect. I think we can take one more questions. Yeah, there is a, please hand the mic to the other side here. Here, please.
الدوسري, Physical Therapy Department. My question for Dr. Sharif. Are these emerging technology applicable to internal capsular stroke?
When we discuss about the stroke, there are a variety of applications. For example, even the Locomat robotic assisted training and Augmentex will be the excellent for the upper limb rehabilitation. And virtual reality, there are a lot of applications for stroke rehabilitation. Almost all the technologies what we discussed today has got a great role in the stroke rehabilitation. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions? Yes, please. Okay. Yeah, to Dr. Sultan, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Dr. Sultan Lanid. My quick question to Dr. Fahad. Thank you so much. Are there use for future studies? Are you aware of any Arabic version related to outcome measures that we can use for if we are going to do a study in future related to musculoskeletal disorders, work related?
Thank you so much. Actually, it's a good opportunity to thank all our colleagues in the Saudi universities. They did a lot of translation, I would say, for most of our outcome measurements, SF36 and Roland and the other outcome measurements. So there are a lot, and I would recommend you just to visit one of my studies. You will find a lot of articles and Arabic outcome measurements that have been translated by my colleagues. I didn't do it, but actually I get the benefit. So I used most of them, and most of them were translated. But for the musculoskeletal, yes, you will find, because all my papers, it's about the work-related musculoskeletal injuries. And you will find even the article there and the outcome measurement. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you so much for the questions and comment and your time attending our first session. This is the end of our session, and thank you all.
شكرا دكتور نايف، شكرا لكم جميعا. الآن أدعو سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور مسلم بن محمد الدوسري وكيل الجامعة للتنمية والاستثمار، كذلك سعادة الدكتور مساعد الزهراني لتكريم رئيس الجلسة والمشاركين بها دكتور نايف الرشيدي. شكرا لك دكتور. دكتور محمد سراج الدين. شكرا دكتور محمد. دكتور فهد القرني. دكتورة أسماء العنزي. يوم أمس كان هناك ورش عمل، لذلك يسرنا أيضا تكريم رؤساء ورش العمل ومقدميها. أبدأ بسعادة الدكتور فيصل المبارك. دكتور فيصل. دكتور حسين غلام. كذلك الدكتور محمد سراج الدين. أخيراً الأستاذ محمد الحرب. شكرا سعادة الوكيل. شكرا دكتور مساعد. أيها الحضور الكريم، أدعوكم الآن إلى ورشة أو الجلسة الثانية من الجلسات العلمية في هذا المساء. أدعو سعادة رئيس الجلسة الدكتورة أسماء العنزي. سيتحدث في هذه الجلسة الدكتور فيصل الدهمشي، كذلك الدكتور ماجد الأحمد، أيضا الدكتور عقيل العنزي، رابعا الدكتور رائد العرابي. تفضلوا مشكورين. تفضل دكتورة. دكتور فيصل، دكتور ماجد، دكتور عقيل، دكتور رائد، تفضلوا لو سمحتوا. تفضلي دكتور.
Hello again. السلام عليكم جميعا. معنا الدكتور فيصل الدهمشي بيكون موجود معنا. معنا الدكتور ماجد الأحمد، دكتور عقيل العنزي، دكتور رائد العرابي. دكتور ماجد الأحمد راح يبدأ معنا topic the role of sport administration in promoting health. دكتور ماجد الأحمد Assistant Professor of Science and Philosophy of Sport Management, Head of Sport Management and Recreation Department in College of Sport Science and Physical Activity at King Saud University. He holds a doctorate degree in sport management from Victoria University, Australia. Dr. Aqil Al-Anizi, second speaker, he is Associate Professor in Health and Rehabilitation Science at Prince Sattam bin Abdulaziz University. He holds a bachelor degree in physical therapy from King Saud University. He has a master degree in rehabilitation science from University of Pittsburgh and a PhD from University of Kansas. He has been a reviewer for several journals and associate editor. Dr. Ra'id Al-Arabi, a visionary leader and expert clinical specialist in sport physical therapy with an impressive track record of over 18 years in the field. Mr. Al-Arabi core strength lie on his ability to effectively manage and execute healthcare projects with a remarkable portfolio that include more than 7 successful ventures in the healthcare sector, as well as 1 notable entertainment project. نبدأ مع دكتور ماجد الأحمد. His topic about the role of sport administration in promoting health.
السلام عليكم. First of all, thank you for Al-Majma University to invite me in this conference. And today I'm going to talk about administration of sport management, how the sport bodies in Saudi Arabia and around the world to work, help community and players in sport. Most of the people thinking about sport is competition. However, we need to change this thinking for a lot of people. Sport and physical activity for health. I will start with my study 2009 until 2015. I find figures, it's scare figures for low sport physical activity participation among children aged 16 to 18 in Riyadh city. Also, there is a lot of study and several studies around the world find this like this figure. Particularly their poor country, they find also, we find also figures for high level of motivation. In my study, 2009 until 2016, PhD, we find it's titled about constraint and motivation of physical activity and sport in Saudi Arabia, particularly in Riyadh city with high school student. That time there is no, we cannot measure activity level for female. The study just focused about male. But today we can, with the changing in Saudi Arabia, with our vision 2030, to change for all people can participation, children, male and female, and adult and adults. World Health Organization, they said we can improve our health and mental through physical activity and sport. Let's talk about sport, just not for practice, for healthy, also we can about building our community for socially. Today, most of the practice sport, they focus about connected people together to make something good for their life and for their thinking in the future.
Dr. Ahmed, sorry to disturb you, but I want to announce there will be a coffee break background if anyone wants to have a snack or coffee. Thank you.
Also, our country, Saudi Arabia, give attention, big attention for the last 5 years with our vision 2030 for this sector, sport, with other sector, entertainment or tourism. In a sport body, we can today change the bad vision about Saudi sport and about Saudi community for another's practice in bad things. In our vision, give big attention for the sport body. Let me talk about some statistics. The main things in this vision about sport to increase the participation from 9% to 40% during this 10 years. But we surprised within 5 years or less than 5 years, we reach 23. This gives us to thinking about when this percentage come within this short years. We back for the body work with the communities people to increase the participation. Awareness is important. Sport ministry, education ministry, and sport all federation and all sports federation work together. Be also with the private sector. Our country gives also the private sector chance to work to build sport during the community. Prince Abdulaziz, Minister of Sport, he mentioned that we're gonna to work hard to reach more than 40%. When find these figures, it's try to increase fastly. Sport also. Today I'm going to talk about the manager, not we talking about the coach or the player. Manager has to work thinking about how to improve the community during the sport. We have two things, reduce or help. Reduce the risk of the disease, many disease, or help to people to not reach the risk disease. All help people to make more socially with other people. These 3 bodies or 4 bodies, I will give some programs. The sport ministry focused to increase the federation to help the community to awareness about sport. 2016, we have 40 federation sport. In 17, we increased it to 60. Today, we reach 100 federation and commit for different sport. There is a lot of sport. Some people first time hear about it. This sport help also the resident and non-Saudi Arabia, people live in Saudi Arabia to practice. For example, cricket. For example, baseball. For example, racing car. There is a lot of people try to practice, but they can't find. What the problem? Before 2016, the problem with non-facilities, non-place to practice. With our vision, in Saudi Arabia vision, they built, give us space, they play together or work together, the government sector with the private sector to build the sport facilities and give license for establish some gym for females, for kids, for adults. Many studies find relationship between the childhood and adulthood and adulthood. When you practice from the young you're gonna to reach more health when you grow up until adulthood. Administrator or manager should be thinking about more things to help the community and the sport. During the programs design, programs implementation, involve the community, work with the young people. Today, the sport ministry work with the young people during the schools, run some programs, not just for find talent and players to play competition, also to awareness and improve their culture about this sport. Manager should be thinking about design programs. When you design the programs, should be study this community or people, how this program should be fit for them. Because some programs, when you run it, with not fit with the people in this community, they not accept it and not they participated. Also, last 5 years, we find implementation for any programs. Before 2016, there's a lot of programs in the paper, in the disk, but not run inside the community. Also, today, all the sport body try to involve the community. After the COVID-19, we find a lot of people work with the biking, with the hiking. They try to find something to build small community and run some sport. Our also sport body governments support these people to find some programs. During COVID-19, we have some programs, but because or due to the COVID-19, this program will gonna to die. When you work in the office, the manager thinking about another way, how this program is not to stop. We use some more technology, we run some application and keep some practice for the people during short time in their community or at home. Also the clubs, they try to find another way to keep their player practice sport during the COVID-19. Thank you for it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, on time. Second, with Dr. Aqil Al-Anizi for his topic, for risk and prevention.
Assalamu alaikum. Our topic today is about fall risk assessment and prevention. Our main focus will be on Saudi population specifically. I'm going to start with Professor Isaacs. He said a really nice phrase. He said, a child takes 1 year to acquire a movement and then 10 years to acquire independent mobility. However, he can lose both of them in a single day. And this gives us the importance of the risk of fall prevention and assessment. Here are the outlines for today's topic. Falls can be defined as an intentional event that results in the person coming rest on the ground or another lower level. This definition is captured from the WHO. In the United States, as statistics, approximately 1/3 of all the adults got a fall, and half of those participants got a recurrent falls. For example, fall more than once. Fall can happen to any cases, for example, osteoarthritis, diabetes, chronic, multiple long-term chronic conditions. So it's a new area of research to focus on those chronic diseases and how they are related to risk of fall. Internationally, we gathered some data different statistics related to the risk of fall across countries. For example, in the United States, the prevalence of fall was estimated to be 30%, and in Japan was the lowest by 13%, in China as 26%, and it was the highest in India by more than 50% as prevalence of fall, and globally it was estimated to be 26%. However, what about Saudi Arabia? What about the Middle East? So there was very limited research in this area, inconsistent findings. For example, a study has reported the prevalence of fall of 34%. On the other hand, another study reported the highest prevalence of 57%. So there was a critical need to pool these data in a single study, and we conducted a systematic review and meta-analysis that was focused on the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, including Saudi Arabia. And this study examined the prevalence, the pooled prevalence of fall in this population. However, only 3 countries were included because we didn't find any report from Kuwait, from Bahrain, from Oman and Yemen. We included approximately only 6 studies that were fit to our criteria, and the pooled prevalence rate was extremely high of 46.9%. Here's the table for some of the statistics, and we can see here the sample size was different. One study included only 120 participants, and another study included more than 1,000 participants. And the mean age was also different. Some study did not report the age for the included participants. And the main outcome measure here is also different, which means some studies defined fall as having a fall, experience a fall in the past 12 months, while others relied on the balance measures, and they defined them as increased risk of fall. And the fall incidence or prevalence in these studies were different, as we said at the beginning, ranged from 34% to 57%. As we can see here, there is high prevalence of fall based on this meta-analysis and systematic review. Females showed higher prevalence of fall by 60% compared to male by 42%. This prevalence of fall was higher than previous existing literature in other countries. Why fall is important? It is really important for main things, which is the prevention and interventional approaches. And then we conducted some studies to dig in deep to this area of research. We focused on the population characteristics. For example, the previous literature only included older adults. However, there is a mid-age range, which is the middle older adults, 50 or 40 years and older, were not included, and including some of the chronic diseases that were associated with the risk of fall that have been not reported in the previous literature. And then we focused on examining the balance and mobility measures that were famous or common for predictor of falls in the Western countries, and we wanted to examine these predictability, and we focused on the medications and number of medications usage in a single day, and we built up for future research and future directions. We're going to start with the population characteristics. We did this study, and it was published 2 months ago. It looked at the prevalence of fall and risk factors in Riyadh area in the middle-aged community. This study included had 4 aims. We examined the prevalence of fall in general, and we examined the risk factors associated with falls, for example, fallers and non-fallers. And then we examined the association between risk factors and the number of falls. And finally, we conducted cutoff scores calculation for some of the risk factors. This study included approximately 276 participants. They were Saudi citizens, and they have the ability to read and write in Arabic because some of the questionnaires were translated and validated into Arabic. And fall history was defined as having a fall in the past 12 months. We included some of the risk factors, for example, demographics, self-reported chronic diseases, and depressive symptoms and pain severity, specifically for back pain. Here we identify the prevalence of fall as the lowest compared to the previous literature. We found the prevalence of approximately 10.4% prevalence in this population. It could be related to including adults 40 years and older that could be younger than the previous literature. Also, we identify some of the key risk factors for falls, for example, arthritis, back pain, depressive symptoms, using big depression inventory, and these were significantly associated with increased risk of fall. We did the logistic regression analysis. We identified 3 key risk factors, the arthritis, back pain, and big depression inventory as independent risk factors for falls. And for the other aim, which is the number of falls, not fallers, non-fallers, we wanted to examine the associated risk factors that were associated with number of falls. We identified the incidence rate ratio for the body mass index as a significant one, and arthritis, back pain, neurological diseases, and big depression inventory. Here we identified the optimal cutoff scores for the back pain severity and for the big depression inventory for the depressive symptoms. For back pain severity, it was approximately 2 scores or more were significantly associated with the risk of fall with good sensitivity and specificity. And here we identified 12 scores or more using big depression inventory were the most a good cutoff score for predicting falls in this population. We have learned a lot of lessons from this study. For example, we should screen for chronic diseases. We should screen for multiple long-term conditions and screen for depressive symptoms and refer if it's necessary, and screen for pain, and specifically in this study for back pain severity. Unfortunately, we tried to do for the arthritis, but we have a lot of missing data that was eliminated from the analysis. We will go back to the other area of research. Then we shift the focus from the general self-reported measures into physical performance measures. For example, the balance and mobility measures. And here this study was conducted by our outstanding master's student group at Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz University. It was a really nice study because we mainly focused on the balance and mobility measures that were associated with increased risk of fall in Western countries and in other countries. The prevalence of fall was approximately 12%, which was higher than our previous study. It could be related to the inclusion of the age of 50 years and older. And here we identified a new area of research, which is the number of chronic conditions or the multiple long-term conditions. But due to limited time, we cannot go over it today. Among those balance and mobility measures, we only found the 5 times sit to stand as a significant predictor of falls in this population. The odds ratio was 1.17. However, the time up and go, 10-meter walk test, functional reach test, and 6-minute walk test were not significantly associated with fall. On the other hand, all these measures were significantly associated with fear of falling, which was measured by Fall Efficacy Scale International that was translated and validated into Arabic language. When we found the 5 times sit to stand, we wanted to see what's the best cutoff score that could predict falls. And we identified this, the score of 13 seconds or more was significantly associated with increased risk of fall in this population. As we can see here, some of the very common mobility and balance measures were not significantly associated. It could need another validation study using different statistics or different population. We identified some other balance measures that have been translated and validated into Arabic. For example, the Berg Balance Scale, Dynamic Gait Index, and some scales that have not been translated into Arabic, such as Minibus test. Then we conducted another study to cross-culturally adapt and validate the Minibus test to be a useful tool for screening for risk of fall. From the same data set, we conducted another study that was related to the medications. Why medications? Because we conducted some studies in the United States and we identified some sort of medications were significantly associated with increased risk of fall and increased risk of recurrent falls. However, we don't have data on Saudi Arabia and we wanted to see if there's a relationship or not. Then I conducted a study that looked at the number of medications and polypharmacy with risk of fall in Saudi population. As we can see here, there was a significant association between polypharmacy and number of medications with increased risk of fall. However, the linear regression showed there is no association between the polypharmacy and number of medication with increased fear of falling. It was not significant in the final model, and it could be related to some psychosocial parts or some psychological inferences. The polypharmacy here in this study was related to the defined cutoff, which is the 4 medications or more within a single day. However, the 4 medications or more or 5 medications, the cutoff or rule of thumb, then we wanted to see what is the best cutoff number of medications that could be used as a predictor of fall, and we identified 2 medications or more as a significant predictor and as the best cutoff score. Also, we have other area of research based on these previous studies. For example, the multiple long-term conditions and risk of falls. There was a strong relationship between those conditions. Multiple long-term conditions has several definitions, but the standard and rule of thumb is having 2 chronic diseases or more at the same time. Also, we did the cross-cultural adaptation for some scales, for physical activity and for balance scales. And we looked at the disability and its relationship with increased risk of fall and fear of falling in this population. Now we will shift the gear into fall prevention strategies. Unfortunately, there is no study talked about the fall prevention programs in Saudi Arabia. So we rely on the general guidelines and international guidelines. Here, they found 2 options or 2 intervention approaches. One is the comprehensive multifactorial fall risk assessment and personalized multi-domain interventional approaches. Here, as we can see, any risk of fall can start with the assessment and start with a simple question. Have you experienced a fall in the past 12 months? If yes, then the patient will be at risk. Then it should be assessed for the general health, for the mental health, balance, mobility, and muscle strength. And then the interventional approach will be designed based on the weaknesses in one or some of the areas that will be identified. The previous guidelines identified 2 approaches. Exercise, for example, using the mobility exercise, sit to stand, stairs climbing, and stepping for 3 sessions per week for at least 12 weeks or more to be the most common comprehensive approach for improving, decreasing the risk of fall. And also another area of research found some of the studies with using the Tai Chi exercise as a good practice to prevent or to decrease risk of fall. The multi-domain interventions are many. For example, the focus on the balance and strength exercise, medication review to decrease or to de-prescribing for unnecessary medications. Also, we are working on this area to identify the types of medications that are associated with increased risk of fall in different data sets. The management of orthostatic hypotension and chronic diseases, for example, the cardiovascular disease, management of acute and chronic diseases, and optimizing vision and hearing because those were established as risk factors for falls, addressing the problems with appropriate footwears, and managing, optimizing nutrition, continence management, education about fall and fear of falling. Also, the component intervention, balanced challenging exercise, it includes sit to stand and stepping, as we said, 3 times a week for at least 12 weeks to have a good results for preventing falls. And there is a newly used approach, which is the reactive balance training. It has promising results. It can be used for participants experience repeatedly balance perturbation to execute balance reactions to avoid a fall. This is the take-home for the assessment part. We should screen for chronic diseases. We should screen for back pain severity, depressive symptom severity with a 12 score or more, number of medications, and the 5 times sit to stand. Conclusions and recommendations. We really need interdisciplinary work with the polypharmacy, vision disorders, mental health. We need interdisciplinary approach and collaboration with other teams and with other specialties. Clinician researcher relationship. We faced a lot of obstacles with the recruitment and with patients with interventional studies. So it's very helpful for interventional studies in the future for fall prevention. Recruitment obstacles and solutions. We faced a lot of issues here. We recruited 200 participants in the past, and then we did a follow-up after 1 year or 12 months exactly, but we ended up with only 78 participants. So more than 50% lost to follow-up. So this is a really issue, but the good thing is that this is gonna be the first study, the first longitudinal study in Saudi Arabia. I would finally acknowledge my team, Dr. Badr Al-Qahtani, Dr. Ahmed Al-Huwaimil, Dr. Noor Al-Huwaimil, and Dr. Mohammed Al-Shiri for their endless support for these studies and other studies, ongoing studies. Without them, we could not conduct all of these studies and publish all of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Agil, for the valuable information, and be on time. Now with Dr. Ra'ad Al-Urabi, his topic about the investment in sports field.
السلام عليكم، صباح الخير. أول شيء برد مرة عندكم، فأتوقع الكلام في الاستثمار بيدفيكم شوي، فلوس الدفي على قولتهم. الشيء الثاني لازم نتفق أن كلامي بعض الأحيان يجيب النوم، نبرة الصوت تجيب نوم. بقول لكم نكتة عليها. في مستشفى سابق اكتشفت أن في واحد من زملائي يجي في البريك يجلس معاي وأسولف وينام. بعد فترة عرفت أنه يجي عشان يدخل في النوم على طول. So let's start. Yes. In the next 20 minutes, I will speak about investment in sport, from its global overview to specific investment opportunities, with focus and highlight some area. And throughout my talk, I will discuss some challenges and risk in investment. So let's begin with the overview, the global sport industry. Okay. So the sport industry has witnessed remarkable growth and transformation in recent years. وهذا واضح للجميع, it's very clear, become a global phenomenon, and that يعني cross the border and the cultures. For professional league to grassroots initiatives, sport have captured the hearts and mind of people around the world. So أحب لغة الأرقام كثير. So in 22, the industry revenue amounted to nearly $487 billion, and was expected to grow at annual growth rate of 5.2% between 2022 and 2023. By 2027, the global sport market was expected to be worth over $623 billion. This is very massive. Very massive industry include, for sure, people, activities, organizations that are involved with producing, facilitating, or organizing sport activities. So you can see here from 2022 to 2027, it's very clear, significant projection. نرجع للأساس. في الانفستمنت there is Vision 2030 led by the visionary leader Lamir Mohammed bin Salman, and sometimes I'm wondering how I get these chances. So now it's very easy. You just back to the Vision 2030 manual. Once you search, you see the path. So the Vision 2030 based on the 3 pillars, main pillars: مجتمع حيوي, اقتصاد مزدهر, وطن طموح. A vibrant society, a thriving economy, ambitious nation. Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Vision 2030 is a visionary roadmap that aims to transform Saudi Arabia into a thriving economy. He has placed a strong emphasis on developing the sport industry as a part of his vision, with investment in infrastructure, hosting major international events, and nurturing local talent. We'll talk about these sport field investment opportunities. So Saudi government has allocated 1.8 billion worth of investment within the sport industry in the next 5 years. So we will shift our focus also in the sport in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has become a prominent player in the global sports industry, driven by vision to promote sport and physical activities within the country. So the Saudi government has recognized the transformative power of sports and is invested heavily in infrastructure development, hosting major international sport events and supporting homegrown talent. So دائما أقول awarenesses without infrastructure, wasting time and money. So I will highlight some area it could be or may help you to see the chances. Sport media and broadcasting investment opportunities. One of the significant investment opportunities in the sport industry and sport media and broadcasting. The beginning of digital platforms and streaming services has revolutionized the sport media and broadcasting landscape. The demand of sport content is at an all-time high, presenting worthwhile investment opportunities in media rights, production studios, and digital platforms. So let us link this with the e-sport market size was valued at 1.45 billion in 2022, and it will be projected to grow from 1.72 billion in 2023 to 6.75 billion by 2030. And that will expected to be like around 21.5% during 23 to 2030. Another area, sports technology investment opportunities, from wearable devices and analytics platforms to virtual reality and e-sport. Investing in sport technology can be significant returns. So I will also mention some numbers.
the global wearable technology market size was worth around 55.5 billion in 2022 and is predicted to grow to around 142.4 billion by 2023. That will be like around the growth rate 12.5 between 2023 to 2030. Sport infrastructure investment opportunities. For sure, building a state-of-the-art sport infrastructure is crucial for nurturing talent, hosting major sport events, promoting a culture, physical activities, investing in sport infrastructure projects like stadium, training facility, sport academy, not only generate economic opportunities, but also contribute to the overall development of the nation sport ecosystem. By creating a sustainable and inclusive infrastructure project, we can create lasting legacies that benefit athlete communities and the environment. And that's what we see now in Saudi Arabia with the Giga project. Another area, sport apparel and equipment investment. This is one also a good chance for investment. The sport apparel and equipment industry is a thriving market driven by the demand for high performance gear and athleisure fashion. Investing in sport apparel equipment companies allow you to tap into the promising market. So we'll see some numbers. The global sport apparel market size was valued at 267.2 billion in 2021 and is expected to expand at 5.79% growth rate during the forecast period, reaching more than 370 billion by 2027. Sport medicine investment opportunities. Sport medicine plays for sure a vital role in optimizing athlete performance, preventing and managing injuries, and promoting to overall well-being athletes. Investing for sure in sport medicine clinic, research center, and specialized health care providers have a transformative impact on the sport industry, from regenerative medicine and innovation treatment modalities to advanced diagnostic imaging and rehabilitation technologies. So we'll see this market, sport medicine market size is projected to be worth 1,157 million in 2023. The market is likely to reach 2,062.7 million by 2033. So expected to surge growth rate 6.5% from during the period 2023 to 2033. Medical equipment and technology. The global medical devices market size was valued at 500 billion in 2022, projected to grow from 536 billion in 2023 to 799 billion by 23, around 5.9% as a growth rate. Regenerative medicine holds tremendous promise in the field of sport medicine, stem cell therapy, tissue engineering, and other regenerative approaches offer innovative solutions for tissue repair, regeneration, and injury recovery. The global regenerative medicine market in terms of revenue was estimated to be worth 16 billion in 2023 and to reach 49 billion by 2028, growing at a growth rate of 25% from 2023 to 2028. It's very massive. Sport performance enhancement is another area where investment opportunities. Enhancing sport performance go hand in hand with the sport medicine. From optimizing training programs and nutrition to exploring cutting-edge performance enhancing technologies, investing in sport performance enhancement can unlock athlete full potential. While the sport industry offers numerous, for sure, investment opportunities, it's important to be aware of the risk and challenges involved. Market instability, regularity consideration, and ethical dilemmas can be potential obstacles. So in conclusion, the global sport industry presents a wide range investment opportunity ranging from sport media broadcasting to sport technology infrastructure, apparel, equipment, and sport medicine. By investing in these sectors, we can contribute to the growth and development of sport industry, promote athlete well-being, foster innovation, and leave lasting impact on communities worldwide. So I want to thank you for your attention. شكرا للاستماع.
Thank you, Dr. Rad Al-Arabi, for the investment talk, but unfortunately I am good at spending money instead of invest. Any question, please? We have hand there. Where's the mic, please?
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
معكم دكتور رحاب الجهني من قسم علاج طبيعي في جامعة المجمعة. أول شيء بقول شكرا لكم كلكم اليوم، ما شاء الله تبارك الله البرزنتيشنات كانت حماس، وشكرا لكم أثرتونا بمعرفتكم، وشكرا لقبول دعوتنا. أول سؤال لي عن لدكتور ماجد الأحمد. You mentioned an increase from in sports practitioners from 13% to 23%, I guess. And I want to see what was the demographics for the sport practitioners. What was the female percentage of that sport practitioners? And then I have another question for Dr. Aqil Al-Anizi.
Can we take the question one by one, please, Dr. Rihab?
So just like what was the women percentage and the sport practitioners increase from 13% to 23%? For Dr. Majd Al-Ahmed.
This percentage I mentioned increase for the whole Saudi Arabia participation already indicated in Prince Abdulaziz mentioned after statistic with
Sorry, can you speak louder a little bit?
Yeah, this is statistic I mentioned to increase participation. Already mentioned one goals from our Saudi Vision 2023 to reach 40%. But within in 2020, Prince Abdulaziz in Sport Ministry, after collected with all sport federations and schools, they involved programs, they find the result increase from 9 to 23. This is good result. This statistic is already available on the website with the ministry. But not exactly how many female and female. They mention it at a total.
Oh, so there is no like specific demographics for that study population?
Yeah, there is nothing specific. Some statistic they not mention it in the website, but we can find if the researcher they need some more accurate female or not female age, they can find. But in the website they mention the percentage for the total.
Of course, thank you so much for your answer, and I agree. The studies on female practitioner, like in sport, it's just like understudied in Saudi Arabia, and we need to have more studies in that section. My question for Dr. Aqil Al-Anizi. First, I want to say thank you for bringing up translating and validating outcome measures, such as mini-best test. We need that. We need to translate like walking speed tests, walking endurance tests, and I wonder if we have like any resources in our websites for translated, validated outcome measures in Arabic.
Thank you for your question. I think Prince Noura University, they have a database for Arabic translated versions. I think it's up to date. They may be updated regularly within a month or every 2 months or so.
Nice.
So you will find a lot of resources there.
Okay, thank you so much. So I was so surprised that the gait speed is not an indicator for falls, especially that like I'm coming from like neurological background and stroke patients. Like if someone walks slower than 1 meter per second, that's an indicator for risk of fall. So based on your experience, I just want to discuss this with you. Why is it 5 times sit to stand an accurate indicator to risk of fall compared to gait speed?
There is no accurate or inaccurate, because this is the data and this is the research and these are the results. But I think the mean gait speed in this population was approximately 1 or 1.1, which is below the standard 1.2. So they are slower walkers in another term. So there's no sensitivity in detecting risk of fall in this population. On the other hand, the 5 times sit to stand may rely on the mobility, muscle strength altogether, and speed from raising and going down to sit for 5 times. This could be related to these things. We do have data for grip strength in this population, but we haven't did the analysis. We are planning to conduct another study to see the strength itself and its relationship with those measures, and subsequently with the risk of fall.
Thank you, Dr. Rahab, and welcome to join us. And thank you, Dr. Aqil, for the information that we can find validated Arabic questionnaire in Prince Noura website. Can I take Dr. Miraj first, because he asked? Okay, Dr. Abdul Fattah. I think we have only 1 mic. You can go. Yes.
Thank you all for the great presentations. My question is to the money person, Dr. Raed. What is the return on investment? I mean, the average yearly, and what is the average period for capital recovery if I want to invest in sports?
طيب واضح الصوت؟ سبورت اندستري يعني خلينا اقولها كذا بالسهوله هذه. Anything around sport, there is a good chance to take a risk. It's different. It's different between its range from 5% to very high, like 25%, like in sport medicine and in medicine. So when you see it as a healthcare, the percentage we speak about 25%. How will when will the project recover and you reach the break even? And this is different story. It's not the case. It's depend on the feasibility study, depend on the what is the service and product you will invest in. But for sure, it's a promising industry. And as I talked before, you just get the manual of Vision 2030 and you see the transformation in the sport, and you see how they invest a huge investment and inject in the sport industry.
But is there any like average period for capital recovery? Like in real estate, it's almost 10 years.
Be specific. Which area in sport?
I'm talking in general. I mean, you mentioned like several.
Yes.
Is there like roughly number of years?
See, for me, when I speak to the shareholders, usually we speak around 2 years, 3 years to be in good track. So it's different. It's different from business to business. But for sure, investing in sport, it's a promising, and you can see how the government invest in the infrastructures. So anything around the sport, there is a chance. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abdel Fattah, for your question. Now with Dr. Miraj, can anyone please take the mic to Dr. Miraj?
Assalamu alaikum. I have a question for each one of the speakers. So I'll start with Dr. Majid. Dr. Majid, as you rightly said, yes, sports is very much important for enhancing health. And we have been witnessing that childhood obesity is increasing in Saudi Arabia. Almost like the prevalence is 12.6% among 2 to 6 years old children. And almost in boys, it's almost like 10.6% as compared to girls, 8.3%. Can you tell us about any of the initiative taken by the government in schools, particularly where Ministry of Education along with the Ministry of Health has combined together to improve, to enhance sports among children? And will that be also a good opportunity for our physiotherapy students to engage in such programs as a part of employment?
Thank you for the question. 2017, Education Ministry established School Sport Federation. This gives a chance for the ministry to organize the sport between all schools in the King Saudi Arabia. Also, can this body, the Sport School Federation, work with another ministry? First of all, with the Health Ministry, also with the Federation other sport, because there is no link between school and sport federations. When they established 2017 School Sport Federation, this body now holds everything between student and other sectors. This federation makes something change, increase the number for participation. Today, 2 weeks ago, I was with the Gulf Saudi clubs, and they have programs with the schools to teach and promote the golf as a sport in Riyadh. Also another federations, a new one, they try to find chance to promote sport during the school. They run the there is a lot of sports running inside the school, or they bring the student in some sport facilities outside the school.
Thank you, sir. My second question is for Dr. Akil. Patient fall is indeed a very important parameter, and it is one of the important part of the international patient safety goals. Can you just emphasize upon certain studies in Saudi Arabia where there is a comparison between the government and the private hospitals in order to see the prevalence of falls because in United States, because it has a huge disease burden in terms of expenditure, as well as on the morbidity as well as mortality. So is there any studies present in Saudi Arabia where we are able to see the prevalence among the government hospitals versus the private hospitals?
Thank you for your question. Unfortunately, to my knowledge, there's no study looked at the risk of fall specific to the hospitals, regardless of governmental or private hospitals. Our data and all the data, the presentation was related to the community. We collected the data from the community, not mainly from the hospitals. So we faced some challenges with the hospitals. They don't give us the data. They are talking about the privacy, something like that. We don't want to be in the good side or in the bad side if we have high risk of fall. So we faced a lot of challenges with the hospitals. In the past 3 or 4 years, we couldn't obtain any data set from a hospital or governmental or private hospitals. So we went to the community, and then we can translate this into the hospital-based.
Thank you, Dr. Miraj. We will postpone the question.
One more, just for the last one.
Okay. The last question, please.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Faizan. I'm from Department of Physical Therapy. My question is to Dr. Akil. I would like to commend all the authors related to the fall preventions which you have conducted. But one aspect of fall prevention which has been recently published in different journals in PLOS ONE and in clinical rehabilitation, that hip extensors and hip abductors are the two main important muscles which can predict falls. And if we rehabilitate them, we could, get a good improvement. You said about sit to stand in your presentation, which would rather it is concentrating on hip extensor rather than abductors. Do you suggest any other exercises which can be recommended to the patient population, specifically to the geriatric population, so that we can have better results? Because all the exercises which I have seen in your presentations are mostly related to hip extensors rather than hip abductors.
Thank you for your question. Actually, there are a lot of guidelines related to the fall prevention programs. As you said, hip muscles can be key factors for risk of fall. Also the knees, ankles. So any exercise that can improve the strength and improve balance, we should use it. Not be focused only on one main part, because some patients have unilateral OA or bilateral OA. So the treatment approach will be different, especially for older adults. You will not find an older adult healthy without any chronic conditions. And so we can individualize the treatment approach and focus mainly on what we have for this patient or this participant.
Thank you for the question. We will postpone the question after Dr. Faisal Al-Dahmashi presentation. I will introduce Dr. Faisal. He is the Assistant Deputy Minister for Hospital Services at the Ministry of Health with more than 18 years of experience in the health sector. Dr. Al-Dahmashi, he is responsible for the overseeing of hospital affairs, specialized center, mental and social health, home health care, medical rehabilitation, and long-term care. Prior to this position, he was the Director General of the Center of Excellence and Visiting Doctor Program at the Ministry of Health. His topic today about the medical rehab, reality and the future. تفضل دكتور.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية أعتذر للبانل على التأخر في ستيبنج إن، فأعتذر جدا لعارض خارج عن الاستطاعة، فشكرا لتحملكم وشكرا لقبولكم أني أنضم لكم متأخر. شكرا جامعة المجمعة، شكرا أبطال جامعة المجمعة، ما تقدمونه من أعمال وتطورات في خدمات التأهيل الطبي نرفع له القبعة احتراما. فخطاكم في تطوير خدمات التأهيل الطبي الجميع يشهد لها، وما هذا الملتقى إلا مثال حي للتطور والتقدم اللي نلحظه في جامعة المجمعة، ممثلة في رئيس الجامعة والوكلاء الكرام وأعضاء هيئة التدريس وأبطال الجامعة. وأخص بالشكر أخي وزميلي الدكتور مساعد الزهراني على الدعوة الكريمة وعلى تنظيم هذا الملتقى وفريقه. شكرا لكم ولحضوركم. I'll flip between Arabic and English, excuse me, because today I'm not the expert. I'm not going to talk about the rehabilitation profession itself. I'll talk about what happened to our vision, where we are now, where we are heading to. So apologies if I flip between Arabic and English, but I'll be available today until 6 p.m. here. If you have any question for my profession as a biomechanist with Dr. Rick Jones, I'm available to answer your questions. But today, I'm not going to be super professionals. I will talk not in a lay language, but I'll try to express my feeling with a passion. So sometimes I flip directly to Arabic, so please try to juggle between the languages with me. First of all, I will talk about our vision, 2030, high level tips about our vision. I will go deeply for healthcare sector, and I'll go deeper for rehabilitation, and then we will go for forecasting, what we expect from rehabilitators, and then my personal take-home messages. April 16th. هذا اليوم اللي أطلقت فيه رؤيتنا، رؤية الوطن. كان معنا 14 سنة لتحقيق مستهدفات. We start reaching to some of them. So our vision rely on 3 main pillars. مجتمع حيوي، اقتصاد مزهر، ووطن طموح. Ambitious nation, healthy a thriving economy and vibrant society. After launching our vision in April 2016, there are hundreds of initiatives and hundreds of KPIs actually compiled into 3 main pillars. In the medical services, or let's say in healthcare services, we have 4 main strategic objectives. Strategic objective number 1, easing the access to the healthcare. Strategic objective number 2, making sure the value of the care that we deliver into the maximum. Strategic objective number 4, health promotion and preventing the diseases. One strategic objective number 4, road traffic safety. لو تلاحظون عندي الباي اللي موجودة الآن أمامنا توضح بالضبط ما هي المؤشرات الاستراتيجية اللي يجب أن يركز عليها النظام الصحي. فيحتاج نتأكد من الوصول للخدمة بالشكل الصحيح، يحتاج نتأكد أن الخدمة تقدم بأعلى مستويات الجودة، ويحتاج أن نتأكد ونعزز الصحة والصحة العامة وتقليل الأمراض، وأيضاً تقليل الإصابات الناتجة عن الحوادث المرورية. Those are the transformational initiatives. I'm pretty sure all of the ones here today used such programs. 937. Are you aware of 937? Call center and the Ministry of Health. Please raise your hand if you are aware of. Almost 70%. Okay, I was expecting 100%, frankly, because this is the main call center for the Ministry of Health. And every single second, we receive thousands of calls, receiving calls from patients, complaining or advising or controlling our direction. So 937 it was like يعني أضرب مثال واضح جدا على 2015. إذا كنت بتحصل على موعد كيف تحصل عليه؟ كنت مضطر أنك تروح لمنشأة صحية ليس لمقابلة الطبيب بل للحصول على موعد. برنت بيكون معك موعد وبتروح لبيتك عشان تحصل على الخدمة وقت آخر.
الآن a matter of application, just log in, make sure that you select your doctor and directly go to your appointment. Do you think برنامج موعد and 937 by chance هي بالصدفة كانت موجودة؟ هل هي برامج بالصدف؟ No. It was planned. هذا أثر واضح وحي مباشر لرؤية الوطن. كيف نحسن الخدمات الصحية وإحنا ما نقدر نسمع للمريض. ف 2015 ما كان عندنا آلية لاستماع لصوت المواطن. ما كان عندنا آلية لحجز الموعد and easing his access to the healthcare institutes. برنامج المستري شوبر هو أيضا من البرامج اللي يمكن الزملاء في الجامعات لسه ما لمسوها، ولكن حنا في وزارة الصحة والمرافق الصحية نلمسها بشكل يومي. مستري شوبر كاميرا مان يدخل المنشأة يصور ويمثل دور المريض بشكل كامل، ويجي تقرير لأعلى المستويات الإدارية في الوزارة عن الخدمة المقدمة في هذا المرفق. كاميرا مان صورة لا تكذب الصورة، فإذا كانت تصلك الأرقام بطريقة خاطئة الصورة لا تكذب. فبرنامج الزائر السري يقوم بزيارة كل مرفق من مرافق وزارة الصحة 8 مرات في السنة، ويعطي تقرير مصور عن كل الأمور التي يجب أن تطورها. هذا أحد البرامج التحولية اللي اليوم نلمسها. المركز السعودي للإحالات والمواعيد، وهذا مركز وطني الآن أصبح يحول المرضى من خلال تطبيق، والمريض إذا لم يحصل على الخدمة في موقعه يتم تحويله لأقرب موقع تقدم فيه الخدمات التخصصية. NHCC مراكز القيادة والتحكم لدينا في المنظومة الصحية وليست فقط في وزارة الصحة. ومثال كوفيد يمكن أكبر مثال على أهمية وجود هالمراكز للمراقبة والفوركاستنج والرياكشن الفوري. برنامج أنات، برنامج أو مستشفى صحة الافتراضي، وغيرها من المشاريع اللي كلها تعتبر كانت أفكار في 2016، اليوم نعتبرها حقيقة ونسعى لتطويرها للوصول إلى أعلى من هذه المستويات. New model of care. Before actually our model of care إنه معتمد على منشآت صحية، تروح للمنشأة تأخذ خدمتك وتطلع، فالمستشفى لا يتحدث بشكل مباشر مع المستشفى الآخر، والمستشفى لا يتحدث بشكل مباشر مع مركز الرعاية الصحية الأولية. فأصبح نموذج الرعاية الصحية المعتمد في رؤية الوطن قائم على 6 أنظمة رئيسية تعتمد على الزمن والحاجة للخدمة ولا تعتمد على التخصص. نظام الرعاية العاجلة، ونظام الرعاية الكرونيك، ونظام الباليتيف كير، وكما يطلق عليه الرعاية التلطيفية، ورعاية الأم والطفل، وأيضا الرعاية الإلكتيف أو البلاند. فهذه أنظمة رئيسية جميع التخصصات تمر فيها. جميع التخصصات نحتاجها في الأكيوت كير والإيرجنت كير، نحتاجها في الكرونيك، نحتاجها في الباليتيف، نحتاجها في البلاند، ونحتاجها في الMCH كير. فالأنظمة الرئيسية لنموذج الرعاية المعمول فيه حالياً جميع التخصصات تمر من خلاله. حالياً بندخل شوي ديب في التأهيل الطبي. سابقاً التأهيل الطبي إذا احتجنا التأهيل الطبي بمختلف أقسامه نجده في أقسام العلاج الطبيعي وفي المستشفيات فقط. تطبيقاً لنموذج الرعاية الصحية الجديد يجب أن يكون موجود مراكز الرعاية أو مراكز التأهيل الطبي أو خدمات التأهيل الطبي في كل المرافق التي يحتاجها المريض. فاليوم أصبح لدينا أقسام للعلاج الطبيعي في البرايمري هيلث كير، أصبح لدينا أقسام للعلاج الطبيعي في مراكز السكري، أصبح لدينا خدمات للعلاج الطبيعي في مراكز الأورام ومراكز القلب، وتباعاً والقائمة ستزيد. فاليوم لم نصبح بحاجة ماسة للخدمات العلاج الطبيعي العامة جداً، نحتاج للخدمات المتخصصة. ولا أقصد بالخدمات المتخصصة أنه يجب أن يكون لديك ماجستير أو دكتوراه، أو نقصد كومبتنسي معينة تحتاج تتدرب فيها بحيث أنك تكون حامل مشعل هذا التخصص الدقيق في التأهيل الطبي. المنظومة الصحية في وزارة الصحة منظومة كبيرة جدا، يعني يمكن من المنظومات النادرة في العالم اللي تجد فيها هذا الضخم. قرابة 290 مستشفى الآن موجود في وزارة الصحة، 45,000 سرير موجود حالياً أكتف بيد، 28 مركز قلب، 45 معمل للقسطرة القلبية، لأن بعض مراكز القلب يكون فيه أكثر من معمل للقسطرة القلبية. 31 مركزا متخصصا لعلاج مرض السكري والغدد الصماء. القائمة تزيد، ولكن أنا بدخل الآن شوي ديب في التأهيل الطبي. 10 مستشفيات للرعاية المديدة فيها ما يقارب من 200 سرير أو عفوا 2000 سرير مخصصة فقط لللونج تيرم بيشنتس. 245 قسم للرعاية الصحية المنزلية. ال 245 قسم تحتوي على 420 سيارة أو أسطول نقل يصل للمرضى في بيوتهم. لك أن تتخيل يعني 450 سيارة بفريق طبي تتنقل للوصول لهؤلاء المرضى، يخدمون أكثر من 52,000 مواطن في بيوتهم. إذن الرعاية الصحية المنزلية تخدم أكثر من طاقة وزارة الصحة. إذا اعتبرنا أنه عندنا 45,000 سرير فيزيكال بيد، عندنا 52,000 مريض يخدم الآن في بيوتهم. هل هي بالصدفة؟ لا، هذه هي برامج التحول، هذه رؤية الوطن اللي فيها forecast predicting what will happen وعمل اللازم لننعم برغد العيش، لأنه فعليا لو هؤلاء المرضى ما كان فيهم برنامج رعاية صحية منزلية أغلقت المستشفيات. كل المرضى الآن موجودين في المستشفيات. عشان ما أنسى من التخصصات اللي موجودة، أيضا عندنا 19 مستشفى للصحة النفسية وإرادة، وكيف دور التأهيل الطبي في خدمات الصحة النفسية والخدمات الاجتماعية. هذه مستشفيات فيزيكال موجودة في جميع المناطق. كيف نراقب؟ nowadays نعمل 8600 عملية جراحية في الأسبوع الواحد، عملية اختيارية وليست عملية طارئة. If we count العمليات الطارئة والemergency operations نصل إلى 10,000 عملية. فتry to imagine how huge is our system. 8600 عملية في الأسبوع الواحد، هذا الأفريج. كم منهم من يحتاج خدمات التأهيل الطبي؟ كم منهم لو فعلنا خدمات التأهيل الطبي لربما المريض ما احتاج لخدمة الجراحة؟ وكم منهم من حصل على جراحة مميزة جدا ولم يحصل على تأهيل طبي مميز؟ فهذه يبين لك كبر النظام الصحي وكبر دوركم عند جميع الأطباء. أي طبيب جراح من أول ما يعمل عملية أول ما يفكر فيه فترة النقاهة والرهاب ما بعد العملية. فإذا كان واثق بفريق التأهيل الطبي لديه أنه عنده النظرة الشاملة والكوميونيكيشن العالي بينه وبين التأهيل الطبي، يعني هذا سينعكس بشكل إيجابي على أداء الطبيب في عمليته وعلى الساتسفاكشن للمريض ما بعد العملية. كيف نراقب أقسام الطوارئ في وزارة الصحة؟ كل مستشفى في قسم طوارئ. أصبحنا في المراقبة نراقب حتى السيتاس ليفل، كم نسبة الامرجنسي ليفل في هذا المريض، وكم المرضى اللي ليفل 1 and 2 والحالات العاجلة والحرجة جدا، وكم ال 3 و 4 and 5 واللي يحتاج أنه يروح لمرفق آخر ويتأكد أنه تقدم له الخدمات في مراكز رعاية صحية أولية. المنظومة الصحية حاليا يعني لكم أن تتخيلوا 12 مليون مراجع لقسم الطوارئ. كم منهم من يحتاج التأهيل الطبي؟ ليس بالضرورة أن يحتاجه في قسم التأهيل الطبي، يحتاجه في الوعي، يحتاجه في الهوم انستراكشن، يحتاجه في الاديوكيشن، يحتاجه في المتابعة. 12 مليون مراجع لأقسام الطوارئ فقط في وزارة الصحة. فعلى عاتقكم كريهابيليتيتورز شيء كبير. لا نؤمن فقط بالمريض اللي يوصلنا، يجب أن نصل لهذا المريض. فالتخصص المفترض أن يكون موجود في كل مرفق من المرافق الصحية. هنا نتكلم عن خدمات التأهيل الطبي فقط في وزارة الصحة. كم عندنا قسم وكم انتقلنا، وزي ما تلاحظون الجروث قاعد يصير في كل تخصص. أقسام العلاج الطبيعي حاليا وصلنا إلى 252 قسم للعلاج الطبيعي موزعين في مرافق المملكة على بعد 3000 كيلو بين أبعد مركزين للعلاج الطبيعي. عندنا في الجنوب في نجران وعندنا في القريات. فلك تتخيل حجم هذا النظام الصحي ودوركم وتواجدكم كعلاج طبيعي ليس فقط في الرياض والمدينة وجدة والدمام والمجمع، تتواجدون حتى في الحد الجنوبي وتتواجدون أيضا في الحدود الشمالية. فوجود التأهيل الطبي أصبح ليس ترف، بل هو ضرورة لكل مقدم خدمة. الأطراف الصناعية الآن ولله الحمد يمكن عندنا مثال حي جامعة المجمع من القسم المميز عندهم، ولكن أيضا عندنا 23 مركز للأطراف الصناعية موجود الآن. والأطراف الصناعية ليست لتركيب الأطراف فقط، بل أتوقع وجود الأخصائي العلاج الطبيعي في قسم الأطراف الصناعية للتأكد من الفيتنج، من الالاينمنت، من المال الاينمنت، التأكد من جودة الخدمة المقدمة لهذا المريض أثناء تركيب الطرف أو صناعة الطرف أو الجهاز التقويمي. Thank you. Speech therapy, occupational therapy, and the PMNR, physical medicine and rehab. So now we are distributed all over the kingdom, all over the healthcare facilities, trying to reach to a goal where all doctors believes in the rehabilitators. الكوكلير امبلانت في عام 2016 كان فقط في 3 مراكز للكوكلير امبلانت لزراعة القوقعة، فقط 3 مراكز بوزارة الصحة. اليوم عندنا 17 مركز لزراعة القوقعة. لكم أن تتخيلوا زراعة قوقعة بدون تأهيل طبي استثمار فاشل، لا نحتاجه. فعدم وجود تأهيل طبي لما بعد الزراعة وما قبل الزراعة ما يحتاج نستثمر، نصل إلى أكثر من 500 زراعة قوقعة في السنة الواحدة. طفل لا يسمع، إعاقة كاملة في منزله، أصبح يعني استماعه بشكل كامل ولا يعتبر أيضا حتى من أشخاص ذوي الإعاقة إذا ركبت له القوقعة وأصبح يستمع بشكل جيد. والعمر الآن الحد الأعلى لزراعة القوقعة لدينا في وزارة الصحة نزلنا إلى 1 سنة و8 أشهر. 2016 كنا نزرع القوقعة على عمر 4 سنوات. فائدة معدومة، ما أقول معدومة ولكن قليلة جدا. الآن زراعة القوقعة أصبحت خلال 1 سنة و8 أشهر من ولادة الطفل. الأطراف الصناعية والديستريبيوشن في أقسام الأطراف الصناعية، لو تلاحظون في كل مرافق كل تجمع صحي أو كل منطقة من المناطق يكون لديها قسم للأطراف الصناعية. البريسجيني والساتسفاكشن للبيشنت من الريهابيليتيشن واضح ولله الحمد بترندنج أب، ويقاس بشكل دقيق ومفصل من الوزارة. البرايمري هيلث كير الآن عندنا 39 مركز رعاية أولية يوجد فيها قسم للعلاج الطبيعي أو خدمة، ما أقول قسم، أقول خدمة للعلاج الطبيعي. ممكن تكون قسم متكامل، ممكن تكون أخصائي، ممكن تكون كونسلتيشن. أيضا لدينا مستشفى الصحة الافتراضي وما يقدمه من خدمات جليلة للفيرتشوال كير في المملكة. وهذا مستشفى الصحة الافتراضي أدعوكم جميعا لزيارته، أدعوكم جميعا للتقارب من هذا المستشفى. لربما كلكم نحتاجكم لتشغيل هذا المستشفى. المستشفى يقدم خدماته لجميع مستشفيات وزارة الصحة وبما فيها جناح مختص للتأهيل الطبي. أيضا التقدم في مسألة أنه المراكز الفتنس أنها تكون تحتوي على أقسام علاج طبيعي. الآن يمكن اتفاقية وقعت والحمد لله شفنا أثرها في الفتنس تايم ووجود أقسام العلاج الطبيعي في الفتنس تايم. هذا مثال ليس محضا للصدفة، هذا أيضا من الخطط الاستراتيجية لتسهيل وصول المريض لخدمات التأهيل الطبي في الوقت المناسب. اليوم فتنس تايم، ولكن في الكيو أي مرفق يقدم خدمات الفتنس ممكن يفتح قسم علاج طبيعي، ممكن يعطى ترخيص، والترخيص بآليات بسيطة وسهلة لتأمين تقديم الخدمات بالشكل الصحيح للمواطنين. أعتقد هذا السلايد هو اللي أنا باخذ فيه يمكن وقتي لأن يوقفني الزملاء. navigating الآن الترندز، أنا أعتقد أنه we are moving toward التيلي هيلث أكثر وأكثر. نحتاج التيلي هيلث، نحتاج قراءتكم، نحتاج مقترحاتكم، نحتاج your directions للتيلي هيلث. أنا أعتقد أنه الآن في مرحلة من الماتشوريتي رائعة جدا، ولكن نحتاج المزيد من التيلي هيلث للريهاب، لأنه we believe أكثر في الفيزيكال attending للمريض، ولكن أعتقد أن الشيفت قاعد يصير بشكل جيد الآن toward التيلي هيلث، ولكن معنا لين 2030 متوقع أكثر من ذلك في التيلي هيلث. الفاليو بيست كير، ما نبغى نحسب كم سوينا جلسة علاج طبيعي، ممكن ما تسوي ولا جلسة ولكن تؤدي خدمة جيدة. فاليوم بدنا نتأكد أن كل جلسة تقدمها يكون لها فاليو. فكر دائما أثناء نقاشك مع مريضك أنه الفاليو اللي أنا قدمتها للمريض ليس عدد الجلسات، وليس أني كلفتني يجي يحضر معي. الكاش بيث أنا أعتقد أنه بيزيد على القطاع الخاص، لأن الناس البليف بدأ يزيد أكثر وأكثر في الكونفينينت تايم، ربما يؤثر عند بعض المرضى، فمتوقع أيضا زيادة الكاش فلو على البرايفت سيكتور. البيرسونلايز فيزيوثيرابي احنا اتفقنا انه هذه من النقاط الاساسيه اللي الان لازم يكون بيرسونلايز البروجرام، ولا يكون فقط المريض يقعد على الجهاز ويخلص ويطلع من القسم. الروبوتكس والببليك برايفت بارتنرشيبس نعتقد ان هذه من النقاط اللي ايضا متوقع لها المزيد من الدبث والكونسنتريشن. My personal take home messages. Please make sure ان الدوكيومنتيشن عندك في قسمك او لدى مرضاك proper. Without a proper documentation لا نستطيع التقدم. احنا نعتمد اعتماد كلي على الداتا retrospectively، ونتاكد الى اي عمق من المعلومات موجوده في الانظمه الالكترونيه. لا يزال خدمات التاهيل الطبي الدوكيومنتيشن فيها اقل من المامول، فمتوقع من مثل هذه الملتقيات ان نتاكد ان كل مختص في التاهيل الطبي يعمل البروبر دوكيومنتيشن. هي ليست حراره والفايتو ساينس فقط، في مسج لا يعرفها الا انت لمريضك، فيجب ان you write it down في السيستم. عدم وجودها في السيستم لن يطور التأهيل الطبي، فأنتم بارت في تطوير خدمات التأهيل الطبي من البروبر دوكيومنتيشن. predict unpredictable things. تذكرون في كورونا والله لا يعيدها علينا، وكيف كانوا المرضى يعني شت داون ولا كان يجون لا للأقسام ولا، فهل كنا مستعدين للتأهيل الطبي؟ هل كان عندنا نفس الفيرتشوال؟ هل كان عندنا نفس انه انا اتواصل مع مريضي بطريقه او باخرى، او اوصل رساله المريض اللي ما قدر يحضر؟ انا معتاد انه يحضر عندي المريض، اليوم ما قدر يحضر معي المريض، فهو should be prepared in such cases من منظور التأهيل الطبي. patient centric، make sure انه ما تقدم الخدمه زي الابليكيتور على المريض، ترى المريض لازم هو يصنع القرار معك، لازم الخدمه الطبيه لازم يكون mutual expectation بينك وبين المريض. from doer to a navigator. yes، سهل جدا انه يكون دور، اقرا بروتوكول واطبقه بالضبط، بس it's not the case with the rehabilitation. we have to be a navigator. we have to navigate. we have to make sure انه انا I know every single case عندي انا اوصلها للمريض وللطبيب بالشكل الصحيح، لانه انت تتكلم مع بادي المريض وتتكلم مع الصور حق المريض، ولكن يوم نجي ونشوف التريس او اثر الخدمه اللي انت قدمتها ما نجدها، لا البروبر دوكيومنتيشن ولا التواصل مع الاطباء بافضل حالاته، فلا يتوقع ان تنجح الخطط العلاجيه. فبليز ميك شور انه اي خطه تعملها تكون بيشنت سنتريك وليست فيزيو سنتريك او ريهابيليتيتور سنتريك. Last take home message: be an ambassador to your profession. ترى التخصص محتاج more ambassadors. السب سبيشاليزم اللي احنا فيه الان يحتاج مور امباسادورز. التخصصات اللي قاعده تصير الان توكم تو ايتش اذر بلغه حواريه رائعه جدا، مبنيه على الانترناشونال كي بي ايز، مبنيه على الاس دي جيز، مبنيه على كل المؤشرات الدوليه. وير وي ار في الريهابيليتيشن. انا اعتقد الان وي هاف تو بي ا نافيجيتور، وي هاف تو نو العالم يتكلم ايش، ما هي لغه الحوار بيننا وبين التخصصات، كيف اتاكد انه انا I should be part في أي لغة حوارية رقمية بين المريض والبراكتيشنر. شكرا لكم جميعا، واعتذر على الإطالة ومستعد لاستقبال أي استفسارات.
شكرا دكتور فيصل for your valuable information and all the Ministry of Health centers and the rehabilitation services. Now we can take questions. دكتور فيصل مبارك. دكتور فيصل مبارك ما شاء الله عليك حاضر معنا في السيشن الأولى والثانية والأسئلة جاهزة.
بس أهم شيء نشتغل الحين الميكروفون الحمد لله. الله يعطيك بالعافية إن شاء الله. بصراحة أنا ما عندي سؤال. أنا أخوكم الدكتور فيصل مبارك استشاري علاج طبيعي. أنا بصراحة واقف هنا عشان أشكر هذا الرجل أمانة، الدكتور فيصل الدهمشي. يستاهل والله يستاهل أشياء كثيرة أنا متأكد ومتيقن أن الجميع ما يعرفها بصراحة، تحصل في أروقة الوزارة، وتحصل الآدمي هذا على مدار الساعة 24 ساعة معانا في جروبات واتساب، ومعانا في إيميلات، ومعانا في اجتماعات، ومعانا في سفر في أي مكان. فأنا أشكرك والله يا دكتور فيصل، أشكرك على جميع ما تقدم، وأسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى أن ينفع بك إن شاء الله ويبارك بإذن الله تعالى، أن نرى المشاريع هذه إلى أحسن وأحسن، ومتأكد بإذن الله أنها بتصير بإذن الله تعالى. شكرا.
تسمح لي تعليق دكتور أسماء؟
تفضل.
تسمح لي تعليق. أنا مو أرد على حسن ظنك بأخيك، شكرا لك، ولكن تعليقي الدكتور فيصل هو الشامبيون لتخصص العلاج الطبيعي في وزارة الصحة. احنا عندنا في كل تخصص شامبيون سوبرفايزر، بحيث انه هو يعطي البوصله او اتجاه البوصله. فانا ادعوكم جميعا للتواصل والتنسيق المباشر مع قاده تخصصات التاهيل الطبي في وزاره الصحه. الدكتور فيصل قائد تخصص العلاج الطبيعي، الدكتور ايمن السحيباني قائد تخصص البيمنار وهو مدير مستشفى التاهيل الطبي في مدينه الملك فهد الطبيه، الدكتوره بزه قائد تخصص العلاج الوظيفي، والدكتور عبد السلام الشمري اعتقد العمري قائد تخصص الاطراف الصناعيه. جميع قائد تخصصات يعني يمكن يمثلهم في اليوم الدكتور فيصل والدكتور عبد السلام، كلهم بين يديكم، تواصلوا معهم في اي وقت، ترى هم يوصلون الصوت الحقيقي لنا. فوجود الدكتور فيصل اليوم اضافه لنا جميعا، واخوي الدكتور محمد القحطاني مدير عام الاداره عام للتاهيل الطبي، فهي فرصه اليوم للاستماع لاي مقترحات منكم، اي احلام، اي دريمز، ترى باذن الله ستتحقق بوجودكم وبالشغف اللي انا قاعد اشوفه في الستيج.
شكرا لك دكتور فيصل. تفضل دكتور.
السلام عليكم. فوزي الجاسر، كلية الطب جامعة الملك سعود. أنا كان بس لي تعليق على قضية السبورت ميديسن والأوبيسيتي. يعني in the past كان الكلام كله موجه إنه الأوبيسيتي مع الرياضة. recent literature النيوتريشن الميجر بارت، حتى الدراسات الحديثة توصل إلى 70%. Yes, if we catch this, we should have two pathways. If we're talking about the prevention, yes, activity with our sport medicine or something else, part of it. But still, the nutrition, and I think in the third session, there is a part about the nutrition. So the nutrition is the main goal, and the sport add or any type of activity, and whether in the school or in the gym or whatever. If we go for the other part, if we consider obesity as a disease, you should treat the disease, then add it for it prevention or to sustain your management with the sport. So you put all the impact in sport alone, you will lose. So that's why thanks I answer this or make my comment after Dr. Dahmeshi talk. We need to think as a team. It's not like one-man show. You cannot prevent disease and you cannot treat disease with one-man show or the, what you call it, that put the burden in one issue and lift the other. So I think the answer or the complete answer for the previous question, sport, for me, sport or physiotherapy or rehabilitation is part of everything, but you cannot put all the burden in them.
تفضل دكتور.
شكرا دكتور، الله يعطيك العافية. Referring to the first question, yes, I do agree. Obesity, it's a disease. It's not a matter of doing a surgery or a bariatric surgery to prevent disease. But if I get back to my previous talk, if we want to speak the language اللي العالم كله يتحدث فيها في الأوبيزيتي، يجب أن نعرف ما هي مؤشرات الأوبيزيتي. Is it a matter of only a BMI؟ ولا a matter of NCDs ومسببات الوفيات بسبب الأوبيزيتي؟ في اليوم ترى الامبريلا bigger than doing الانترفنشن فقط، سواء nutrition أو doing the surgery itself or doing a rehab pre or post surgery. الأوبيزيتي it's really disease. الفيزيو يجب أن يكون دورهم أكبر من الدور الحالي. دورنا أنا ألاحظ أنه localized فقط على السيرجريز وما بعد السيرجري، ودور أنا أعتقد أنه قليل جدا. يمكن مبادرة exercise as medicine هي من المبادرات اللي يعني المفترض الجميع، والمفترض يمكن حتى الجامعة تتبناها اليوم، وهذا الملتقى من أكبر التوصيات اللي أتمنى أشوفها. الإكسرسايز is really medicine يا جماعة الخير، هي ليست recreation. if we believe in this كل الأطباء سيصرفون الإكسرسايز السليم بالوقت السليم وللمريض السليم. أنا أعتقد أن الحين أي طبيب ما يعرف الإكسرسايز بيقول أوه والله جو أند جاجل ولا رن ولا، ترى ممكن تضر المريض، ممكن الركض هذا يضر المريض، ولا الإكسرسايز اللي صرفته للمريض كان بشكل خاطئ. فاليوم احنا محتاجين هالكامبينز لتوعيتنا جميعا. Who will prescribe the exercise؟ الطبيب، الفيزيو، النيرس. ترى ممكن نتكلم the same language إذا كان عندنا competency مثل ال EIS. أعتقد الإكسرسايز is medicine، it's a protocol. المملكة ستسعى جاهدة للانضمام بالتنسيق مع الأمريكان كولج اوف سبورت ميد. انضمامنا يعني أنه فعليا أي شخص يقدر يسوي بريسكريبشن للإكسرسايز، وليس فقط محكورا على الفيزيو أو على المرضى أو على الطبيب في مركز الرعاية الأولية. فأنا أؤكد على أهمية الهوليستيك أبروتش لأي خطة علاجية، وأن يكون البيشنت سنتريك، لأنه كل طبيب وكل مختص ينظر من زاوية. أفضل من ينظر لهذه الزوايا جميعها هو المريض. شكرا دكتور.
شكرا. السلام عليكم.
معلش هو جتني تعليمات من شخصين، واحد يقول قفلي واحد يقول سؤال. معلش ناخذ آخر سؤال.
طيب السلام
فضل.
عليكم. على السريع الدكتور سلطان مطيري جامعة القصيم. عندي سؤال للدكتور فيصل الدهمشي. We really thank you your presentation about rehabilitation centers in Saudi Arabia. And the one thing you mentioned, the proper documentation, the first priority among physical therapists, and we all agree on that. However, based on my knowledge, it's not that much about the forms for physical therapy documentations. We know paper forms for physical therapy documentation, but is there any like electronic forms, system forms for physical therapy for documentation in hospitals or in centers to document the everything for physical therapist needs?
تفضل دكتور.
لنطيل. ثانك يو دكتور. أنا بحيل السؤال إلى سؤال. الدكتور من جامعة المجمعة، عفوا من جامعة القصيم صح؟ نحتاج دعمك. أعطينا الفورمز المناسبة وإحنا نطبقها.
أبشر.
ما راح يكون عندنا دوكيومنتس ورقية بإذن الله، إحنا بيبرلس بإذن الله، ولكن أي مختص عنده أي مقترح لأي فورم ترى we are ready and willing to inject it في السيستمز. ما راح يكون عندنا بيبر وورك. هذا هدف بالنسبة لنا قابل للتحقيق، بل تحقق نوعا ما، بس باقي عندنا بعض التخصصات والليجل بروتكشن لبعض التخصصات، وخاصة فيما يخص الوفيات نحتاج البيبر. ولكن أنا أدعو الجميع، أي مختص لديه دوكيومنتيشن، لديه نصائح تطويرية، we are willing وقابلين للتنفيذ. وأبدا يعني حتى يعني من الجامعة، جامعة المجمعة، أي شخص لديه مقترح، وزارة الصحة فاتحة ذراعيها للتطوير من خلال منصاتها. في عندنا مكتب للبيانات we call it NHO National Health Office، هو اللي نعتمد فيه النماذج. لدينا إدارة للسجلات الطبية، ما يوجد نموذج في أي مرفق صحي إلا يعتمد من هالإدارة اللي عندنا. فاليوم أنا أدعوك يا دكتور ومساندتك وفريقك وجميع الحاضرين لمقترحات، وإحنا بإذن الله لكم أيادي تنفيذية.
شكرا دكتور، يعطيك العافية.
يعطيكم العافية جميعا. وبهذه نختم الجلسة الثانية. شكرا دكتور الدهمشي، دكتور الأحمد، دكتور العرابي، دكتور عقيل العنزي. شكرا for your extraordinary talk. Now we will go with the
شكرا دكتورة أسماء. شكرا للجميع، شكرا للحضور. مرة ثانية أدعو سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور مسلم بن محمد الدوسري وكيل الجامعة للتنمية والاستثمار، كذلك سعادة الدكتور مساعد الزهراني عميد كلية العلوم التطبيقية رئيس اللجنة التنظيمية للمؤتمر، لتكريم رواد هذه الجلسة. ترأس هذه الجلسة الدكتورة أسماء العنزي. دكتورة أسماء تفضلي. شكرا دكتورة. دكتور فيصل الدهمشي. شكرا دكتور فيصل. دكتور ماجد الأحمد. شكرا دكتور ماجد. دكتور عقيل العنزي. شكرا دكتور عقيل. دكتور رائد العرابي. شكرا دكتور رائد. شكرا دكتور مسلم. شكرا دكتور مساعد. الشكر موصول لكم متابعين هذه الجلسة. احنا ان شاء الله سنعود في الجلسة الثالثة تحديدا في 1:03. الآن أدعو الحضور للاطلاع على المعرض أداء صلاة الظهر. دعوة أيضا لإخواننا ضيوف الجامعة أيضا ذات الغرض ولكن من هذه الجهة أو من هذا الجانب. الإخوان ضيوف الجامعة من هذا الجانب، الأخوة الحضور من الجانب الآخر جهة المعرض. شكرا للجميع. إخوان ضيوف الجامعة والمتحدثين.
سمحت مخرج مخرج.
حياكم الله مرة ثانية، مرحبا بالجميع. أتمنى إن شاء الله بعد هذه الاستراحة نركز أكثر في الجلسة الثالثة إن شاء الله. عندنا أيضا 4 متحدثين سيكون إدارة هذه الجلسة لسعادة الدكتور أحمد العساف، وكيل كلية العلوم التطبيقية أو العلوم الطبية التطبيقية للدراسات العليا والبحث العلمي، وهو في ذات التوقيت أيضا أستاذ مساعد في هندسة الأجهزة الطبية. تفضل دكتور أحمد. يدير الجلسة الدكتور أحمد برفقة المتحدثين من الأعزاء. أولا الدكتور خالد الزهراني، تفضل دكتور خالد. دكتور علي الباراتي، تفضل دكتور علي. كذلك الدكتورة ولاء محمد، تفضلي دكتورة. والدكتور عبد الله فاعوري، تفضل دكتور عبد الله. توفيق للجميع إن شاء الله. الإخوان اللي في الخلف ترى بالإمكان أنكم تقربون شوي يعني عشان كل حديث أقرب، ويعني أعتقد في جزء كبير من المكان متاح، ويكون حتى أكثر بالنسبة للمتحدثين في لغة التواصل. تفضل دكتور أحمد.
شكرا لك. Thank you so much, Ustad Abdullah. I welcome you all again in the third session in our conference. In this conference, we thank you all for your attendance and your attention, and hopefully you will get the benefits out of it. In this session, we talk about pre and post-operative rehabilitation. In this session, we have our panels, our distinguished panels, Dr. Khalid Al-Zahrani, as well as Dr. Ali Al-Barati, as well as Dr. Wala Muhammad, and finally in our panel for this session, Mr. Abdullah Al-Faouri. Dr. Khalid Al-Zahrani, he's a consultant in physical therapy rehabilitation at Rehabilitation Department and Services in Sultan bin Abdulaziz Humanitarian City. He's a surveyor for institutional and program accreditation, Saudi Commission for Health Specialties. He got his PhD from Rehabilitation, Faculty of Medicine, Health and Biological Sciences from University of Southampton. Welcome, Doctor. Also, our second speaker, Professor Ali Al-Barati, is a professor of cardiopulmonary rehabilitation at King Saud University. He is among the first Saudi professors in the Middle East in cardiopulmonary rehabilitation field. His area of interest is fertility in patients with cardiopulmonary diseases. He is a former president of Saudi Physical Therapy Association. He has established cardiac rehabilitation in different regions within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Welcome, Doctor. In our also session, Dr. Wala Muhammad. She is an assistant professor at College of Applied Medical Sciences at Majma'a University. She is a leading expert in biomechanics, holding a PhD from Cairo University and a distinguished DBT degree from Arcadia University, USA. She contributed extensively in the fields of physiotherapy and academic leadership. I welcome you personally, Dr. Wala. And also our fourth speaker, Mr. Abdullah Al-Faouri. He's a specialist in prosthetics, medical devices, and splints with 14 years of experience. He worked in rehabilitation and prosthetics centers for Jordanian Ministry of Health, Prince Sultan City for Humanitarian Services, the military hospital in Taif. Also, he's currently working at rehabilitation and prosthetic centers at Majma'a University. I welcome you as well, Mr. Abdullah. In our first talk, we have Dr. Khalid Al-Zahrani. His talk will be about rehabilitation, post-operative total knee arthroplasty. Welcome, Doctor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is my pleasure today to be with you this afternoon, and I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me this chance to talk about rehabilitation
of post-operative total knee arthroplasty. My disclosure for this presentation are none. My objectives for this presentation is to discuss the clinical practice guideline in total knee arthroplasty, to discuss the clinical practice recommendation for post-total knee arthroplasty, and the physical therapy protocol following total knee arthroplasty. Total knee arthroplasty is the gold standard treatment for end stage of knee osteoarthritis. And as you know, patients awaiting for total knee arthroplasty often experience severe pain, functional limitation, and psychological distress. Severe knee osteoarthritis is accompanied by constant pain, restricted joint flexibility, reduced range of motion, muscle weakness, and joint instability. The main indication for total knee arthroplasty is to reduce pain, improve mobility, and improve quality of living. This is a systematic review done by the American Physical Therapy Association with regard to the physical therapist management of patients undergoing total knee arthroplasty. And this is a scoping review or a comprehensive review, a recent comprehensive review to provide an overview of agreed upon rehabilitative practice for patients. And the finding from this review clarify current best practice in rehabilitation and can be used to identify the gaps in care to inform future research to support patients undergoing hip or knee arthroplasty. With regard to the pre-operative educational program, it is important to discuss with the patient from a surgical point of view and from rehabilitation process, the surgery and the process of rehabilitation, and it might include operation requirement, duration of hospital stay, benefit and risk of surgery, implant design, post-operative analgesia, anticoagulant, important, and dealing with the possible complication and pre and post-operative rehabilitation. The importance of educational pre-operative program and the self-management is recommended by the evidence of 3 clinical practice guidelines demonstrated that pre-rehabilitation education can reduce patient anxiety and post-operative length of stay. Continuous passive motion also defies there is insufficient or contradictory evidence to recommend for or against physical therapy to use post-rehabilitation arthroplasty care as recommended by 4 clinical practice guidelines. As recommended also from American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons and Royal Dutch Society of Physical Therapy, insufficient evidence to recommend for or against CPM for post-operative rehabilitation. And according to the clinical practice guidelines from the American Physical Therapy Association, physical therapists should not use CPM for patients who have undergone primary and complicated total knee arthroplasty. This is the recent or systematic review published this month for the use of the CBM, and they conclude that compared to the PT combined with the CBM failed to significantly improve range of motion of the knee and patient satisfaction. Also, CBM treatment significantly increased the cost of hospitalization.
With regard to the joint mobilization, it is recommended within the 24 hours to reduce post-operative length of stay, as recommended from the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons and New Zealand Ministry of Health. With regard to joint weight bearing, it's recommended immediate after the systematic review done by Mystery ATL 2016. Physical therapists should design, implement, teach, and progress patients who have undergone total knee arthroplasty in a high-intensity strength training and exercise program during the early stage to improve function, strength, and range of motion. With regards to the neuromuscular electrical stimulation as recommended from the American Physical Therapy Association, physical therapists should use neuromuscular electrical stimulation to improve quadricep strength and gait, and the evidence of quality here is high. Post-operative cryotherapy was recommended from systematic reviews and meta-analysis done by MAC et al. 2014 and Mystery et al. 2016, and from the American Physical Therapy Association in their clinical practice guidelines 2020, physical therapists should teach patients and other care giver use for cryotherapy and encourage its use for early post-operative pain management for patients who undergone total knee arthroplasty. The evidence here of quality is high with regard to the motor functional training for the balance, walking, and moving symmetry. With regards to the group-based versus individual-based therapy, as recommended from the Rehabilitation Medicine Society of Australia and New Zealand, physical therapists may use group-based or individual-based physical therapy sessions for patients who have undergoing TKA, and from the clinical practice guidelines from Rehabilitative Care Alliance Health Quality evidence there and demonstrating high level of patient satisfaction following following group therapy. Assistive devices, it is recommended to use pre and post total knee arthroplasty as recommended by Brigham Women's Hospital and Rehabilitative Care Alliance for Health Quality Care. Systematic review and meta-analysis with regards to the transcutaneous electrical nerve stimulation done by Mystery et al. 2016. There is a contradictory evidence to recommend for or against tends to provide pain relief post-total knee arthroplasty. Here there is insufficient evidence to recommend for or against psychological interventions. Assessment and discharge planning pre and post total knee rehabilitation were recommended by the following clinical practice guidelines. With regard to the protocols for total knee arthroplasties, Bev and Baker describe a 3 phases physical therapy protocol, which include strength, range of motion, and functional recovery. And they add in the phase 3 anti-gravity treadmill as the intervention tool. The anti-gravity treadmill can reduce the impact of gravity on the body. This will allow the patient to exercise with less stress on joints and muscles and bones. Melbourne Orthopedic Group, they proposed a rehabilitation protocol, and they divided in the weeks from post-operative program from day 1 to 14 days, the next stage from 3 to 6 weeks, the following stage from 7 to 12 weeks. Another protocol proposed the post-operative phases to be from initial to intermediate stage to advanced stage. The initial stage start from week 1 to week 3. The intermediate stage from week 4 to week 6, and the advanced stage from week 7 to 12. During the initial phase, the main goals to ensure ability of patient to perform safe transfer, to teach patient management, edema and control, improving the range of motion from 10 to 15 degree, and the important here is a full extension range of motion, and to initiate home exercise program. This exercises and this intervention can be started in the initial phase for starting ankle pump, quadriceps exercise, quadriceps drill exercises, knee flexion, use the cold therapy, and knee flexion from sitting position, and for the straight leg raising, if the patient cannot do the straight leg raising, we can add or we can put the knee immobilizer to help the patient to elevate the leg. We transfer to the ambulating to the patient from ambulation for the high, using the high frame starting, and to transfer to the Zimmer frame and to the elbow crutches. Also, if the patients have a weak muscles for the quadriceps muscles, we can use knee immobilizer, and then we teach the patient how to ascend and descend stairs.
5 minutes.
What I call this stage, the initial stage, is the golden stage for the patient to improve range of motion, to have a good muscle power, to reduce the pain, and we give the patient independent home exercise program as a booklet. These are the typical home exercise program. The patient can do it at home from time to time. The American Association for Hip and Knee Surgeons proposed this home exercise program, and they proposed this program from week 1 to week 3, the stage 1, the stage 2 from week 4 to 6, and the last one from 7 to 12. And this program using stretching, strengthening, endurance, and balance. We move to the intermediate stage. The main goals for this stage is independent ambulation, enhanced muscular strength and endurance. The range of motion should be reached to 100 degrees for, and enhanced balance, proprioception, and to achieve the independent ambulation without an assistive devices. During this intermediate stage, for about 2 weeks, the clips still there, and after 2 weeks, the clips will removed. But what I advise physical therapists to monitor or to see if there is any redness or swelling, or if there is a severe pain around the clips or any inflammation. The physical therapist should refer the patient to the orthopedic department to roll out the infection. After removing the clips, we start patellar and soft tissue mobilization. During this intermediate stage, we recommend all exercises, flexion extension for adductors and abductors, for flexors and extensors, and wall exercises. What you have sometimes a problem with some patients is to get the full knee extension, and it might be a limitation for 5 degrees or 10 degrees. What we advise the patient is to use a pillow or a towel under the heel during his sleep, or from time to time. We advise this is to ask the patient to lie in prone position with the leg outside, and to leave the leg out of the bed for maybe 10 seconds, 20 seconds, according to the patient tolerance. We don't advise patient to apply or to put a pillow under the knee joint during rest or during sleeping.
2 minutes, doctor, please.
Stage,
2 minutes, please. if you can.
What about the other important intervention is the aquatic therapy as recommended by systematic review by Mystery ATL 2014. We move to the advanced stage, and the important here is to have muscle power from 4 to 5 and to have independent ambulate and to return to work. During this stage, we advise the patient to do all exercises done in the intermediate stage, and we advance the patient if they have, for this advanced stage, if the patient have a limitation for the full extension, we add a weight from prone position to have full extension. What are the current devices available to achieve the full extension and range of motion? This is the current devices. If we don't have any devices, we can use a treatment belt for the patient to have full extension, and or to ask the patient to have the prone position, as I mentioned before, or to add a weight to increase the knee extension. These are the recommended rehabilitation outcomes measured after total knee arthroplasty. I would like to share with you this incredible or amazing slide for the two patients bilateral total knee replacement who achieved almost full range of motion. At the end of the day, I believe that successful total knee arthroplasty depends on proper patient selection, surgical technique, and pre-operative orientation and pre and post rehabilitation program. Thank you very much. This is my references. If you would like to contact me, this is my contact address, or to discuss with me any issues, or to send you my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Khalid, for a great talk about rehabilitation of post-operative total knee arthroplasty. And now we will have our second speaker, Dr. Ali Al-Barati, to talk about cardiovascular screening and physical therapy practice. The floor is yours, Dr. Ali.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Shukran. I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to give this speech. So today we'll talk about cardiovascular screening in physical therapy practice. So I started with a question in mind that may lead to all physical therapists. Do we really need to assess cardiovascular system in physical therapy practice? As you're all familiar with, as a physical therapist, we are dealing with different patients with different comorbidities. And one of the physical therapy intervention, or the key intervention, is prescribing exercise. As you are familiar, exercise is now being considered as a medicine, and that medicine should be tailored to every patient. So considering that you are prescribing an exercise to a patient without any previous physical activity, or he's been a sedentary lifestyle. So if we look at this figure, involving a patient with a sedentary lifestyle and physical activity without a proper assessment, you are increasing the risk of myocardial infarction or sudden cardiac death to absolutely 125 times compared to patients who exercise regularly or being involved in physical activity. So you are really endangering your patient when you are prescribing exercise without a proper notice or a proper assessment. So what are the things we should be looking at when we are assessing a patient came to physical therapy practice? Do we need to start exercising? Do we need to assess physical fitness? Or there are something that we should be looking at? So when we have a patient come to physical therapy for any condition, regardless the type of the condition you are treating your patient with, we should assess vital signs. Vital signs are very important to give you a notice or an information about the health of your patient, assess previous medication or the interaction between the medication and the exercise you will be prescribing. And lastly, the level of physical activity. Are they involved in any type of physical activity? Are they prescribing? As we are familiar that almost 2/3 of our population being inactive or having a sedentary lifestyle. And lastly, contraindication to exercise. There is no patient fitting for exercise. There is contraindication for exercise. And you need to assess that before prescribing your exercise for your patient, regardless the type of case, regardless the condition or the diagnosis you are dealing with. So another question came to my mind when I started practicing. How many PTs do you think they can judge if the patient fit for exercise? Are we all aware of the contraindication and indication of exercise? Are we aware how we can prescribe exercise to our patient? Do we have a sufficient knowledge of prescribing exercise? Because exercise is medicine, and you need to have that proper knowledge of prescribing exercise. So what I did, I surveyed 285 physical therapists and asking them about their experience and prescriptive about assessing physical, cardiovascular system and vital sign in their practice. So what we have found regarding measuring vital sign in the practice, that nearly 3/4 of physical therapists, they didn't assess cardiovascular system or taking the vital sign of their patient in their practice. And only that, I asked them, have you experienced any syncopal attack or chest pain while you are exercising your patient? Surprisingly, that 18% of physical therapists, they have experienced syncopal attack or chest pain for their patient. So that's really a serious issue. Having a patient with a syncopal attack or chest pain in your clinic or falling down off the bike or the treadmill and initiating code blue or assessing for help, that is a serious condition. Whether you are familiar with CPR, advanced cardiac life support, this patient can be dead in your clinic. So what's our perspective? We ask different senior specialists with different background. So a senior pediatric physical therapist said, I know how to measure blood pressure using the machine, and the normal or the average blood pressure is 180, but the normal range, we are not familiar with it, as I don't need this information for my patient. Another senior orthopedic clinical specialist, they asked the patient if he or she has any cardiac disease, and medication will not change the way I treat the patient. Oh my God, that's really very serious. And this will not affect the patient, for example, with knee osteoarthritis. So there is no link between knee osteoarthritis or back pain and other musculoskeletal affecting the cardiac system. And that's absolutely no way right. Another senior neurological physical therapist, in our department, we don't have a nurse to measure the vital sign. That's one of the excuses. Like the physician, we usually don't have the time to assess the vital sign. And lastly, a senior sport physical therapist, and most of the physical therapists now are having an interest in sport medicine. Even the blood pressure is high, I can't treat it. So are we alone? I don't think so. In the United States, 40–30% of clinical instructors, they didn't measure the vital sign. So we are not alone. And only 11% of orthopedic in the private practice, they are measuring the vital signs. So putting this in mind, we think that this is a global issue, ranging from Saudi Arabia to the United States. And what we said, let's come to a clinical practice, a clinical recommendations. So a group of international researchers, and I was one of them, we came to a blood pressure screening by our patient physical therapist, a call to action and clinical recommendation. What should every physical therapist should have for their patient in the clinical practice? Considering the morning session, we have been talking about obesity, physical inactivity, sedentary lifestyle, smoking, and other comorbidities that will increase the risk of cardiovascular disease. And most of our patients in physical therapy practice, they do suffer from multi-comorbidities, polypharmacies, and being sedentary inactive. And that will increase the risk of having a cardiovascular event while exercising your patient if you are prescribing exercise. So in that clinical recommendation, we ask for every single physical therapist, regardless of the diagnosis or the patient you are seeing in your clinic, you should assess the vital sign. You should be familiar how to measure the blood pressure and heart rate. And also, you should be familiar with the indication and contraindication of exercise before involving your patient in an exercise therapy program. So the take-home message, every single physical therapist, regardless of your subspecialties, you should assess cardiovascular system for any patient, every single patient in your clinic. Do not underestimate the cardiovascular risk in your practice. It does happen. Sharpen your knowledge and skill in cardiovascular screening and avoid any cardiovascular event like syncopal attack, chest pain, myocardial infarction, or sudden cardiac death that may happen in your practice. And I'll finish lastly by the guide to physical therapy practice. Recommend that each physical therapist should assess cardiovascular system, including blood pressure and heart rate measurement for every patient with or without cardiovascular disease. And lastly, you should keep an eye on the heart of your patient. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ali, for a great talk about cardiovascular screening and especially about like that interesting like percentages about like 43% in the United States didn't screen as well. Now we move on to our next speaker, Dr. Wala Muhammad, to talk about update on ACL rehabilitation. The floor is yours, Dr. Wala.
Assalamu alaikum. For everyone, firstly, thank you for the organizing of this conference, for inviting me today. As we see on the screen that our topic today is up to date on ACL reconstruction rehabilitation, navigating the criteria for a safe return to sports post-ACL reconstruction. It is not working again. My first point of concern today, the prevalence of ACL injury in Saudi Arabia, which about 1/3 of the all professional soccer players. When comparing to that of global research, like in the USA, which account for from 100,000 to 300,000 ACL injury annually, and half of them need reconstruction surgery, we conclude that the high prevalence or high incidence of ACL in Saudi Arabia. That raise our concern and attention regarding the awareness of risk factor, to know the risk factor of ACL injury, and also to consolidate specific rehabilitation to reduce what we call the failure of ACL reconstruction surgery, or what we called failure of the graft. So when we're dealing with ACL reconstruction, most commonly the athlete asks the question, when can I return to play again? It is very complicated question, and to answer this question, we should know the time frame which is independent to the type and the risk of injury or severity of injury. Okay, according to the consensus statement of the first World Congress in Sports Physical Therapy in 2016, they recommend that we should differentiate between 3 major items. The first one is return to participation, in which the athlete can return to participating in rehabilitation, training, sport, but at lower level than his goal, his return to sport goal. The second part is return to sport, in which the athlete return to the defined sport, but it is not performing at the pre-injury level. The third stage is return to performance, in which the athlete returns to the defined sport and perform at or above his pre-injury level. And this stage takes from 1 to 2 years. Why this time frame? It is very important because in the literature they found that of those have re-injury, 39 of them was re-injured before, when they returned to sport, before 9 months. And 19 of them have re-injury of ACL reconstruction after they return to sport after 9 months. So they conclude that for every 1 month delay in return to sport, the re-injury rate level was reduced by 51%. And they recommend that to return to sport, we should follow the biopsychosocial model. What does that model consist of? It consists of 3 main items. The first one is the surgery. That means the athlete should be cleared clinically by his orthopedic surgeon. This is the first one. The second item, the psychosocial factors that may affect the injury. Also, the athlete should be cleared by psychologist or whatever specialist that he is ready to return to sport regarding this item. The third one is the physical testing, which is our concern as a therapist. So the integration of the biopsychosocial model enhance the or provide the maximum functional performance to set that athlete is ready to return to sport. So now we will focus on the physical testing after rehabilitation. It is consists of 2 main items. First one is the static knee stability test, okay, which can be by clinical test like anterior drawal test, or by the KT1000, the more objective, or KT1000, or Geno Rehab
to assess the anterior, posterior, or rotation displacement of the graft. The second main item, which is very important, is the dynamic knee stability, which consists of two main parts. The first one is the functional testing. The functional testing, which including running t-test, single hop, triple hop, and triple crossover test. The second part is the isokinetic test. So the isokinetic test to make the test and said that the patient is ready to return to his sport. Okay, it included two main parameters. The first parameter is traditional parameters, which commonly all of the therapists use it. The isokinetic strength testing, like the peak torque, and the hamstring quadriceps strength ratio. There is more important parameters, which are the non-traditional parameters, which include these parameters. But when we include all these parameters, we should make comparison between the actual data or the present data with another data. Okay, which data we can compare it with? Which data can you expect? The injury side with? No, actually it is not the non-injury side. This is not our first option. The first option is to compare with the pre-injury data if we have and if we already make regular screening for this athlete. This is the first option. The second option level. Okay, let's quickly describe the isokinetic curve to know how this isokinetic parameters can be significant in return to sport. The isokinetic curve, it is consists of the first part, it is called acceleration stage, in which the athlete, if, for example, ask him to make extension from maximum flexion to extension at a predetermined velocity 60 degrees per second. So the acceleration stage, it is from the isokinetic zero stage or stationary position till the 60 degrees per second. This is the predefined velocity. And the second part, or the middle part of the range, it is called load range, at which the athlete makes the isokinetic testing at the predefined velocity, and at which the torque is nearly constant. And the third part is the deceleration stage, in which the isokinetic decrease from the predefined velocity till the zero again. So let me return back to the non-traditional parameters. The first one is the acceleration time. The time takes to reach the predefined velocity, and it is very significant or very important because it reflects the measure of neuromuscular potential to create the torque quickly. And the second one is the deceleration time. It times take to required to lower from the predefined velocity to the zero again. And this is very important because it signifies or reveals the athlete capacity to maintain the maximum torque during the range of motion till the end of the range of motion, which near to the active insufficiency position. Okay? The time to peak torque, another non-traditional parameters, it is a measure of the time from the start of the muscular contraction till the point of the maximum torque. And this is very important, the peak torque, because it is indicator of the muscle functional ability to produce the torque quickly. There is another parameter which related to the time to peak torque is the time rate of the torque development. it is or we count it from the first third of the slope. So if the peak torque in the first slope, that means the patient have good neuromuscular system and can return to sport efficiently. The other parameter is the torque at a specific angle in the range of motion. To understand this, we should first know the graph on the right side. The top graph, it is the torque from extension to flexion, and the second one is the angular position, and the third one is the angular velocity. So we make detection for the torque at a specific angle. Most of the literature said the maximum torque happened during the knee extension from 30 to 90 degrees. But they found that in the patient after ACL reconstruction, that the critical angle we should account the torque at which is the 60 degree at the range of the motion of the knee joint after ACL reconstruction, particularly in achieving symmetrical knee function and addressing potential biomechanical symmetry. The other parameter, torque at 0.2 seconds. This is the value represents the amount of tension developed at this time. And this represents how quickly the athlete can produce the torque at this point. And this is very important because it is associated with the recognition of the rapid torque production, and it reflects the knee symmetry and the knee performance to return to sport. So the torque at 0.2 seconds is very important parameter to decide the patient is ready to return to sport. The angle of the peak torque and this point in the range of motion where the peak torque is produced. Usually it occurs the same point at the range of motion, movement and speed, and it is in the mid-range where the length tension relationship is maximum, and the muscle produces the maximum torque at this point. So it is very important to measure the torque at this angle. I would like to highlight what I have given in this presentation. Firstly, the importance of integration between the items of the biopsychosocial model. The second part is when training athlete, we should train him that return to sport with reduced risk of ACL re-injury should be at any time after 9-month mark, and this should be achieved by when he meeting all the dynamic knee stability. Okay, and the last one is that the key performance criteria tested should be retested again in fatigued position, not after the athlete have been relaxed and after relaxation. No, it should be repeated again after the fatigue, after he make his exercise ready to return back to sport activity. So this is our presentation today. Thank you for your attendance, and I will be happy for any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Wala. Interesting talk, especially when you talk about like the angle of the torque and how important it is in regards to the ACL rehabilitation. Our next speaker is Dr. Abdullah Al-Faouri to talk about the orthotics solutions pre and post surgery treatment. The floor is yours, Dr. Abdullah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I would thank first of all the organization team for this great organization, and thanks the attendants for coming, and inshallah good listening. Bismillah nabda. Today my topic about orthotic solution for pre-prosthetics for pre-post surgery, sport injury and orthopedic trauma. Start with the definition. What is an orthosis, brace or splint? It's an external medical device used for supporting, immobilizing or treating muscles, joints or skeletal parts which are weak, ineffective, deformed or injured. It's designed to improve biomechanical function, encourage proper joint alignment, and protect the limb. Orthosis help with the sport injury, of course, because it's a supportive device applied to the body to protect, improve function, correct deformity or alignment, or restrict some movement. Orthoses are often a conservative or non-surgical treatment. It's option for sport injury, but are also used for surgery or after surgery to help prevent injury, manage pain, reduce anxiety, control motion to allow healing, aid in the rehabilitation processes, promote movement, help people restore function as quickly as possible. We start with the hip joint. Hip instability in adult, it's most common with patients who have experienced a subluxation of their hip. That means they are lead to maybe have a hip dislocation. As shown in the picture, this is kind of hip orthosis with a mechanical hip. Hip orthosis can help by allowing some degree of movement in flexion and extension and restrict the movement of abduction and adduction that keep the head of femur inside the acetabulum or socket of the hip. That means this gives us allowing the ligament, bone, and surrounding muscle to heal in good position. DDH, development dysplasia of the hip. This is common for pediatric. The hip joint of a newborn baby is dislocated or prone to dislocation. This kind of splint can be used as a pre or post surgery treatment. As shown in the picture, we have a static one without joint. It's a night time. And we have the dynamic with a mechanical hip joint. You know, with the baby, the growing is more at night than daytime. This is very important to wear this kind of splint at night to keep the head of femur inside the acetabulum that lead the ligament and muscle to grow in the ideal and anatomical position. We start with the knee. Knee orthosis can provide stability and support pre or post surgery or injury. Common acute injuries include rupture or sprain of the knee. Ligaments are torn knee cartilage. Common chronic injury can include patellar tendonitis, knee arthritis, and runner's knee. Knee orthosis range from simple knee straps and sleeve to complex functional orthosis designed to protect or support a specific injury. When it's more complicated, that means more components will be inside the splint. We start with the patellar knee brace, the simple one. Patellar knee brace works by guiding the kneecap into a more straightening position to take the pressure of the tendon. If we keep the knee in straight position, that means the muscles and the line of gravity will come in the correct way. That decreases the stress and load on the injured tendons. There are normally prescribed to treat conditions concerning patellar kneecap, such as patellofemoral pain. Patellar knee brace typically come in 3 different forms: patellar tendon strap, patellar compression sleeve, and patellofemoral offloader, as shown in the pictures. Compression sleeve knee brace, it's the most common knee brace that slip over the knee like a tight sleeve, sometimes called soft knee brace, sometimes called compression sleeves. Knee brace offer the lowest level of support but are generally safe to use if experience any form of pain. This brace works by compressing the knee and limiting the amount of swelling, therefore improving the movement of the joint. The brace applies the pressure to the knee to help elevate pain and provide extra support and stabilize the knee joint. Some people wear knee braces to prevent injury. Some of them wear it for just general daily activity support. That's why it's most common orthosis and shown on the shops. The second type, medial lateral support knee brace. A medial lateral knee braces work by preventing the knee from caving in and out. These braces are typically made of strong material with hinge joint. This strong material can be carbon fiber, can be plastic. They are used to protect ligament of the knee against sprain and tears. They are the protect for anterior cruciate ligament by protecting against rotational force. As shown in the picture, it's come with a hinge mechanical joint with hard material. It's allow the knee to flex and extend in normal position, but to prevent the knee for rotation in and out. that will helpful post-injury like anterior cruciate ligament. The other type, range of motion knee brace. Range of motion braces are applied to prevent certain range of motion at the knee, depending on what the surgeon decides, limiting certain movement at the knee to allow injury or surgery to heal while keeping joint as functional as possible. Its post-operative fixation can be or post-injury stabilization. It's restricted and adjustable range of motion. It's different than previous type because we have a mechanical joint. We can restrict the flexion and extension. For example, we can stop the flexion at 15 degrees and stop the extension in 0 degree. This kind of motion, the degree of adjustable or restricted is dependent on the injury and the consultation or surgery decision. It's allowed sometimes to just flex the knee until this degree and prevent the knee to go in more than 0 extension or prevent the hyperextension. Can be night splint used as a night splint or functional dynamic. If we use it as night splint, we'll make the range of motion 0. It will restrict the flexion and extension. It's maybe as Dr. Khalid Zahrani mentioned in his presentation, after changing the post-operative knee range of motion can be used as a post-operative solution. The type knee varus braces, excessive strain and pressure on the inside of the knee most often cause early arthritis, but can also lead to tissue why the meniscus and a ligament. Wearing knee varus braces doesn't correct the misalignment for any past adolescence. This can only be done by surgery. However, it can greatly elevate the pain and discomfort the varus causes, and wearing varus knee brace, it's slow down or even stop the damage to the knee. As shown in the picture, if we have valgus or varus deformity in early stage, if it's adolescence, it's going to the surgery directly. If it's adult or early cases, we can use this kind of braces, and we have the adjustable pin. We can adjust the 3-point pressure on the femur and tibia that will lead to correct the alignment and decrease the pressure on the cartilage as shown on the picture. Now we're going to the ankle ligament sprain are the most common sport injury, accounting for a nearly quarter of all sports injury are presenting to accident and emergency department is ankle ligament sprain. Ankle orthosis support the ankle ligament, allowing them to heal, providing sensory feedback which improves a person's sense of proprioception, the position of the joint in the space. Ankle orthoses include sleeves, wraps, lace-up design, or hinge with joints. Orthoses may be used for rehabilitation after surgery or injury, or can be used longer terms to provide ongoing protection. As shown in the picture, we have a lot of type of ankle foot orthoses. It's coming with also a range of motion joint or mechanical joint that assist the movement of the ankle in dorsal assist or plantar assist, depending on the injury and the assessment of the patient. Fracture in the foot and ankle or lower legs are often require immobilization to encourage the healing. Common example are stress fracture in runners and a fracture from a rolled ankle. Ankle immobilization orthoses are often used initially to restrict the ankle range of motion. As shown, we have the air cast boot. It's depend on the air pressure. And bivalve ankle foot orthosis, the aim of this kind of splint just to make immobilization for the fractured area. Other type, the ground reaction ankle foot orthosis. From the name, it's keep the ground reaction while stance, face, while walking, anterior to the knee joint that prevent the knee from extension and keep the knee in extension while stance and weight bearing. The purpose of the ground reaction is to provide a mechanically induced stability to the lower limb. It's characterized by its design, where it's aimed to maintain the ground reaction force anterior to the knee joint center, which prevent knee instability and collapse patient with quad or plantar flexors weakness. From this design, it's come from anterior shell, ankle spring, and foot plate. It keeps the ground reaction, as mentioned before, anterior to the knee, that prevent the extension movement of the knee joint. We going to the foot. Foot orthosis can help improve shock absorption in high impact activities and can correct poor foot posture, which can be cause of injury. Example of injuries include stress fracture, Achilles tendonitis, and plantar fasciitis. Foot orthosis can be for arch support, for correction of overpronation, over supination, treatment of lower limbs injury like plantar fasciitis, improving athletics performance. Arch support to prevent a sport injury. The orthotics are specially designed to support the arch of the feet, even medial arch or lateral arch. This helps to distribute body weight more evenly across the feet, which minimize the risk of developing a sport injury. Orthotics can also help to correct any biomechanical issues that may have with feet or lower limbs. Also can help to absorb some of shocks that are generated with each impact. This can help to reduce the stress placed on joints and bones, which again reduce the risk of developing a sport injury. Foot orthoses, as shown in the picture, are believed to treat plantar fasciitis symptoms by releasing fascial stress from standing and walking. Walking, jogging, jumping, and climbing can wear down our feet over time. The prevalence of foot injury and illness is not surprising, given this constant wear and tears. Ideal measurement will give us ideal fitting, because if we have ideal measurement, it will guide us with assist the patient need while customize his unique insole. Effect of the feet to the body alignment, as shown in the picture. If we have a collapsed arch, it will affect the alignment of whole body joint. If we correct with simple insole, if we have good assessment, we can correct the joint of whole body. Insole is simple, but if we have insole with medial wedge, it will affect the knee varus. If we have insole with lateral wedge, it will affect the knee valgus. It's simple, but the key of the insole is the good assessment and good measurement. SMO, supramalleolar orthosis, versus insole. From the trim line and the material chosen for supramalleolar orthosis, it's good choices for correction of overpronation and over supination. Effect of focal soles or on a plantar or for foot pressure reduction, healing wound, and stress fracture. As shown in the picture, if we have a different type of sport shoes. These sport shoes, the base of the shoes come flat or with some inclination. If you see it in the shop, this inclination, it's aimed for something. It's called rocker sole. In stance phase, we have plantar, initial contact heel, midfoot, and toe. This is the 3 rockers. If we have pain in the heel, like heel spares or Achilles tendonitis, the negative heel rockers, the second picture, will accelerate the initial contact with the heel, that we speed up this stage. That means decrease the time, decrease the pressure on the intact area. It's okay. We're going to shoulder. Shoulder dislocation is a common injury in high-impact sports resulting from excessive lateral rotation and shoulder abduction. Shoulder stabilizing orthosis help prevent this movement and allowing the shoulder joint to heal. Collar orthosis, one for 100 fixation for the shoulder. Other type allowing some degree of abduction and extension with restrict some movement. It's depend also again to the assessment and the patient injuries. For the elbow, tennis elbow, lateral epicondylitis, and golfer elbow, medial condylitis are painful overuse condition affecting the outer and inner part of the elbow, respectively. A forearm compression orthosis can be effective in managing related symptoms. Elbow orthosis may be more suitable for a client which overuse joint or injury or joint pain. The elbow support can help to relieve pain and swelling following a fracture or surgical custom-made orthosis. Are often required immobilize or restrict movement using adjustable elbow joint.
2
we have
minutes,
the
please,
tennis elbow
Doctor.
brace and, inshallah, and
Thank you.
compression sleeves. We have restricted elbow brace and assisted one. We have free joint and also assisted. It's depend on which ligament, which muscle is intact. We can assist the patient and choose the suitable design for the elbow. Hand and wrist, racket sport and contact sport are common cause of wrist injury. Thumb and wrist orthosis can help injuries such as carpal tunnel syndrome, repetitive strain injuries and fracture by immobilizing the required body part. Wrist hand orthosis include sleeves with varying degree of support as well as thumb and finger orthosis. It's a provide wrist and hand stability, control biomechanical alignment, redistribute pressure on the wrist and hand, resist external forces, limit excessive movement, protect the wrist and hand. A trimline design, as shown, we can block or make the joint free. Carpal tunnel also syndrome, if we're going to restrict the wrist movement or we're going to block it. The trimline is the key for the wrist and hand splint. Also, we have a choice for permitting for needed wrist and hand mobility, as shown in the picture. The trimline, the design, the materials, it depends on the patient category and patient assessment and needs. Thank you for your listening, and I wish everything was clear, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah, for a great talk about orthotic solutions and for a great art of work, I would say, that you do in the Prosthetics and Rehabilitation Center in Majma University, which for sure we thank you for your hard work, and we thank the university for supporting such a center and to provide such solutions for either adults or even children's, which I saw also in the center. So thank you for your work, Doctor. Now on, we move to the Q&A session. We open the floor for the crowds to ask our distinguished panels any questions that they will like.
السلام عليكم، علي الشامي، جامعة الإمام عبد الرحمن بن فيصل في الدبام. Thank you all for the informative presentations. My question to Dr. Khalid Zahrani about the full range that the patient achieved in the last slide. Is this achievable for all types of arthroplasty devices, or there are certain types of arthroplasty?
No, actually, we cannot achieve full range of motion of all patients. For a patient who have a good range of motion before the surgery, good range of motion for the knee joint, we might achieve a good range of motion up to 130 degrees or sometimes 140 degrees. But it is not specific for special implant or device or prosthesis to use. I think there is a problem for some advertisement for some prostheses used by orthopedic surgeon that might, for the advertisement to increase the range of motion to the full flexion. But this is not right. There is no special implants to bring the range of motion to the full knee flexion. But this depends on the patient's situation before the surgery. If he has a good range of motion before this, he might reach to the good range of motion post-surgery.
Because I understood that some types of implants, it may dislocate if the patient exceeds a certain degree of flexion. Is this still correct?
Yeah, no, we don't, from physical point of view, we don't do aggressive movement for the patient to increase the range of motion. We do the passive range of motion, post-operative, according to the patient tolerance. If the patient cannot tolerate the knee flexion to be reached to the 120 degrees or 130 degrees, it is enough to have 90 degrees for knee replacement or knee arthroplasty. But if we can increase it with patient tolerance, it is good for the patient situation.
Another question, if you allow me, to Dr. Ali.
Yes. The last question, and then regarding this point. So please, we need another mic, please.
If you have orthopedic surgeon, we can have the comments. دكتور جاسر.
دكتور فوزي، نعم.
دكتور جاسر، تفضل. Yeah, that's two patients implanted with a deep flexion. Yes, right.
بيشنت فاكتور يبدا من البيشنت فاكتور، السيرجري فاكتور. اذا ما في مثلث متساوي الضاء، اذا ما اشتغلوا سوا زي نفس الليفل الفيلر. لكن في المانيفاكتشر في مفاصل اللي طرق لها انها تعطيك انك تقدر تثني اكثر. يعني انا مثلا من المرضى اللي انت وضحتهم في الصور، كان في ناس عندهم اتليست فليكشن موجوده عندهم فليكشن ديفورميتي ب 30. انا كسيرجن اقدر ارجع ال20 هذه، فانا اعطيتك رينج اكثر من 20. فحتى المفصل حقك لو حطيت انه يثني ال140 انا اعطيتك اياها، لكن ما راح تكتمل الا انك تكون جود ريهاب وتمنتينس ال20 اللي اعطيتك، وان البيشنت يقول جود بيشنت وفولو يور انستراكشن، علشان ما يجي اللي تكلم. يعني لو اتخذنا المحاضرات اللي تكلمنا، علشان ما يجي المريض ساينكوبل اتاك من اجريسيف مانجمنت. فانا اذا بيشنت عنده فليكشن كونتراكتنج قبل العمليه وعملت الكوركشن وعارف ان المصل 60 سنه وهي قاعده بهالطريقه وانا رجعتها الوضعيه، لا بجهزه مع السيرجري ميديكيشن لك علشان مينتيننس هذه ما يجي في فليكشن واطلب منك ترجعه بيصير هذا الاشياء. فهي فخلينا في تو لاين. الريهاب حيعطيك اللي يستطيع عليه واللي انت قلت له ترى انا بسوي. لذلك الان مثلا يمكن الناس معنا اغلب الشباب في البروجرام حق الفيزيوثيرابي، او الان صار عندنا اللي هو الفيزياتريست او اللي هم اطباء الرهاب. احنا بعض الاحيان ننصحهم قبل ما تروح تعالج المريض وتعطيه ادخل معنا العمليات وشوف سواء ACL او توتال ني، بتشوف انه وصل رينج اوف موشن. بعضهم يسال يقول دكتور ليش انت تورينا هذه؟ لان انا مثلا بسوي في هالاسبوع 6 7 8 9 عمليات. انا في بوست اوف دوكيومنتيشن المريض هذا طلع من 0 إلى 40. لو صار في فليكشن اقل ولا شيء انا متاكد انه ما في ميكانيكال بلوك. يعني هنا يا شيء صار من البيشنت او من العلاج الطبيعي او التندنسي حق البيشنت وصار ارثروفايبروزس. فايزي واي انسست بالبين ميديكيشن بين موديلتي. البين موديلتي الفيزيوثيرابي والريهاب احسن من الطبيب الجراح فيه. بس انا ممكن هذه النقطه اللي تكلم فيها ما فيها كلام. لكن سؤال الاخ هل في مفاصل تثني اكثر من المفاصل الثانيه؟ يس. وهذه في المانيفاكتشرز. يعني المفاصل اللي كانت قبل 20 سنه غير المفاصل اللي نسويها اليوم. وهي نظامها زي السيارات. انت السياره نفس الماركه بس كل يوم فيها في التكنولوجي اكثر وكل ما يصير سعرها. لذلك الان حتى في السوق تلقى مفصل قيمته 5000 ومفصل قيمته 15000 فور ريزن. يعني يعطيك الكبس. لكن نفس الشيء مين الشخص اللي يستاهل هالمفصل؟ يعني انا ما اجيب مفصل هاي تك واركبه لشخص الليجمنت حقته ما تساعد ولا الايج حقه يساعد، لانه واعطيه هوب هو ما راح يقدر يصله ويوصل للي يتكلم عنه الدكتور في قضيه اني force him to do something he will not achieve it ويصير له. فهذا توضيح عشان لا يصير فيها اللبس.
Dr. Charles, when you do the surgery for the patient, when you implant the prosthesis during the operation, do you reach the knee for the full flexion?
شوف اذا انا اسمع انا وش هي الاسسمنت قبل المريض وانت تشرح معاه انا داخل العمليات، اذا كنت كيبل اني اعطيك فل اكستنشن وفل فليكشن ركبت لك هذاك المفصل تستفيد من عنده. ها؟ لانه ممكن اركب مفصل غلط ويطلع من شوبينج من عياده لعياده يقول ركبوا لي المفصل الثاني، المفصل ما يثني نفسه، اللي تثني عضلاتك والمسل كونديشن والليجمنت حقتي، واللي هذه شغلكم. يعني انا دائما اقول ال 400 احنا شغلنا زي ال 400 متر تتابع. believe it or not زعلوا مني زملائي او رضوا، دائما في ال 400 متر تتابع اهم اثنين، اول واحد يجري واخر واحد، وهي موجوده في الريهاب فيزيوثيرابي. احنا في ال 200 متر الثاني حتى لو صار من عندنا خلل انت ممكن ترجعه لي. ها؟ فلذلك الفاليو حقكم، لذلك نفس الشيء انا لما يجيني من فيزيوثيرابيست والان النيو موديلتي قبل ما تسوي العمليه لازم يجيك فول اسسمنت، لان احنا قياساتنا في العياده غلط. لما يجيني زميلي في الرهاب ويقول لي ترى هذا عنده فليكشن ديفورميتي ب 20 ها ويصل الى 140، بس هذا الرينج حقه 120، انا اي كانت دو ات الا اني اقدر اوصله فل اكستنشن واقول له ال 140 ناو ريال 140 اركب له المفصل الثاني ولا المفصل العادي. بعدين الكلمه الفيرب حقت اني 090 هذا يسمونه كليرلي ستيفنس، يعني انا بسوي مفصل صناعي اتليست اتشيف 120. لذلك فور ريزن الان السي بي ام اللي موجوده واللي هي اشياء ديفايس حاطينها من 0 ل 120 ورا ما حطوها ل 140 لان عندهم ان الفانكشن هي 120، احنا نبيها 140 وزود علشان الاكتيفيتي هذه. لذلك الان حتى في الانترناشونال سيمبوزيوم في اشياء يسمونها الايشن ني، احنا فرحانين ب 140، الصينيين واليابانيين يبون 160 وزود لان وضعيتهم في الجلوس ما هي بالصلاه. لذلك دائما قضيه تسويقيه اللي تسمع يقول مفصل اسلامي هذا انحش عنه المفروض يقع، لانه اصلا لا اللي صنعها ولا في الادفايزر جروب، يمكن في الفتره الاخيره بدا يدخلون من الزملاء في الادفايزر جروب ما يدري وينك تصلي فيه، فلذلك المصطلح هذا مو موجود. لكن ارجع واقول انه الان التكنولوجي فيه مفاصل، بس من اللي يوصل لها السيرجن يجهزها ولا هو بكل بيشن سيلكتنج كرايتيريا فيري امبورتنت. وحتى ما بعدها عشان ليش اقول لك في تكامل في المحاضرات، يعني خليني انجز الى المحاضره 4 الاورثوزس فيري امبورتنت. بعد اذا واحد عنده فليكشن ديفورميتي وانا سويت له العلاج الطبيعي وخصوصا في اليانج اللي هو ميدل ايج، هذول في عندهم الريزيستنس عالي، فممكن استخدم الاورثوزس از نايتس بلند علشان يحافظ لي من الكونتراكشن. مو ضروري دائما المصطلح هو للاسف لا تحطونها تضعف العضلات، تضعف العضلات if you use it for 24 hours بس if you use it for a reason. بس باي ذا واي حتى في المحاضره استاذ الفاضل في ترم قلته ما في شيء اسمه فارس بريسز، يسمونها اوف لودنج بريس. ليش؟ لاني انا استخدمها في الفارس وفي الفالفس. صحيح. فلذا والفائده منها انها تعدل. فكلمه فارس يمكن احنا نفرح فيها لان الموس ديفورميتي عندنا فارس، لكن في الغرب عندهم الفالفس. صحيح. اوكي، فلذلك الاسم العلمي لها حتى لو ارتكلز كاتبه هذا مو صحيح، الاسم العلمي لها اوف لودنج بريس، وانا ممكن استخدمها للفارس للفارجس، حتى اللي عندهم اوف لودنج بريس للبوستيرولاترال. كثير من عندنا اللي موجوده الان عندنا في السعوديه مو هو فارس، عندنا دبل فارس ديفورميتي، عندهم فارس وفليكشن، فانت الاوف لودنج ما راح تحطها مينلي فارس، راح تحطها على البوستيرولاترال اكثر عشان يعدل لك الديفورميتي ويستفيد منها. باي ذا واي الاوف لودنج الصحيح ممكن تستخدمه حتى اثناء السبورت ويغني الناس عن عملها. اخر تعليق بس انا طولت عليها المحاضره الثالثه الدكتوره الآن في عندنا تو لاين نتكلم عن الأثليت. أنا لو عندي دوري المحترفين واتكلم عن واحد يرجع لي بعد سنتين قفلت الموضوع. الآن على مستوى المحترفين احنا نتكلم 6 شهور وفي ناس يرجعوا في 5 شهور. ليش؟ لأنهم هذول يوصلون على قوة العضلات حقتهم الليفل، إذا ما رجعتيه للملاعب حيحترق.
صح، هو فعلا حضرتك بيرجع.
فلذلك هذه الليترتشرز الريفيرز لها في بعضها كانت من 16 وهذه الآن تغيرت نهائي. فلذا الآن الريفرنس في when you to retain for sport تعتمد على clinical وفي آلات معانا يعني اللي قلتيها حق أغلبهم الآن اللعيبة المحترفين لما يصير في الجاب بين الرجلين 10 he could go، لأن هذا تعطيه زي التروفي. ترى إذا وصلت هذا ترجع عشان توقع عقدك الاحترافي وترجع
بيرجعوا، بس بيبقى عندهم فولس ساتسفاكشن.
بس اسمع، بس بقول لك حاجة، لما أنت تحطين سنتين ما راح حد يوقع معاه. وهذا الشغل. وغير كذا إنه طبيعة البشر كل ما تقادم الشيء يصير ليزي. أنت واحدة من السلايد اللي حطيتيها قلتي إن السوشيوس هذه واحدة من هذه من الوحدة السيكولوجية. في الطب الرياضي في سيكولوجية فيها تلعب دور كبير. لما أقول واحد ترى سويت العملية اليوم ترجع بعد سنتين، أنا أجزم لك 3 شهور ما راح يسوي علاج.
أنا مش هقول له بعد سنتين، بس معظم اللي بينزلوا قبل ال9 شهور نسبة الري انجري أو الجرافت فيلير بتبقى أعلى منهم. هو بيرجع للسبورت عشان خايف على عقده، بس لما هيرجع على عقده بعد كده بينزل وبيبقى فعلا ساتسفاي باللي هو وصل له. بس لا المدرب بيحس ان هو وصل للبري انجريد ليفل ولا هو شخصيا، وتلاقي المدرب بيغيره بواحد تاني لان هو مش شايفه البرفورمانس بتاعه عالي في الملعب. بعد ما يتنقل لنادي تاني، ودي حصلت مع لاعبين كتير، بعد ما يتنقل لانذر كلاب يبتدي البرفورمانس بتاعه يعلى، مش عشان هو اتنقل كان بيتدلع في النادي الاولاني، لا ده عشان هو البرفورمانس بتاعه عالي فعلا وبقى في الستيج بتاعه الريتيرن تو بيرفورمانس.
لا الفيلر ما هي سنجل فاكتور، مالتي فاكتور، واحده منها تريننج. لكن حتى انا بسالك سؤال، لو جبتي اي لاعب محترف وعطيتيه تمارين الدنيا كلها والنيوتريشن حقه بعد، والله لو قعد 3 سنوات انت بتقوي عضله، العضله لازم لها نيوتريشن.
بس انا هنا ركزت على السكوب بتاعنا اللي هو الفيزيكال تيستنج، لكن انا ما انكرتش ان في السيرجن ليه راي والسايكو سوشيال فاكتورز ليها راي، لكن انا كفيزيكال ثيرابيست لازم اعمل الدايناميك ني ستابيليتي، ولازم واشوف التيست او الفانكشنال تيست وديت تبقى ويزين 10%، لانه هو لو اقل من 10% اتز اوكي وينزل ريتيرن تو بيرفورمانس من 10 ل 15.
الرود ماب حقها دكتوره لازم يكون within 6 months في البرايمري، اتكلم عن البرايمري واثليت اذا 6 شهور عدت المضلع المثلث في ضلع اعوج
بالضبط. لو هو بقى من 10 ل 15 ريتيرن تو سبورت، بس مش ريتيرن تو هيز بيرفورمانس. لو اكتر من 15 من 15 ل 20 لا هو كده لسه في البارتيسيبيشن ستيج. فهي على حسب انا بعد التقييم بتاعي وصلت لايه. لو وصلت ان هو اقل من 10% ينزل ريتيرن تو بيرفورمانس.
طيب لو ما وصلتي
I think we'll continue this discussion. However, we would like also, sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Wala, maybe also Dr. Faisal would like to contribute maybe to this point or to other points, because also we're running out of time, so I have to interrupt you, but it's a great discussion. As always, thank you, Dr. Fawzi, for a great discussion. Please, Dr. Faisal.
شكرا جزيلا، نقاش جميل جدا. يمكن هذا هو المأمول من such conferences. سؤالي وليس سؤال كثر ما هو استيضاح اكثر لما ذكره البروف جاسر والدكتور خالد. هو فعلا يعني نرجع نقول patient centric اكثر ما انه company ولا instrument centric. فاليوم نؤكد على البروبر دوكيومنتيشن. لكم ان تتخيلوا هذا الموقف اللي صار اليوم لو الفيزيو لنفترض يعني بدون ذكر اسماء ذكر هذه النقاط في الدوكيومنتيشن، باست اوتوماتيكلي للطبيب، رجع الطبيب واعطى التعليق. ما تعتقدون هالقصص هذه هي مفيده للمريض؟ تخيلوا العكس تماما، لو الفيزيو قال المعلومه للمريض you can't flex your knee more than this، وراح للطبيب والطبيب اعطى معلومه تختلف تماما contradicting كلام الفيزيو. فلذلك احنا نرجع نؤكد انه we should write down every single sentence لأنها تؤثر في لربما حياة المريض. It's not a luxury. متخيل عدم كتابتنا في الأنظمة الإلكترونية ريسكي على مرضانا. wasting resources. قاعدين نستقطب الإليت بالعالم. الشركات والمانيفاكتشرز تيلورينج اللي نحتاجه. ولكن إذا ما كان في proper documentation and communication أنا أعتقد إنه we are losing more than we are gaining. التعليق الثاني على الدكتور الله يعطيك العافية، أتفق مع ما ذكر الدكتور أو البروف جاسر إنه انتقلنا الآن من تايم إلى برودكت. فالآن أغلب البرامج التأهيلية بدأت تعتمد على what you achieved تنتقل للمرحلة اللي بعدها. لربما صح إنه في حدود دنيا من البرنامج إنه لازم ياخذ وقت البرنامج، ولكن it's not time limited. هي مراحل، المرحلة الأولى، الثانية، الثالثة، الرابعة، بعدين يقول return to sport. فوجود البرامج التأهيلية المعتمدة على القوة العضلية يس مهمة، ولكن not enough. وأنا أذكر قصة لي أثناء دراستي في الدكتوراه، كان برنامجي لتقوية عضلات الركبة لتقليل الفالغس وليس الفارس، لأنه كنا في كوهرت يختلف يعني، وكنا نتكلم عن تقليل إصابات الرباط الصليبي الأمامي. فكان أول سؤال لي من المشرف والدكتور ريتش موجود معنا اليوم، فكان يقول لي ليش تقوي العضلات؟ يعني رونالدو عضلاته ضعيفة؟ طيب يعني ما هي سنس أصلا تقوي عضلة اللي تمنع إصابة. الإصابة تقع في الإليت في البريمير ليج، فهي a matter of what? A matter of performance. They know how to land. العضلات كلها تكون سينرجي بدرجة إنه يمكن إذا صار لاندنج يقول سوفت لاندنج، حتى لو كانت عضلاتها قوية وأنت مقوي الكواد وسويت اللاندنج بترجع ريجيد لاندنج. فاليوم نبي نوصل إلى مرحلة إنه we should talk more to each other. We should communicate with all specialties عشان نخرج ببرودكت نسميه patient centric. يهمنا جدا عدم وقوع الإصابة، وإذا وقعت الإصابة أن نجري العملية بأفضل حالاتنا وأن نؤهلها وأن نضمن عودتنا للملاعب بطريقة آمنة جدا. فلذلك لن يستطيع تخصص قيادة هذا الملف.
تأكيد.
مثال ضرب البروف جدا رائع هو ماراثون، جميعنا في هذا الماراثون ولكن patience.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Faisal. It's a great discussion, and I couldn't conclude the discussion here after your talk. You summarized the teamwork at the end. It's needed for sure in the health profession in general. So I would like to thank the member panels personally for a great talk, a great information about today's session. And I thank you all for your attendance, for your listening. Hopefully you will get or you got like the information you needed out of the session. Thank you all for a great talk. Thank you.
شكرا دكتور أحمد، جزاك الله بالخير مرة ثانية. نقاش جميل الحقيقة بعد البريك. ما أعرف هو خاص في الموضوع ولا الأخوان يعني خذوا راحتهم أكثر في موضوع النقاش. كما بدأنا في الجلسات مع نهايتها نكرم المتحدثين. أدعو سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور محمد العبودي وكيل جامعة المجمعة للشؤون التعليمية، وكذلك سعادة عميد كلية العلوم التطبيقية رئيس اللجنة التنظيمية الدكتور مساعد. مرحبا دكتور محمد، أهلا وسهلا. ونكرم من أداروا هذه الجلسة، بداية الدكتور أحمد العساف. شكرا دكتور أحمد. تفضل دكتور أحمد. صورة دكتور أحمد. دكتور خالد الزهراني، تفضل دكتور خالد. شكرا لك دكتور. هنا دكتور. دكتور علي الباراتي، تفضل دكتور علي. شكرا لك دكتور علي. دكتورة ولاء محمد. شكرا دكتورة ولاء. دكتور عبد الله فاعوري. شكرا دكتور عبد الله. شكرا سعادة الوكيل الأستاذ الدكتور محمد العبودي. شكرا لحضورك، شكرا لتكريمك. الله يعافيك. شكرا. الآن آخر الجلسات العلمية لهذا اليوم، اليوم الأول بالنسبة للمتحدثين والمواضيع الخاصة بهذا المؤتمر. سيدير هذه الجلسة سعادة الدكتور أحمد العنزي، وهو رئيس قسم العلاج الطبيعي والتأهيل الصحي بكلية العلوم الطبية التطبيقية هنا في جامعة المجمعة. حياك الله دكتور أحمد، تفضل. يرافق الدكتور أيضا الدكتور فوزي الجاسر. يلا يا دكتور الحين دورهم، كلكم امسكوا وسجلوا، لا أحد يغيب. دكتور علي العطار، دكتور إسماعيل المقبل، دكتور عبد العزيز الخريجي. توفيق دكتور أحمد، تفضل.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good evening, everybody. I am glad to be to serve as the chair of the surgical management of sport injury, including this great and well-known speakers. This session, inshallah, will include Dr. Fawzi Al-Jasir, or Professor Fawzi Al-Jasir. He is a professor and consultant of orthopedic surgery, College of Medicine, King Saud University, and University Medical City. And Dr. Ali Al-Attar, he is a PhD holder, graduated from Birmingham University. He is working or interested in pain or chronic pain management. Also, Dr. Abdul Aziz Al-Maqbil, he is an assistant professor at Qasim University. He is also consultant of sport medicine and arthroscopic surgery at Qasim University Medical City. And the fourth speaker will be Dr. Abdul Aziz Al-Khreji. He is an assistant professor at Majma' University. And also he is a hip and knee reconstruction surgery. We will start inshallah with Professor Fawzi Al-Jasir. He's going to talk about ACL reconstruction failure. Good luck, Doctor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. طبعا يشرفني اني اكون معاكم في جامعة المجمعة وفي موضوع يخص التأهيل الطبي. طبعا علاقتي بالجامعة ما هي بأول مرة أنا جيت، ويمكن من أكثر الناس اللي كنت أتحسف على مركز التأهيل الطبي اللي هنا، وأقول أنا ما أستخدم الاستخدام الأمثل. الحقيقة أنا أتمنى كل الإخوان اللي موجودين هنا اللي ما زار المركز، ما أدري هو في نفسه، أعتقد أنه في مكان آخر، يعني مركز عالمي بكل ما تعنيه الكلمة، لكن يمكن يزعلون عليه الأخوان ما شغل التشغيل الأمثل ولا استفيد من الاستغلال الأمثل. أتوقع أنه في التوجه الجديد الآن حق الجامعات وأن الموارد الذاتية، أتوقع هذه من الأشياء اللي الدجاجة اللي تبيض ذهب للكلية إذا كان هو تابع للكلية الطب، خصوصا يعني اللي يميز المنطقة الآن فيها ناديين، يعني واحد إن شاء الله طالع السنة هذه وبيكونون كلهم من دور روشن، وعندهم يعني أنا لي شرف إني لي علاقة بالناديين، ويمكن نادي الفيحة بعض العمليات اللي لعبتهم. اتمنى انه كان انه المركز هذا هو يكون مركز التأهيل لهم. يعني انتم عندكم التسويق جاهز، بس انه التشغيل حق المكان. ارجع واقول انا فخر لي بوجودي بين زملائي في التأهيل الطبي او العلاج الطبيعي يسموه زي ما ترونا، لكن انا ارى انه التأهيل الطبي لانه يكون كومبريهنسيف. الماسكل سكيليتال انجري او الطب الرياضي اذا تكلمنا عنه مو هو محصور بالسيرجن. انا اتكلم عن 2004 لما رجعت يعني بعد سنوات الابتعاث الى جامعه الملك سعود، كان فكر الطب الرياضي انه هاو تو تريت، وانا جيت من انفايرمنت الطب الرياضي او الاصابات الرياضيه هاو تو بريفنت. وارجع بنفسي واتكلم اقول طيب هذا الكلام احنا حتى بديننا وبعرفنا الوقايه خير من العلاج. حتى كنت من باب المزاح اتكلم مع زملائي السيرجن اقول انتم تحرون الاصابات او تسوقون لها عشان تسترزقون من وراها. فمن بعدها جيت، ويمكن من محاسن الصدف اني معلش لانه الكلام اللي يتكلمه هذا ضروري انه يذكر بس للتاريخ. اول ما جيت انا مسكت التأهيل الطبي في جامعه الملك سعود، ووفق الله سبحانه وتعالى. يمكن من اللي شاهدين على العصر اذا كان موجود اللي هو الان الامين العام او المدير التنفيذي للطب الرياضي ماهر فرحان موجود ولا؟ يمكن ماهر الفرحان واختنا الفاضله رحمه الله عليها الاخت ندى البواردي كانت من اعظم الناس المنظمين علما وحرص على هالمجال رحمه الله عليها. فاعطتني وش الاسس او وش معنات الفيزيوثيرابي، ومن ذاك الفكر رحمه الله عليها كانت تفكر مو هو علاج طبيعي انه كومبريهنسيفلي. في ذاك الفتره جلسنا 4 سنوات، واتذكر يمكن لا زلت اقول لطلابنا ان عندنا سيستم احنا في الجامعه ان اغلب الزملاء اللي يعملون انترنشيب او شيء لازم يمرون علينا معنا ويدخل العمليات عشان يشوف مثلا مدى الالم لما يجيه واحد من الاي سي ال يعرف شلون ينحفر العظم، وانه الالم هذا فور ريزن. لما يشوف التوتال ني ويمكن يتكلموا عليه الزملاء هذا اقول لهم وراي هاوشكم بعد العمليه ورا ما وصل لهذا الشيء، لاني انا في العمليه قدامكم هو واصل من 0 إلى هالدرجه. فهذه من الاشياء الضروريه ان يكون في انتر اكشن، وان الجميع يحس ان فريق واحد، النجاح للجميع والفشل على الجميع. لان على استشفى انا لما اسوي في مستشفى جامعي على كل المنطقه، لما اسويه حتى في البرايفت حقي على كل المكان مو على شخص واحد. فواحده من الاشياء ولا زلت اصر عليها الجيل الجديد من الفيزيوثيرابيست مهما جك الإحالة لك. وإحنا في ذاك الوقت كان في ورقة أتمنيت أن الأخ ماهر يكون موجود، والله يرحمها كانت الأخت ندى، في الفيزيو أو الريهاب أسسمنت. لازم أنت تشوف المريض وتعمل التقييم حقك. إذا كانت الورقة اللي جايتك مطابقة للأسسمنت حقك بروسيد. إذا في اختلاف حتى لو اختلاف بسيط ريفيزيت الطبيب المعالج قبل ما تدخل، لانك يمكن تمشي بطريق غلط وجل ما الطبيب هو بني ادم وانسان ويمكن يخطا، او يمكن التيم اللي معه خلطوا. يعني مثلا انا اشتغلوا معي 5 6 يمكن كتبوا شيء مو واضح. لذلك لازم يكون عندك الكونفدنس والثقه بنفسك كممارس صحي سواء علاج طبيعي او غيره، انك تكتب يور سيلف اسسمنت. اذا الشخص المقابل لك ما احترم هذا الشيء أعتقد أنها تنفض الشراكة والعلاقة من بدايتها، لأنه هذه تصير تراكم أخطاء. للأسف أني طلت عليكم، لكن أعتقد أن هذا الكلام أهم من محاضرتي. المسج اللي بوصلها لكم ثقوا بأنفسكم. النتائج حقت الجراحين اللي أنا واحد منهم ما راح تكون أوبتيمم، يمكن الجلوري لنا، لكن بدونكم أنتم الطبخة حقتنا ما تكتمل. أنتم الضلع المعطل فيها. فلذلك أنا دائما أتكلم، ويمكن اللي تدربوا معي إن شغلتنا كلها هي مثلث متساوي الأضلاع. دائما البليم المريض هو القاسم المشترك بيننا، بس كل ضلع ما ممكن يكون عندي مثلث واقف ومو بعوج إلا أن تكون الأضلاع كلها مشتغلة مع بعض. فوين هذا البوينتر؟ طبعا ما حد يختلف، الاي سي ال واحده من العمليات الريوردنج.
وسبب كثرتها بأنها كومن. الآن الليترشر تقول نوصل إلى 68 70% في 100,000 حالة من اللي يمارسون الرياضة وحتى اللي يمارسون الرياضة موجودة. البيوتي في الاي سي ال اللي النتائج حقتها الأولية سكسيد ريت حتى يتعدى ال 95%، بس ستيل في 5% من الحالات أنا أتكلم السكسيد إذا سويتها والمثلث متساوي، يبقى عندنا ال 5% فيها فيلر. الفيلر يمكن أو الخلل يمكن من الجرافت حقك ينقطع، يمكن المريض يجي يقول لك أنا بعد العملية الرينج حق الموشن أو الموفمنت حقتي بدأت تقل أو تختلف، ونتفق إن الموفمنت إز لايف ولايف إز موفمنت. أي واحد تقل عنه لو 10 ديجري، وخصوصا احنا نتكلم في الاي سي ال نتكلم عن اليانج بوبيوليشن تفرق معاه حتى ال 5 ديجري سبيشالي بالفل اكستنشن. ممكن في بعض الأحيان إذا سويت العملية بطريقة غلط وكان في ستريس على الجرافت اللي انت حاطه ممكن تسبب له بريماتيور ارثرايتس، وهذه كومن. وممكن المريض هو نفسه هو اللي يدخلك في طريقه اللي هي بور كوميونيكيشن. يعني انت خلال الجولدن بيريود اللي هي الاسابيع الاولى الريبورت اللي تاخذه من المريض غلط، بعدين يبدا يتشكى بشكاوي. يعني اغلب مرضانا unless you go in depth وتسال اسئله yes or no مهي مفتوحه ما راح يعطيك المعلومه الصحيح. واهم ما عنده للاسف انه في الفتره الاولى انه ياخذ الاجازات المرضيه وانه مرتاح، وبعضهم يقول لك خلني اتاخر شوي كنا الاجازات تطول شوي. فلذلك انا انصح فيها بعض الاحيان انك تكون الاسئله اللي مع المريض تكون close ended yes or no، عندك هذا الشيء ولا لا، وتاخذها كاسئله وتاخذها ككويستشنير. طيب ارجع واقول انه التراينجل اللي قلنا عنه سيرجن فاكتور، ريهاب، ليتيشن فاكتور، والبيشنت. خلني ابدا بنفسي انا كسيرجن. هل الايرور ان السيرجن سبب الفيلر خصوصا البرايمري فيلر ولا السكندري فيلر ولا الثيرد فيلر؟ هل اليوم واحد من الاخوه سالني قال لي كم مره تسوي العمليه اذا جاك فيلر وانس؟ قلت له اذا انا عرفت وش السبب حق الفيلر، هل هو من عندي انا؟ اذا هو من عندي انا لازم اعرف وش الخطا حقي. اذا هو من المريض نفسه اتوقف عنه لانه بيكرر الخطا. اذا هو من الفيزيوثيرابيست يمكن هذه فيها روم اني اغير هذه، بس هذه وين لما تدخل في الدبث حقه الانفستيجيشن، وذي ار ايكوال في الاخطاء نفسهم واخطاء تراكميه. لذلك ايزي انك تاخذ برايمري فيلر وتاخذ سكندري فيلر وثلاثه. انا في بعض العمليات شفت بعض المرضى سووا في ركبهم 3 ACL. طبعا تعتمد على الحجم حقه الركبه حقتك، كل ما صغرت الركبه لانه التنلز فيها حيكون صعب انك تعملها. طيب ايش الكومن سيرجن فاكتورز اللي هو السيرجيكال تكنيك؟ انا ما راح ادخل في الدف، بس واحده من الكومن انك تعطي التنل. طبعا الاي سي ال احنا بنسويها ناخذ الجرافت سواء O2 ولا آلو. طبعا اغلب العمليات في البرايمري الأو2 اللي هي تاخذها من عند المريض نفسه سواء من البون باتيلر، وهذه التقنيه القديمه او لا زالت موجوده، لكن احنا بدينا نتحاشاها ونروح الى الهامسترنج. ليش؟ لانها اخف الم. احنا شعب اغلب جلستنا تربيعه ونصلي، وهذا ممكن يسبب لنا انتيريور نيبين ممكن فور ايفر، وسبيشالي في السنتين الاولى، فاغلبنا نتحاشاها. واول ستادي الان تبين انك استخدمت هذا او هذا بالطريقه الصحيحه بعد سنتين السترنث حقتك واحده. الكومن ايرور اللي يصير اللي هو التنلز. انا عندي الاي سي ال بين التيبيا والفيمر، لازم احطه في وضعيه معينه. لو حطيته متقدم، وهذه الكومنست ايرور انهم يحطون اللي في عظمه الفخذ قدام، وهذه حتسبب لك امبنجمنت للجرافت. الامبنجمنت يعني ما تقدر تعمل اكستنشن كامل ولا فليكشن كامل، ولو الفيزيوثيرابي ما نبه يعني. وهذه الكوميونيكيشن يعني السيرجن شاف الخطا ورجع لهذه. في بعضهم تاخذ العزه بالاثم، انه يقول لا مو هو بخطا، راح شد على نفسك في التمارين. الشده في التمارين هذه حتؤدي الى القطع، لانه في يصير عليها ستريس على الجرافت كثيره، وهذه واحده من الكمان. فلو حتى تسالونهم اكثر غلطه تصير انهم يحطون التنلز او الطريق حق الجراف متقدم شوي، وهذا من الكامل. هذه كانت أكثر في التقنية القديمة اللي كانوا يحفرون للACL عن طريق عظمة الساق إلى الفخذ في طريق واحد. الآن مع التقنية الجديدة وهذه إلى سنوات عن طريق عظمة الفخذ دايركت تسوي، قللت نسبة هذا الشيء لكن لا زالت موجودة. وأغلب الأخطاء هذه تجي من الناس اللي ما يسوون الACL بكثرة. يعني حتى في ناس يتكلمون إنه العملية هذه هي صنعة أكثر من العلم، تسمع لكن صنعة. في ناس يقول لك إذا ما تسوي 50 عملية في السنة لازم تتنحى عنها، لأنه الفكر حقك حيقل لا في الACL ولا حتى في التوتال جوينت. يجي شخص يسوي 10 عمليات في السنة، اعرف ان الكومبليكيشن تبي تلاحقه الى يوم الدين، لانه ما تعودت عليها يده او شغله. زي ما قلت لكم انه السابق لانهم كانوا يستخدمون عظمة الساق. السبب الاخر السبب الاخر وهذه كومن انه وانت تسوي العمليه تنسى الاشياء الثانيه اللي ممكن تكون مع اصابه الACL. كلمه الACL شيء مرعب، لكن في منه ارعب منه اللي نسميه الترابل او الهربل تراياد. لما يكون عندك مع اصابه الرباط الامامي الرباط الجانبي الداخلي والغضروف الهلالي، وهذه الترابل او الهربل تراياد هذه كومن. بعض الأحيان يمكن تعطيك كلو أو فكر إذا شفت أن الرجل منتفخة من الجهة الداخلية، يعني تقول لك خلني بدور الثالث. لكن لو لقيت أنه الرجل منتفخة يمكن تفقد الغضروف. هل أنه الغضروف الإنجري حقته أكثر ولا الرباط الجانبي؟ الدراسات تبين أنه دائما الرباط الجانبي تقريبا يمثل 20% من الإصابات اللي تيجي مع الACL، لكن مو بكل رباط جانبي يحتاج تدخل جراحي. لكن لما يكون عندي الرباط الجانبي موجود وهو من الدرجة الأولى أو من الدرجة الثانية، يستحسن أني أصبر وتريض في عملية إصلاح الرباط الصليبي لحد ما يلتئم هذا. ليش؟ لأنه لو سويته وفي خلل أنا بين أمرين، يا أني أوفر ديو وأسوي الرباط الداخلي ويصير ستيفني، أو أني أبدأ في الرهاب ويصير في ستريس على الرباط اللي أنا سويته. فاللي يستحسن إذا كان من الدرجة الأولى أو الثانية أن يعطيه اللي يتكلم عنها الأخ عبد الله البريسز، اللي يسمونه هنج بريس، وأعطيه فرصة من 3 إلى 6 أسابيع. إذا صار له هيلينج أسوي الACL. وهنا جمعت أول شيء إن السويلنج خف، وإني أعطيت إن الريسك حق الفيلر في الACL حيقل.
2 minutes دكتور.
عفوا
2 minutes.
أوكي طيب. الشيء الثاني اللي بتكلم عنه، اللي هذه ما هي أشياء عندكم، إنه المنسكال إنجري. المنسكال إنجري هذه واحدة من الأشياء اللي دائما تصير، والميديا أكثر إلى درجة من اللاترال. في أشياء تكون واضحة لنا، وفي أشياء إذا ما كان عندك سكيل في الأرثروسكوبي ما راح تصيدها، لأنها دائما تكون في البوستيريور وفي الخلف. وبليف إت أور نوت هذه بعض الأحيان تمثل 60 إلى 70%، و50% منها في النقطة المظلمة. لذلك أغلب الأحيان نطلب الMRI عشان تعطينا فكر قبلها. بعضها تحتاج التدخل الجراحي. اللي بعدها اللي بعدها اللي هي وين؟ سوري. اللي بعدها اللي نتكلم عنها طبعا اللي هي البيشنت فاكتورز. هل الإيج له دور؟ هل الجندر لها دور؟ هل التايب اوف السبورت لها دور؟ طبعا الليترشر كلها تقول انه بالنسبه للايج يانجر بيبل اللي هم بين 20 إلى 35 نسبه الاصابه عندهم تصل 4 إلى 5 مرات كومبير مع البيبل اللي من 40 وفوق. ريجاردينج السبورت اللي يسمونها، وهذه في الريفيجن او الفيلر. هل في فرق بين الميل والفيميل؟ في البرايمري يس ذير از ديفرنس. الفيميل اكثر لانهم عرضه للاصابه لعده فاكتورز، منها انه الهرمونال تشينج، اللاندنج حقتهم وطريقه الانجري، لكن في الريفيجن والفيلر ايكوال نفس الاسباب حقتهم. الشيء الثاني من البيشنت فاكتورز نوع التروما. اغلب الانجري وتمثل 20% من الاصابات حقتهم هي السبورت انجري، ومينلي اللي فيها بوفتنج، كره القدم، كره السله، كره الطائره، اي شيء فيها روتيشن. البيشنت فاكتور الانفكشن يمثل سبب من الاسباب الرئيسيه للفيلر والريفيجن. يا انفكشن يكون عنده مثلا لانج انفكشن وسيدنج، ولا يورينري انفكشن وسيدنج، او انه يكون اميون كومبرومايز، او انه عنده اوبستي او هيفي سموكر. الريهاب فاكتور ما راح اتطرق فيها، يعني اتكلم فيها لانهم كلهم بيعارضوني هنا، لكن السؤال انه زي ما تكلموا الزملاء وعشان الوقت بس، عندي 3 فيسز في الريهاب، اللي هو الايرلي فيس والريكفري فيس والفانكشنال فيس. انا ابغى اتشيفمنت في كل واحده. يعني انا ابغى في الفيس الاول ان يكون عندي رينج اوف موشن متقبل، مو فول رينج اوف موشن. اهم حاجه عندي ان السويلنج والبين يخف. والشيء الثاني اني ما اسوي لودنج على الجرافت، لان الجرافت في ال6 أسابيع الاولى يسمونها انكربوريشن مع البادي، فلو سويت عليه ستريس حيصير عندي ستريتشنج، ويصير اللي تسمعون مثلا سوى الرباط بس عنده تمدد لانه استعجل في اللودنج. الطريقه الموداليتي مفروض السيرجن ما يتدخل فيها، هذه الكوكينج حقكم، لكن انا ابغى تعطيني هذا الشيء اللي بعده. وكل شيخ له طريقته، بس انه ان لم تكن هناك محاذير. لذلك اللي تكلم عنها زميلنا دكتور الدهمشي في قضيه انه انا شلون اعرف المحاذير، لازم يكون عندي دوكيومنتيشن. يعني لما اقول ACL بير بروتوكول خلاص معروف البروتوكول سووه، لكن هذا المريض لا، ترى رباطه الداخلي فيه مشكله فيه كذا، انت هذه ما تجي الا بالدوكيومنتيشن. انتهى الملف العلاقي واوراق وكذا. الان لو انا في اخر الدنيا افتح على رقم المريض والقى وش البروتوكول، اذا ما في كوميونيكيشن هنا حيجينا الفيلر الثاني. اجين الفانكشنال بروبيوسبشن لو تشوفون في كل مكان، حتى في العيادات الخاصه البروبيوسبشن يسوونها بطريقه، انا ما يهمني الا اذا في كونتر انديكيشن، واحد اوفر ويت، واحد عنده الليجمنت الثانيه فيها مشكله، انا بعطيه هنت لك وانت دور الموديلتي الثانيه انت اخبر فيها من عندي. لكن في نفس الوقت لازم في كلير كوميونيكيشن، وبين فيس والثاني لازم ندخل. ارجع بتكلم عن نقطه يمكن اللي اثرتها الاول، حتى في الرهاب الايرور اللي يصير لما اتكلم مع اثليتس بروفيشنال بلاير، جزء من الفيس هذه حنسويه، نطلبه منه يسويه وهو جنبهم في الفيلد، لانه في شيء في علم الطب الرياضي اللي هو انك تكون معاهم كوميونيكيت. هذا اذا جهز ايزي انك تحطه في الملعب ويلعب معاهم، غير لما شخص انت عازل عنهم في صاله منتلي وفيزيكالي هو بعيد عنهم.
دكتور the time.
فالفيلر قلت لكم انه
تراينجل
من اي ضلع فيها المثلث ممكن يسبب الخلل. وان شاء الله نتمنى ان تكون عمليات من غير فيرر، مع ان الفيرر رزق للجراحين. يعطيكم الف عافيه.
Thank you, Professor Jasser. And now we'll move to the second presentation with Dr. Ali Al-Attar. He's going to talk about the fibromyalgia in athletes, practical considerations.
Assalamu alaikum, masakum Allah bil khair. Thank you so much for giving me the privilege to share the stage with some of the most elite clinician, physician, scientists in our field. So the initial topic was fibromyalgia among athletes, but for the sake of simplicity, let's keep it simple and talk about fibromyalgia, physiotherapy, practical consideration, just general population, because this topic is really a dilemma. أنا أسوي لك كذي أنت تغير. Yeah. Okay, so let's click. Click. Okay.
الغلط مو بيدي بالحال.
لا هو في حركة. Okay, so fibromyalgia is really a big topic, especially in the recent 5 years. It's a condition characterized by chronic widespread pain, but pain is not the only symptoms, and this is very important. What brings the patient to the clinic is the pain, but pain is not the only symptoms. We have to differentiate because they have fatigue, cognitive issues, emotional problem, other comorbidities in the body. And some people consider fibromyalgia as a pain regulation problem, and it's a neurosensory problem. So we have three opinions. Most of the people think that fibromyalgia is a diagnosis, but this is the most common opinion, but we have opinions. So some people think that fibromyalgia is a diagnosis, so there is diagnosis called fibromyalgia, okay? But then we have other opinions. We have opinions think that is just a description of symptoms. So instead of telling people that, well, I have pain and headache, and I have fatigue, and I cannot sleep, and I have different body pain, we call it fibromyalgia as just description of a group of symptoms. Other people think that it's just communication or communicative terminology. Yes, maybe when fibromyalgia as a term has been described in the 80s, I think, or late 70s, people use it as a diagnosis, but nowadays, after a lot of research, we know that at least there is 100 problem or 100 clinical or medical problem that share similar diagnosis, similar symptoms to fibromyalgia. So nowadays, just we use it to facilitate communication with other fields. So let's talk about diagnosis. Now, the most common diagnostic criteria, the one that most of the physician and therapists use it is the tender point diagnosis, okay? So you have, like, for example, 11 tender points out of 18, and this is fibro. But this is the old diagnosis. This diagnosis has been introduced in the 90s, the early 90s, and it's research-based criteria. It's not clinical criteria. And the American College of Rheumatology that published this criteria, they modify the same criteria different times until we reach the recent criteria in 2016. And now it's not about how many painful area you have. Having tender point is one of the criteria, but it's not the only criteria. And unfortunately, I see a lot of patients coming to my clinic, and they said, like, yeah, you know, I'm being diagnosed with fibromyalgia, and I asked the patient, how do you know? So he said, the physician just keep pressing on certain area, and he said, yeah, you have some area with pain, you have fibro. But this is the old criteria. Now we have to have pain, 6 or 5 or 7 different category, but also patient must have at least fatigue, insomnia, pain in different area in the body, the pain. Now, you cannot have fibromyalgia patient if the pain is less than 3 months. And a patient coming to the clinic complaining of pain in different area in the body for the past 3 weeks, this is not a fibro. Fibro is a 3 month or 6 month and more because of the natural history of the pain. Now, according to the ICD-11, now fibro has been classified, but still this is just initial classification. We have further classification in the future. Some people think that fibromyalgia is a nociplastic pain, which is a new classification of pain. Some people think we don't have a diagnosis called nociplastic because we have a 3 classification: nociceptive, the classic muscle tear, inflammation, inflammatory muscle spasm pain, and then we have a neuropathic pain such as sciatica, and we have the new classification, the nociplastic pain. But again, according to the ICD-11, this is just a classification to better understand pain. You cannot diagnose patient saying that this patient has a nociplastic pain. In spite that, fibromyalgia is going underneath the nociplastic pain. Some people think that it's central sensitization, which is the recent classification, the recent addition. Some people think that central sensitization is nociplastic pain. I was recently in the EPIC, the European Conference of Pain Science in Budapest, and the one that published this classification, and they said that central sensitization is not nociplastic pain because you have nociceptive pain and centrally sensitized. Okay, so still it's a dilemma. Also, we have to know that there is a lot of consideration, psychological consideration, when we are talking about fibromyalgia, because sometimes the main driver, if we are looking to the driver model of pain, the main driver of the pain is psychological factor. Yes, we cannot separate them, because if we want to understand fibromyalgia, we have to look to the biopsychosocial model that was introduced in the 70s. But again, fibromyalgia is not only a painful problem. It's a multifactorial problem. Now, I'm going to go to the management directly. Now, we have different management tips that I recommend to follow. Number one, desensitize face. If you have patient, because guys, fibromyalgia is a spectrum. You can have really patient with fibromyalgia with sensitized body, painful area. You might have fibromyalgia patient but not sensitized. They are, you know, just with less pain. So if you have patient with sensitized body, I recommend you first to start with desensitization. Now, desensitization, you can do it through medication, you can do it through manual therapy, you can do it through different modalities. I prefer to use movement. Now, according to the research, isometric exercises at the beginning is recommended, despite that patient with fibromyalgia, especially sensitized people, sometimes they have poor pain modulation, and the response of their body to pain modalities is poor, aslan. But let's try. So we can start with some isometric exercises. And because we are dealing with the central nervous system, so it's not about giving exercise to the painful area. So if I have patient with fibromyalgia and the patient telling me, well, the main painful area is my back, it's fine. Go do isometric exercise to other area. For example, for the calf muscle or for the glutes. Mulazim, it's not about going and giving exercise for the painful area. And then we can do some just easy exercises, expose the patient to the painful movement, and then we can do some strength training. So just gradually move the patient from easy, simple isometric exercises to easy, active movement, then some loading. And then we have building up capacity. One of the strategies is to help the patient to be functional despite of the pain. Again, one of the aim when we are managing people with chronic pain or fibromyalgia is not targeting the pain itself, but increase the capacity, increase the tolerance despite the pain. Yani you are going to manage the people and help them to enjoy their life despite there is pain by doing some graded exposure. Again, different type of movement, different type of exercises, brisk walking, interval walking, cycling, adding some techniques. And then recovery. Some patients with fibromyalgia, you need to focus on recovery. One of the tricks is to ask the patient to take 5 to 10 minute break 3 times or 4 times a day before sleeping. So you tell the patient, if you can't take a break, just go to a quiet room, dark room, and rest for 5 to 10 minutes just to desensitize your body. And then at 3 o'clock afternoon, and then do it again at 7 o'clock. So have different break throughout the day just to calm down your central nervous system. And then another technique is active learning. A lot of research showing that one of the main factors that increase the pain is uncertainty, not understanding what's happening to you. So just by going through an active learning process, teaching, educating your patient about what's the problem, what to do, what not to do, accepting the pain, it will help the patient to reduce and control the problem. And then acceptance and commitment therapy, this is opposite to the cognitive behavioral therapy, whereas in cognitive behavioral therapy, we are trying to correct maladaptive beliefs. In acceptance and commitment therapy, this is about cognitive flexibility. So we are encouraging the people to accept the pain and go through their life with some exercises, maybe with some medication, but it's not about don't wait until you subside the pain and then you can start enjoying your life. Go through the pain. And then pain habituation. So this is one of the techniques that sometimes it works just by pain habituation, simply gradually exposing the body to the painful movement or painful activity might sometimes teach the body to accept the pain. Similarly to stretching. Stretching the hamstring is not about increasing the muscle fiber. It's just about teaching the nervous system, for example, and the hamstring, to accept the pain. So pain habituation, just gradually exposing the body to the painful movement. And then understanding the pain, and pain sometimes it goes through certain cycle, and there is certain natural history. Yes, you are having a painful attack, but this pain will subside after 3 or 4 weeks because of the natural history of the pain. Sometimes it will be helpful. Pain resiliency is one of the recent concepts. Pain resiliency is not about the managing the pain again, but you are creating a mentally and physically strong human that every time this person gets attacked by pain, they know how to manage their pain. And the number one rules for the management of any chronic pain, including fibromyalgia, is self-management. And pain resiliency is, I'm not going to fix your pain, I'm going to help you to understand your pain, giving you the tools, all the strategies, exercises, maybe medication, mental techniques, and then every time you get a flare or you get attack, you know how to handle your pain. And then supervised painful neglect is one of the recent techniques where you are intentionally, you are going to ignore patient pain. So patients contacting you and telling you, well, doctor, I have pain in my back and my shoulder. You tell the patient, yeah, we know that. Just ignore that pain and keep practicing. So this is one of the techniques that's highly used in the frozen shoulder and has good result in frozen shoulder. And click. Okay, pain flares. One of the most common features in fibro patients is flares. So they have different attacks, a lot of attacks. So learning how to manage the flares by teaching the patient, first try to identify the triggers. So journaling, ask the patient every time you get an attack or a flare, write down what's happened before you get the flare, and we do tracking. Similarly, the technique that has been used to manage headache, for example. One of the techniques that we are doing to manage headache is journaling. So similar technique. Every time you get attack, just write down what happened. So in the future, we are going to find a pattern and we find triggers, and then we learn how to manage those triggers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. Now we will move to the third presentation by Dr. Ismail Al-Muqbil. The title of the presentation is The Female Anterior Cruciate Ligament Injury. Why is it increasing nowadays? You can start, Dr. Ismail.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm actually glad and thankful for the organizing and scientific committee for this invitation. And I know that you put us in this fourth session so nobody will listen to the surgeon. So how many of you, I am lucky to pick this topic because more than half of this hall is filled with female. So how many of you participating in sports? Only one? So our data too, so our data might be false. So
there is a lot.
We'll talk about why ACL, primary ACL.
There is a lot.
Yeah, there are a lot, yeah. So now we are talking about how to prevent the injury of ACL. It's mentioned by Professor that ACL injuries are more prone to have in female rather than in male counterparts. Why is that? they are different. Yes, they are different in the shape. They're different in different things. But what exactly that causes the anterior cruciate ligament is more prone in females. The epidemiology, female are 8 times higher than males in getting an ACL injury. In different sports rates, they have different numbers. Like in basketball, they're 3.5 to 1. In football, 2.7. Different articles, different, patients, population, they would have different numbers. I think if we publish research in our country, there will be a huge difference than the Western countries. Female ACL in last 2020 in American Journal of Sport Medicine, they estimated 400 tears per 100,000 person. So as you can see in this chart, soccer players, or let's say football players, are the most common sports injury. And if you can see the chart, the female are more than male counterparts in all sports. The sports comes in category, most of it is soccer and basketball and lacrosse and skiing nowadays. So, in Saudi Arabia nowadays, 40% of the population more than 14 years old, they are physically active. And the 112% increase on physical activity in adolescents, according to Dr. Hazza. And female participations increased that because of our Vision 2030. In last games, we had 6,000 athletes. 1/3 of these athletes are female, and 53 sports, 12 youth games. So talking about the risk of ACL injuries, there are 4 main factors. There are hormonal factors and anatomical factors, differences, neuromuscular, and of course, stability. In hormonal factors, females, they have a higher estrogen and they have hormonal differences during the month. They found that 3 times higher of ACL injury occurred in the pre-ovulatory phase. That's because of the estrogen is highest in that phase. And the reason why the estrogen and the relaxin, they're affecting the tensile strength of the ACL or the ligaments. And they are changing the neuromuscular behavior or system. So because estrogen causes more laxity, and the reason also it's not exactly the estrogen, it's multifactorial, but mainly the estrogen increment. As you can see here, pre-ovulatory phase, the estrogen is the highest level in the blood. So the other factor is the anatomical difference. We know that female, they have a smaller ligament, smaller notch, and they have a quadriceps hamstring imbalance, or the ratio is different than males. They have a weaker hamstring, stronger quads, as well as they have a higher Q angle, which is very important. The normal Q angle is 8 to 17. The female, they are in the higher normal range. That's why when they have a wider pelvis, shorter femur, and they have higher Q angle, they're landing on a valgus knee and semi-erect position. This increases the risk of ACL injury. The third factor, why is the hormonal factor, anatomical factor are much of importance, but it's not important in our session because they are not preventive. We cannot prevent these. The preventive measures can be applied to the 2 bottom risk factors, which is neuromuscular as well as the core stability. In the neuromuscular changes, this inducing the fatigue, especially in maneuver of athletes, landing, changing, and pivoting activities. There is a reduction of hip flexion. There's increase of internal rotation of the hip, as well as the valgus and external rotation of the knee and the tibia. That increases the chances or the stresses on the ground or the ACL. Here is a study of American Journal of Sport Medicine. They compared the same variables in the females, recreational and collegiate. They found that the recreational athletes, and they studied the dominant and non-dominant leg with the vertical jump. And they found that the non-dominant leg is more prone to have an ACL injury than the dominant leg in the recreational athletes female. So, back. So this is what we talked about, the landing. This is the proper landing on your left, and the right side, the improper landing of a female with internal rotation of the hip, valgus of the knee, external rotation of the tibia. So the third one is the core stability. We know that the female, they have a weaker core stability than males. And we know from the literature that weaker core causes a more abduction, external rotation weakness, and increases the lower extremity injuries. And so the weaker core also increases the chances of ACL, so that's why females are more prone to have an ACL injury than males. So these are the risk factors in a table. There's non-modifiable and modifiable factors. We are playing on the modifiable factors to decrease the risk of ACL injury. So how to diagnose the ACL? This is basic, I think all of you know it, but let's talk about it as quick. Non-contact sport injury, swelling and pain, immediate. There is popping or feeling a pop, hearing a pop, inability to continue to play, 70% in ACL injury. This is 70% chance of ACL injury in this scenario. So I think it needs changing batteries. So the physical examination, you would find acutely swelling, pain, limitation of range of motion, atrophy sometimes. The most importantly, the specific test, anterior drawer test, Lachman test, as you can see in this video, and pivot shift test. And don't forget to examine the associated injuries. As said by Prof. Fauzi, they are a cause of a failure if you reconstruct an ACL without detecting the associated pathologies. Limb alignment is very important in varus knees, as in our population. In female, they have a valgus knees. We have to be aware of that. X-rays are important to rule out fractures, wrist fractures, sigmoid fracture, or avulsion fractures, and long films to see the varus and valgus as well as the slope. MRI, it's highly sensitive, highly specific. It's ruling out the other pathologies before the surgery, so you have to be prepared before your surgery. So what's the management? We'll not talk about exactly what surgical management for ACL. It will be covered by our friend, Dr. Abdulaziz Afreji. We have to talk about the graft choices. We know, as said by Dr. Fauzi, Prof. Fauzi, it's the hamstring is the trend nowadays. But in female, is it the successful ACL in females? We said the hamstring is weaker than the quads. We are taking the hamstring, causing more weakness in females. Let's see some literature. This study in American Journal of Sport Medicine 2019, it's comparing the patellar tendon versus the hamstring graft, 256 females included. They have 175 in BDB and 81 of the hamstring. Graft rupture rate is 9%. Out of these 9%, it's 17% in the hamstring group and 6% in the BDB group. So the hamstring group, they have a higher failure rate in female. So the other study is, again, is it causing a failure rate if you have a hamstring graft versus a BTB? This is a study, the age of the patients 14 to 22. They have followed these patients for 6 years, and they've seen if the patients have another surgery of the same leg or the contralateral leg. And they found that 839 patients eligible, 92% follow-up. And they found that the BTB and versus the hamstring, higher hamstring failure. They've concluded in this study that younger patients, they have higher failure rate, and hamstring group 2.1 higher rates of failure. So again, this is a study done in New Zealand as a registry. They have a 1,261 ACL reconstruction young woman, 15 to 20 years of age. And they've studied the 63 hamstring group, and 37 is the PTB group. And they found that the PTB group is better in terms of failure rate. But although all these studies, they have, one of them is talking about the graft side morbidity, which is an anterior knee pain, which is increasing with the PTB. We have to be cautious in our patients. So this is a systematic review showing the 16 article, 1,385 patients, 25 years or younger, and BTB group and hamstring group almost equalized. They're the same. The hamstring group, they have higher failure rate in a female patients. So return to sports, fortunately, return to sports are almost equal as male counterparts. They are around 82% return to sports as a pre-injury level, although data are lacking, so we hope to have our studies in our country. The preventive measures are very, very, very important in the neuromuscular, as we mentioned, and the core stability to decrease the risk of a graft or the ACL injury in any sports athletes female. This meta-analysis showed that the reduction of ACL injury from a 47 to a 73% decrease in ACL injuries in preventive measures. So what are these preventive measures? They're actually five elements, Five elements: strength, polymetric, agility, and the balance and flexibility. And these things has to be in different ways. Under the umbrella of biomechanical factors are critical, neuromuscular proprioception program, and polymetric jumping training. The most importantly is the brain and retain the mind during the body position during the sport. So there are three principles. We do these: the polymetric balance, strengthening, and stability of the core, and the biomechanical feedback. Minimum of more than once a week, minimum of 6 weeks to get a successful preventive program. So in conclusion, the ACL is multifactorial in a female, especially young athletes. Prevention is the key for the prevention, and the surgical technique is the most important for the return to sport. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ismail. And now we'll go to the last presentation by Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Khreji. And his the title of the presentation is Surgical Intervention in Sports Injury. You can start, Dr.
Yeah. Okay, first of all, I want to thank you all for staying, and thank the scientific committee and the organizers for the invitation. Thank my colleagues, and it's really an honor to be closing for such a day with extraordinary speakers and great discussions. And I guess this is the point of the whole thing. Again, epidemiology, it's variable in the literature. It accounts of more than half of all knee sports, more than 400,000 performed per year. The outcome is at best between 80 and 90 to 95 in some of the literature. Can I go back? Okay. So here's one of the most important points during the patient journey is what to decide, what's the best option for the patient. What dictates or mandates this option versus that, surgical versus conservative. One of the factors is the knee stability. So an unstable knee tends more to be surgical. Sportsmanship versus general population. So an athlete is different than an non-athlete. Age of the patient, the older the patient, the less likely you're going to perform on him. although this is changing with the recent increase in lifespan and better lifestyle for patients. Presence of other knee injuries such as osteochondral defects, posterolateral corner and meniscal injuries, and presence and the degree of arthritis. The more arthritis you have, the less likely you're going to perform an ACL on this patient. Okay. Okay, so this is very important to notice by the surgeon who's following up the case or the physiotherapist in the clinic. What are the incisions that I have on the knee? This will give me a great clue and great idea about what's happening and why it's happening. So for this, you have the traditional anterolateral, anteromedial half centimeter ports, and if you so the anteromedial and anterolateral ports plus the graft incision, which can be a clue for some cases. Mainly we have two types of grafts. I'm struggling with this.
You can point
So I'll point it
towards that direction.
Which direction?
There.
Okay. We have mainly two types of grafts. We have autografts and allografts. So autografts are those taken from the same patient, allografts from a cadaver. The main advantage of an allograft is you have no donor morbidity, but on the other hand, you have high risk of infection and high risk of re-rupture. On the other hand, you have the widely used and mostly used autografts. Nowadays, as mentioned by Dr. Ismail and Prof. Fawzi, there is a trend towards hamstring autografts. Hamstring autografts have the advantage of avoiding the anterior knee pain, but still you might have a posteromedial knee pain. So if you have your patient in the clinic who's still complaining of a posteromedial knee pain, it might be because of the hamstring graft. You don't have the risk of infection, and you have a better chance that this graft will last and not re-rupture. Then you have patellar tendon, BTB graft, which, as mentioned, is more, patients have more anterior pain with this graft. It has better fixation to the bone. But let's say that it has a different incision. So let's say you have a patient still struggling in the ER in your clinic. You call the surgeon tells you he did a great job, the graft size was good, he did everything right. You're sure that you're doing everything right. Then you look at the incision. So if you have an anterior incision and your patient presents with a swelling or with lack of extension after a period of good physiotherapy, then you might think about that patient having a BTB bone graft with an anterior incision, leading to a patellar fracture or a patellar tendon rupture. Okay? This is on contrary to an hamstring graft where you don't have this risk. Again, malpositioned tunnel is one of the most common causes of ACL failure. An anterior tunnel is the most common error. It causes tightness inflection and slackness in extension. A posterior causes the reverse, slackness in extension, inflection, and tightness in inflection. These are the type of fixation on the bone, type of the fixation for the graft. You have different types, but on the tibial side, sometimes patients might complain of pain from the screw or from the extendo button that you apply for fixation. Again, so you have a patient, your surgeon knows that he did a good job, you're doing a good job. Now it's time to look for what's missing. What did we miss? And it's all about communication again. And it's not only the responsibility of the surgeon to try to pick it up, it's also the responsibility of the physiotherapist who spent, I think, more time with the patient than the surgeon himself. So you start looking up for posterolateral corner injuries if the patient has malalignment. So the first factor is posterolateral corner injuries. These, can you go back? Yeah. So a deficient posterolateral corner puts the graft
under tension and varus and external rotation. When you have a failed ACL, it's an important anterior stabilizer to the knee. Always we need to intervene early with a posterolateral corner, either staged or in a single procedure, because this will allow for, first, to alleviate the tension on the ACL graft. The second is to identify the anatomical landmark during the procedure, facilitating anatomical restoration of the tendons. Okay, so how do you pick it up clinically? You do what's known as a dial test. You ask the patient to go prone, then you measure differences up to 10 degrees between the two feet, while the patient is in 30 degrees and 90 degrees. If 30 degrees, this is very rare. It means you have an isolated posterolateral corner. If it's in 90 degrees, that means that has association with the PCL. Then you ask your surgeon to, or the primary caregiver, to do further investigation, including MRIs. This is the procedure. So the procedure includes a hockey stick incision, and as you can see, this is a restoration and reconstruction of the main static stabilizers, the fibular collateral ligament, the popliteus tendon, and the arcuate ligament. Varus deformity. So sometimes, again, you have your patient, he's doing fine, the surgeon knows he did a good job, you know he did a good job, you're doing a good job, but still. So you examine the patient always for alignment. Again, varus puts the graft under strain and predispose the graft for early failure. And there's the dilemma, do you do it staged or combined? And this is very important because this will alter. So this is why, as Prof. Fawzi mentioned, we need our colleague physiotherapists to understand what we're doing in the OR, because it makes big difference. So,
Doctor, you have 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
I'll finish. Staged versus combined. What do? We do what we call. Can you move on the slide? Next slide. Okay, so we do an HTO for this kind of case, and this alters the post-op rehabilitation. So you're going to expect a patient with more pain. You're going to expect a patient who's not allowed to bear weight, and that might have stiffness with the range of motion. We prepare the graft. We do a diagnostic scope. Then we prepare the femoral tunnel. Then we do the osteotomy before tensioning the graft, just to allow it to be tensioned in the final position and not alter the position of the graft. How to avoid the tibial tunnel? You do the osteotomy more distal, and you avoid these are purely technical. Okay. So the main takeaway message from this slide is, if your surgeon does it in HTO, you're going to have to alter your rehabilitation program, move from weight bearing to non-weight bearing, and so forth, and expect more pain. So this is a study by Michael Alexander. They did a systemic review for 6 studies. They demonstrated good and satisfactory results when you perform an HTO, high tibial osteotomy, combined with an ACL reconstruction, but given few points. So this is not suitable for everyone. So you have to have a patient. Can you move on? Can you move? Yeah. So who is a good candidate for this? A good candidate is a patient who has an ACL injury, who has an unstable knee, and who has a medial arthritis or medial joint pain, and an obvious varus deformity or instability. If you don't have these things, you might need to consider not doing a correction altogether. Finally, meniscal injuries. This is a very big topic, but just long story short, posterior horn of the medial meniscus is an important secondary stabilizer after you lose your ACL, and you need, so if missed, it can lead to early arthritis. And put into account, it's better to be performed or repaired during the ACL. This gives you a better outcome due to 2 main factors. The first one is, when you stabilize the ACL, you prevent further damage to the menisci. The other one is that bleeding is the most important source of nutrient to the menisci inside the joint. So in summary, knee injuries are often complex, requiring careful examination and investigation. Again, the key word here is communication. And I guess this is the point of such conferences, bring us together, collaborate more and understand the importance and what are we doing from the other side of the fence. The decision of the surgery is adjusted according to many factors. As these injuries are better understood, there is a tendency to perform them in a single procedure, and this will impact the rehabilitation program immensely. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdulaziz. I am sorry. I have to apologize to you that we don't have enough time for questions and answers, but the speakers will be here. If you have some questions, you can have some discussions with them after we wrap up the last session. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the. Yeah.
شكرا دكتور أحمد. تكريم المشاركين في الجلسة ورئيسها الأستاذ الدكتور محمد العبودي وكيل الجامعة للشؤون التعليمية. تفضل سعادة الدكتور. كذلك سعادة عميد كلية العلوم الطبية التطبيقية دكتور مساعد الزهراني رئيس اللجنة التنظيمية للمؤتمر. نبدأ بدكتور أحمد العنزي. شكرا دكتور أحمد. دكتور فوزي الجاسر. والله بستاذن الدكتور مساعد، أنا نخلي النقاش حق الدكتور فوزي بكرة، نبدأ فيه من الصبح. دكتور علي العطار. دكتور إسماعيل المقبل. دكتور عبد العزيز الخريجي. شكرا أستاذ الدكتور محمد. شكرا لك، يعطيك العافية. شكرا دكتور مساعد. شكر لأصحاب الجلسة للحضور الكريم. أذكركم فقط يوم غد إن شاء الله اليوم الثاني والأخير للمؤتمر سينطلق في الساعة 9 بورشة عمل للدكتور ريتشارد. أدعوكم أيضا إلى المشاركة في البرامج المخصصة لبقية اليوم، البرامج الترفيهية، زيارة المحافظة وبعض البرامج. توفيق إن شاء الله. نشوفكم بكرة بإذن الله. السلام عليكم.